It's the moment everybody in FIA Karting has been waiting for. The European Championship showdown here at Cartodromo de Franciacorta. The first time we've ever raced on this magnificent new circuit. And what a thrilling spectacle we are going to get. In OK Junior and in OK Senior, the title comes down to the wire here this weekend. And we're going to see some spectacular races today that take us one step closer to crowning two brand new FIA Karting European champions. I'm Jake Sanson. Great to be with you once again as the wind blows in the breeze and the fever pitch, hot intensity of the nature of this Franciacorta circuit gives us plenty of exciting talking points to lead into the day. And we've had some amazing battles in qualifying already. There were 10 heats yesterday. We'll bring you up to date with everything that happened in those heats before we get underway of racing. But as you can see, our schedule is packed full of great race action. And the juniors will start us off with qualifying heat for groups A versus E. Then we'll have exactly the same groups in the OK Senior category. And there'll be 20-minute intervals between each of the races today as we run to GMT+2 here at Franciacorta, just a few miles from the beautiful city of Brescia in Italy. It's a fabulous day of race action and all sorts of battles to come with 20 races all the way to the end of the day. At the end of those 20 races, we will know the identity of the drivers that will start in pole position for the two super heats tomorrow morning, and at the end of those super heats we will have championship points scored for the top 10 drivers that have scored points in the aggregate of qualifying heats, and then we will have the finals, and at the end of those races we will have two brand new European champions. In OK Junior, it's a battle between Parolin and Sodikart, two teams that have yet to win a European Championship title in FIA Karting, and with their two drivers it's the same story. Anatoly Kivalkin for Parolin and Nathan Tai for Sodikart. In the senior category, Joe Turney hanging on to his title lead by a thread with the pressure coming in from Japan's Kiya Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell of Jamaica, both of the Kart Republic factory team, both with an outside chance, but they seem to have done better than Joe Turney in time qualifying, so it really is game on. And as you can see, it's going to be an intense battle all the way through to the end of race action here today, with heats after our lunch break concluding in the evening all the way up to the very last race of the day, which is going to be the OK qualifying heat for the very bitter end of race action, and that is going to come in fantastic fashion. We're going to have so much drama as the race concludes. We'll have a lot of excitement to come and some great battles. For the man on pole position, it's unfamiliar territory, but certainly very deserved territory as he has fought his way through to the front end of the qualifying field. And that man is Jimmy Helias. I caught up with him after his brilliant run to pole position yesterday. Jimmy, what a brilliant run in qualifying. That was a little bit unexpected, but I guess from you guys, you knew you had the pace all the way through.
Yeah, it was a good lap. I want to thank also all the team, my family, and Marco Aldigo, Christophe Perrin, and we need to stay focused for the heats.
So tell us a little bit about the preparation now for the heats. This changes everything in terms of you going into the races. Starting from the front, it's going to be easier. Just how difficult is it going to be if somebody beats you in Q3, because there's that chance you'll start from the outside for one of the heats?
We need to do top 1 every heat, but top 3 is good if we do every heat. When I will start outside one time, I will stay calm, no stress, and work for the final.
Now there's a championship battle going on with Nathan Tai and Anatoly Kivalkin, but you've come up with the pole position. So from your point of view, you obviously have your own race to run and you want to bow out of the European Championship at the top spot. How difficult is it going to be?
Yeah, it will be very difficult because now I'm on the top 10, me on the top 20, and we need to focus very on the final for do top 10 and top 3 if it's possible.
Okay, well, excellent start to the weekend. Great job, and we'll see you for the races. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
So we are ready for an exciting battle here in the OK Junior qualifying heat as we get underway for groups A versus E. Jimmy Helias and Alfie Slater on the front row of the grid from Anatoly Kivalkin and Zach Drummond. Gerasim Skudunov and Adam Hideg from Edu Robinson and Martin Molnar. Salim Hanna and Jensen Burnett from Guillaume Bouzard and Emanuele Olivieri. Bradley Majman and Tame Saleh from Ivo Bastera and Giacomo Pedrini. Dinan De Vos and Marcos Selkunas. Tobias Clausen and Griffin Peebles. Art Dorisson and Augustin Sablavida. Timofey Mikolov, Francisco Macedo, and at the back of the grid, it is the Swede Oliver Kinmark. So a grand total of 76 drivers taking part in OK Junior this weekend. And it really has been a fascinating battle. Leading into this one, in qualifying heats for Groups E versus F yesterday, we had Alfie Slater take the first victory of the weekend in front of Zach Drummond, with Adam Hideg, Martin Molnar and Emanuele Olivieri giving chase all the way to the finish in front of Lucas Flusha, Dino Strescu, Andres Cardenas and Maria Gimonito, with Giacomo Pedrini rounding out the top 10. In qualifying heat C versus D, it was Jan Piotrowski who got the victory in front of Kirill Kutskov, Dimitri Matveev third from Gaelbag, Matthias Orwela and William Go. On the road, it was Maciej Gladish who took the victory, but after an accidental issue involving a practice tyre going on the kart instead of a race tyre, he was unfortunately excluded from the race, but he still is incredibly fast and definitely going to be charging his way back here today. Qualifying heat A versus B saw the championship contender Anatoly Kivalkin take the win in front of Jimmy Helias and Gerasim Skulinov, then Guillaume Bouzard, Nathan Tai and Enzo Deligny in the mix. Then we had two more qualifying heats in the evening yesterday. Kirill Titiev taking the win in front of Kirill Kutskov from Tibor Ramakas, right up in third place ahead of Dimitri Matveev, Maciej Gladish and Renaud Frankert. And in the last OK Junior race of the day, we had Enzo Deligny storm through in front of his teammate Jan Piotrowski and Andrea Dupé, with Nathan Tai unfortunately having an incident that put him out of the race, and that really does put him on the back foot today. So now we come in with eyes wide open and the chance to go racing once again, and we are on a false start, I do believe. Yep, false start. So the race director, Nigel Edwards, obviously taking his time to get the drivers up to speed once more. Not going to be so easy to settle out who is going to be at the sharp end of the dais. So obviously the drivers need to be in a good position right from the outset, and they warm up the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature. Hello to everybody watching along wherever you are watching from and however you are doing so, whether it's via the motorsport.tv live stream or whether it is via the FIA Karting YouTube or Facebook pages. Facebook is the way to keep up with us and interact with us. If you can send us a message or two through the course of the day, I will do my best to get them read out to people, especially for those who are watching with bated breath to see who becomes the European champion of 2022. And we'll follow in the footsteps of some amazing drivers, which we will talk about in our Hall of Fame look tomorrow morning. So Jimmy Helias and Alfie Slater on the front row, then the Paralins of Anatoly Kivalkin on the inside line and Zach Drummond on the outside line. Gerasim Skulinov, Adam Hideg. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do! Up to the first corner. Good start from Jimmy Helias. Kivalkin and Skulinov both going with him as they run through to turn one. A very smooth start as Alfie Slater drops in a little bit further back down the field from that outside line, which drivers have found quite stereotypically gives you a difficult start to proceedings. The drivers are trying to work their way through on the opening lap. Lots of overtaking moves in the midfield as Edu Robinson has climbed his way up to fourth position from that inside on the front row. So fantastic work. So Jimmy Helias leads the way from Anatoly Kivalkin, who managed to get into the lead halfway round lap one yesterday in his opening heat and then disappeared and sprinted away. It's taken him a little bit longer this time, but he's already got pressure from Gerasim Skulinov, who will want to get past and make his own overtake. He doesn't really care squat about what happens in the title fight. So he's got his own race to run, as Zach Drummond looks like he's going wheel to wheel there with Alfie Slater and has got through. So Drummond into fifth position in front of Slater, then Salim Hanna in seventh place as Kivalkin tightens up again on Jimmy Helias. It's Helias who leads from Kivalkin, Skulinov, Robinson, Drummond, Slater, Hanna, Hideg, Bouzard and Brad Mashman from Australia, as Skulinov gives a little bit of a love tap on the back bumper to Anatoly Kivalkin just to give him a bit of a hurry up. Come on, get past Jimmy Helias or I'm going to get past you and do it quicker. Kivalkin had a little bit of a look, but he's now going to get the move on the inside. Waited for a last-minute lunge, and there it was. So Anatoly Kivalkin makes his move into the lead. He had to wait an additional lap compared to yesterday, but now on the second lap, the Paralin driver hits the front. So Jimmy Helias wanting to disappear and run away with Anatoly Kivalkin. It's a big dive from Zach Drummond. He gets through on the inside of Eddie Robinson, and Slater gets there as well. And he's not the only one around the outside. Looks like Salim Hanna, who has moved to the Ward Racing team from this round onwards, has managed to get himself through. Slater now back on the inside of Drummond, and he gets through. So fourth position for Alfie Slater. A really good start for the Ricky Flynn driver. And he is coming right into the forefront of the battles out there on the circuit. Everybody's still out on track of the 25 drivers that started. They are all still circulating in this opening race of the day. 2 down, 6 to go. And Anatoly Kivalkin leads the way from Jimmy Helias and Gerasim Skulinov in the Leclerc by Lennox machine. Fourth place, Alfie Slater. So 4 different teams in the top 4 places. Then Zach Drummond, the Ward Racing machine of Salim Hanna. There they are, Drummond and Hanna, the Scot and the Colombian. And then Edu Robinson trying his best to hold on to his position in 7th place, having to go a little bit defensive to keep the Luxembourger Guillaume Bouzard. There he is in the 224 at bay, really putting pressure on the Forza Racing machine. What's Guillaume Bouzard going to do into turn 1 as we go into lap 4? Bouzard on the inside line. Looks like he made that overtaking move stick, and he's not the only one to get there, because through as well comes Bradley Mashman, the Australian wildcard, and that isn't off from one of the energy courses. I think that is Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. Oh, Jensen Burnett, he's been having a really solid weekend so far, making massive progress all the way through his European campaign. But I'm afraid on this occasion, he's going to have to wait for his opportune moment. So the contenders continue making good moves of things, but Jensen Burnett, I'm afraid, is out of this race. Everybody else continues on. And Jimmy Helias is slowly falling into the clutches now of Gerasim Skudunov. They come through the left-hand flick and onto the main straight once again. A good run from Alfie Slater as he runs in 4th position at this moment, and there goes Skudunov. Dives in on the inside of Jimmy Helias, gets into 2nd place as Makasil Kunas, the Lithuanian wildcard, has been given a warning flag. Not sure what that's for. It may relate to Jensen Burnett in his retirement. Not entirely sure. Didn't see the incident, so can only speculate. So Jimmy Helias right in behind Gerasim Skudunov, and there's Slater trying to make his bid, but Jimmy Helias will not give him the space. And now Helias moving to cover as he tries to get one step closer to Gerasim Skudunov in front. So some interesting battles up at the sharp end of the field as Anatoly Kivalkin is stretching away. There's the move from Jimmy Helias on the inside again of Gerasim Skudunov. Alfie Slater now trying to line up his own bid as they go to turn 1, but as they battle for 2nd place, Anatoly Kivalkin is just checking out Charlie out in front. Slater goes for the move, almost loses it, gets the run, and so does Zach Drummond. So they both manage, the two Brits there, to get past Gerasim Skudunov. So Alfie Slater, the Englishman, gets past, and Zach Drummond, the Scotsman, follows in behind as well. And now it's the Colombian, Salim Hanna, who's going to try and close up on Gerasim Skudunov, but Skudunov does not appear to be done here yet. Tightening in behind. Helias just hanging on to 2nd place in the factory Tony Kart. Drummond's got the move on the inside of Alfie Slater. Slater trying to run right round the outside, and it's no use. Zach Drummond has the line. So Zach Drummond gets through into 3rd position. Nice and neat there, but he's going to have to defend now as he's got pressure from Skudunov. Hanna, and watch for the Luxembourger Guillaume Bouzard. He now wants a piece of this in the black and red Koski as they come onto the main straight. 227. Alfie Slater still running well in front of Skudunov, and here comes Bouzard on the inside of the World Racing machine of Salim Hanna, and he gets through. Nicely handled there by Guillaume Bouzard. And watch out behind, you've got Bradley Mashman and Martin Molnar trying to close up. Now Bouzard's going for Skudunov. Hanna's through. Skudunov drifts wide. Mashman gets through as well. Great shuffling of the deck here, and now Martin Molnar going to try and dive in on the inside. Can't make it through. So he has to hang back and wait for his opportune moment as well. So now they duel again for position. Guillaume Bouzard hustling in behind, trying to make the overtaking move come to him. But it really is pretty tricky at the moment. So now we're going to get to see who's going to be the next one to make the move. It's Martin Molnar. He comes through on the inside of Gerasim Skudunov. So Skudunov is going to have his moment taken away from him there briefly as we go into the final lap. It's been a relatively clean heat. It's had its moments, of course, but everybody has kept themselves pretty much to themselves on this opening lap, clearly understanding that you can't win the championship on the opening lap, but you can definitely lose it. And Anatoly Kivalkin holding on very strong here, 0.8 of a second clear of Jimmy Helias and Zach Drummond. Drummond is going to try one last trick in the book, I think, to make his bid on Jimmy Helias. He looks for a tighter apex through the 2nd sector. Jimmy Helias just protecting the line as Griffin Peebles gets the fastest lap of the race. He's down in 23rd place. So Griffin Peebles already doing very well. But onto the back straight and in through the hairpin. Anatoly Kivalkin has been smooth and serene out in the lead of this race, and he's going to take his 2nd win of the weekend. Good job from Kivalkin. He gets the win. It's going perfectly for the Paralin Motorsport team, who are, of course, seeking out their first ever FIA Karting title. So this is a big, big deal for Anatoly Kivalkin. A good job and a good run. So what a sensational battle it has been. Certainly looking for their first European title, I should say, because obviously the Renzo Travasanuto gave Paralin a win in the International Super Cup for KZ2 last year at Kristianstad, but they are still looking for their first European Championship crown, and this man could be the man to do it if all keeps going according to plan. Anatoly Kivalkin looking perfectly smooth and very crisp at the moment, just keeping himself very much to himself. And Jimmy Helias running in second place in front of Zach Drummond. A perfect start to the day. Bone dry conditions here, and temperatures currently steady at 26 degrees Celsius already. So it's going to be a very hot day at the races here at Franciacorta. And everybody is really feeling the pinch of the heat here at the Italian speed circuit. Fabulous performance then from Anatoly Kivalkin in front of Jimmy Helias and Zach Drummond. Guillaume Bouzard and Alfie Slater from Salim Hanna and Bradley Majman. A great work from the Shamik Europe driver. Martin Molnar in front of Tame Soleil. Rather unfortunate end for Gerasim Skudanov, dropping away to 10th in front of Edu Robinson. Emanuele Olivieri in front of Adam Hideg, and then Dinan De Vos ahead of Tobias Clausen. Giacomo Pedrini is in front of the Pilanai racing cart of Marcos Silcunas. Augustin Sepulveda cheered on by the fans back home, wanting to give him the best possible support. Oliver Kinmark up to 19th place. Arthur Dorisson ahead of Ivo Basterda. And then Francisco Macedo in front of Griffin Peebles and Timofey Mikhailov. The one retirement from the race, the Canadian talent Jensen Burnett, who we really hope is going to be back to his best in the next race. So excellent performances so far, and a good way to start things here at Franciacorta in qualifying heat A versus E. Some good battles to come and some really great racing on the march, as the drivers are really putting on a great showcase. Yesterday, in the OK Senior category, we had some good battles to kickstart the weekend, but there was just as much drama there as there was in the junior competition. 71 drivers coming into the weekend. There is the layout of the Franciacorta circuit. 1.3 kilometers in length, clockwise in direction. A very different circuit to add to the calendar. A very new venue, of course. And in yesterday's races, we had some very interesting results. David Walter leading them home in qualifying heat E versus F. We're ahead of Evan Gilter and James Agotzi. From Oscar Pedersen, Joe Turney in 5th, Nasho Tunion in 6th. From Yovan, David in P7. Matthias Mogato, Emili Quevisto and Rick Giliu, with a lot of drivers taking penalties yesterday and a lot of drivers retiring from the race, namely Tuka Tarpanen, Thomas Stolchemanis and Gabriel Gomez, who actually broke his finger in yesterday's accident. So sadly, Gabriel Gomez is taking no further part in the race meeting, which is very unfortunate indeed for the talented Brazilian, who definitely should be fighting for the wins. In qualifying heat C versus D, it was Kian Nakamura Berta who got the win in front of Luigi Coluccio, and then Karol Pazovic running in 3rd place ahead of Caspian Hagman and Akshay Bora. Chuyan Pu, Olin Gali, Adrian Mariero, and then Due De Decker and Joel Bergstrom in the top 10. Good performances from them in their opening heat yesterday. Then in qualifying heat A versus B, it was the man you're looking at now, Enzo Deligny in the Paralin Motorsport machine, who qualified in pole position. He got the opening race win in front of Nicolo Cuman and Christian Bertucca, who he's currently chatting with. Zachary David, Maxim Orlov. Teresa Babichkova, one of the 3 female wildcards from the Babichkova family this weekend in the senior category. Keanu Alazzari, Rafael Modanese, Lucas Amalisto and Matias Ferreira. And then in qualifying heat C versus F, after that we saw the reigning world champion Tuka Tarpanen come through for the victory in front of Ian Eichmans and Harley Keeble. Kian Nakamura Berta in 4th place ahead of Akshay Bora. Then Due De Decker, Joe Turney, championship leader and contender, Karol Pazovic, Evan Gilter and Olin Gali, who managed to come through in the end in front of Thomas Stolchemanis, who picked up a penalty despite finishing in 5th place on the road. And after his race 1 DNF, it's looking really tough for the Latvian. And then in qualifying heat B versus D, we had Nicolo Cuman take the victory in front of Maxim Orlov and Caspian Hagman, with Alex Powell ahead of Matthias Ferreira. Arthur Rojon, Lucas Samalisto, Iliska Babichkova, the younger sister, aged 16 years of age, I do believe, or is it 17 now? I can't do the math. Albin Stodesen and Chuyan Pu. And then the final race of the day, obviously that was the final race of the day, so Nicolo Cuman managing to take the victory on home soil. So a lot of interesting chapters being written at the moment about the OK Senior category, but let's hear from the man who managed to bag pole position yesterday on a pivotal weekend for Paralin, as they hope to steal their first European title, and possibly it could be 2 wins out of 2. If Kivalkin goes well and Deligny continues his pace, they could sweep both finals. I caught up with a very happy and motivated Enzo Deligny after qualifying yesterday. Enzo Deligny, the Paralin superstar, pole position, and on a tough weekend for Paralin, but an important one. That's a perfect way to start things.
Yeah, it's great. The speed was great through all the practices yesterday, and we were feeling great. I got a perfect toe for the qualifying and managed to put the lap together. And yeah, first pole out of many, so hopefully many out of many. And yeah, just really happy about this.
Now, this is a good opportunity for you to end the European Championship on a high note, but obviously, considering the conditions here are going to be similar to what we'll have in September at Sarno. This is obviously a good warm-up for you, I guess, for the World Championship.
Yeah, the temperatures will be about the same, and the nature of both of these tracks are about the same. And I really enjoy Sarno and Franciacorta, some of my favorite tracks, so hopefully we'll be able to do a good result in both of them.
I guess it can't hurt either that Paralin is desperately trying to win the OK Junior title, so what if they could come away with wins in both categories?
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, Paralin, it's a fantastic team, and we have the material to win in both categories, so hopefully we'll be able to do that.
Fantastic. Magnifique. Good job, Enzo, and congratulations.
Thank you.
So for Enzo Deligny, a very important race weekend, and certainly going well so far, as the Frenchman has definitely come out of the blocks fighting fit. He lines up on the front row of the grid this time alongside David Walter, the Koski Motorsport driver from Denmark, who has definitely been putting on some good displays whenever he gets the chance to go to battle. We've also had Christian Bertucka running in third position alongside Oscar Pedersen. And the Swedish driver for the Ward Racing team is obviously going to be charging his way further forward. And with Zachary David in fifth position on the starting grid, alone on that fifth row for the Sauber Academy. It's five different drivers in the, five different teams, I should say, in the top 5 places. The Paralin Motorsport squad, Koski Motorsport, and then the Birolart Factory team with Ward Racing and Kart Republic all represented. Sadly, there should be no Gabriel Gomez on the starting grid after he broke his finger yesterday. A real shame for the Brazilian, as he definitely would have been competing for the victories over the course of the weekend. 7th on the starting grid, one of the big stories of this weekend. It is the first of the wild cards from the TEPZ Racing team, all the way from the Czech Republic here this weekend. And the lead driver is well known to those of you who are fans of the W Series, the number 490, Tereza Babičková, the young lady from the Czech Republic, who is taking part in this weekend alongside her W Series campaign. Her love of karting has brought her straight back alongside her sisters Eliska and Petra. And they are all competing in the OK senior category. So there could be 1 or 2 times over the course of the weekend when they will meet each other out on the circuit. Always an interesting challenge. And they are, of course, coached and masterminded by the FIA Karting World Champion of 2017 in the OK category, namely Danny Curl. Matheus Morgato, the Brazilian, lines up 8th position on the starting grid, but he'll have a little bit of space between himself and Oscar Pedersen because of the absence of Gabriel Gomez. Rafael Modanese, the Peruvian, is going to be lining up 9th on the grid on the inside of row 5. He'll be going up alongside the Spaniard Nacho Tunion for the DPK Racing team on the Kart Republic chassis, with the Alonso Racing colours, as the 2-time Formula 1 World Champion verily supports this DPK Racing team. Then we have the 6th row of the starting grid, the Finn Nico Lemberg, who is there for the Koski Motorsport team as regularly. And he is up alongside the young man from the United Arab Emirates, Rashid Al-Daheri, for the Forza Racing team. And there's lovely scenes down in the pits with Rashid Al-Daheri, whose father has finally been able to get to a race meeting, having been stuck in China over the COVID period. So for the first time in about 3 years, he's been able to come and watch his son compete, which is very lovely indeed. Keanu Al-Azadi, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, he is there on the 7th row of the starting grid. He was mighty in the heats yesterday, managing to fight his way back up once again into the top 10, and he is verily one of the fastest drivers in this category on the first lap that you're ever going to see. He's always able to put himself into a good position, and his first lap really seems to be his secret weapon here as he charges his way back into contention and then settles into a smooth rhythm. Alongside him on the grid is his teammate all the way from Miami in Florida, that is James Zagotzi in the sister Tony Kart team. And then Oscar Wurtz, who is also part of that squad, he lines up in 8th position, 8th row, I should say, of the grid, 15th position for the Austrian, as he lines up beside Emili Koivisto, the Finnish driver for the Koski Motorsport team. And so the drivers are now making their way out onto the circuit. They are push-started by their mechanics, and we are ready to go once again for the qualifying heat, A versus E, this time in OK Senior. Once again, the mechanics do their dance to get out of the way of the karts as they are pushed out onto the circuit. Always very tricky. But now we can go racing again in OK Senior. Enzo Deligny and David Walter on the front row of the grid from Christian Bertucca and Oscar Pedersen. Zachary David, sadly no Gabriel Gomez. Teresa Babachkova and Matthias Morgato from Rafael Modanese and Nasha Tunion. Nico Lemberg, Rashid Aldeheri, Chiara Alazzari, James Igozzi, Oscar Wurtz and Emilio Koivisto. Simone Bianco is alongside living legend Pedro Hiltbrand. Kevin Lantinga, Eric Genet, Shimo Zhang, Adrijas from Kivicius, Miroslav Mikes, and after a failure in qualifying to the kart, Yovan David of Sri Lanka will be charging his way through from the back of the grid. And he certainly managed to yesterday. In his opening heat, he went from 24th and last on the grid to P7. So the Forza Racing driver from Sri Lanka, definitely one to watch out for here this weekend. There he is making his way through the hairpin. So he is an absolute firecracker once he gets out of the blocks. So watch out for him in this weekend. And I know that everybody back home in Sri Lanka will be rooting for him all the way. He's put on an excellent display thus far. Only qualifying really held him back. And looking at their lap times, he could have been very interested to see how it all plays out. Because in qualifying, if he had got the engine started and he had been able to move forward, I think he would have been in a fantastic situation. I think he could easily have been in the top 10 overall from time qualifying, looking at how his lap times were going through the practice sessions. So a lot of interesting stories to come here. At the interim, Enzo Deligny and David Walter are both unbeaten because they both took a race win yesterday and have not lost a race since then. But this is their second race of the weekend. So one of them, either Deligny or Walter, is going to have to concede defeat here. So this is a real issue for both drivers as they get themselves ready for the start. False start. It's not quite formed up. So difficulties already with the competitors gearing themselves up ready. So, okay, qualifying heat A versus E. Enzo Deligny and David Walter will take up the front row of the grid. Christian Bertucca and Oscar Pedersen. Zachary David alone on the third row. And then Matthias Morgato will line up beside Teresa Babachkova, with Babachkova on the inside line. So expect some really good performances from the W Series driver, who's been making her single-seater debut this year alongside FIA Karting, but the thrill of coming to the European Championships has meant that she is yet another fantastic superstar from the world of car racing that just cannot resist the allure of racing in FIA Karting. There's been quite a few big names over the last decade to have returned and come back for the thrill and excitement of it, including massive names from Formula One. The likes of Jaime Alguersuari and Rubens Barrichello have come back to it over the years just because the thrill and the excitement is so high. Are we going racing this time? Yes, we are! Good start from Enzo Deligny as he runs into the first corner with Bertucca, David and Babachkova in tow. A spin in the middle of the pack. What a mistake from Nico Lemberg. And that looked to me like he just lost it on the way through the opening corner. How did everybody miss him? Great recovery from everybody else to avoid the collision. But Enzo Deligny leads Bertucca, David, and then in fourth place is Teresa Babachkova. Fifth place is David Walter in the Koski Motorsport machine. Sixth place, that looks like one of the Leclerc by Lennox carts. I think it's Rafael Modanese as Nico Lemberg walks away. What a shame for the Finn. So his race is done. Deligny, Bertucca, David, Babachkova. There's some great racing still to come here at Franciacorta. We're only at the end of the opening lap of 11 in this qualifying heat. So Zachary David, the young man from Malta, going to make his bid on the inside of Bertucca. He made that decision quite late. Babachkova tried to get through on the inside as well. She's lost momentum as a result of being chopped across by Bertucca. I thought for a moment David Walter was going to seize the opportunity to get past her, but no, she held firm. So now Teresa Babachkova has a chance to take on Christian Bertucca, man who is doing a dual campaign this season, both in KZ2 and in OK. Quite like a couple of drivers over the course of the season as well. Tuka Tarpanen, namely one of them, although he doesn't do KZ2, he does the KZ category. But here comes Deligny towards us. Zach David, Christian Bertucca, and a late decision from David Walter, but he takes the move on Teresa Babachkova, so he gets through. And now Babachkova is going to have to work her way back into contention, although she has pulled clear of Rafael Modanese and Oscar Pedersen. Matthias Morgato running solidly there in 8th position. Then Tunion, Rashid Aldeheri, Chiara Alazzari, Igozzi, Wurtz, Bianco, and then Koivisto in front of Hiltbrand and Genet, with Yovan David already up to 18th place from 24th on the grid. So some good moves already being made as the drivers are stepping up the game plan once more. But Enzo Deligny is the only driver not really having too much of an issue. Bertucca trying to close up on Zachary David in the hope that he can move his way forward. But Zachary David, the Maltese driver, working his way forward in the Sauber Academy car. Into the hairpin, here comes Bertucca, and he squeezes the move onto the inside apex. Lovely bid there from Bertucca. But all this overtaking is just giving Enzo Deligny a clean run up front, just like his teammate Anatoly Kevarkinin Jr. So this is going beautifully well for Enzo Deligny. Marco Powell probably can't stop smiling at the moment. So Zachary David right in behind Christian Bertucca. David Walter sets the fastest lap of the race as he closes up on Zachary David. Teresa Babichkova is still there in P5, but starting now to fall away just a little bit into the path of Rafael Modenese. Late bid from Walter, not going to get through on Zachary David there, but into the next hairpin, he's not quite close enough. He has to wait for his moment. So Deligny, 0.6 of a second clear, looking for his way to stretch out. Christian Bertucca second, Zachary David still third from Walter and Babichkova. And it looks like there's an overtaking move from Oscar Pedersen to the inside of Rafael Modenese. So the battles continue to rage here at Franciacorta. Deligny, Bertucca, David, Walter, Babichkova, the leading wild card. The next wild card in the mix is Pedro Hiltbrand, all the way down in 16th place. So shows you just how good the work from the TEPZ racing team is this weekend, and their eldest racer in the team, Teresa Babichkova. So the turns continue as they eke out more and more of an advantage. James Igozzi, now the fastest man on track, and he runs in front of his teammate there, Keanu Alazzari. So the two of them are battling away for position in the lower end of the pack, the midfield. So Zachary David closing up, and that's Andrius Rimkevicius, the Lithuanian. So Andrius has got a warning flag there, not entirely sure what it's for. But Keanu Alazzari now stepping up the attack to make the move on the inside of Rafael Modenese, and Modenese chops across. Keanu Alazzari ends up running wide. I wonder if there's a slight problem with that kart, because that's very rare for Keanu Alazzari to make that kind of issue out on the circuit. Maybe just caught the outside line by a couple of millimeters. The problem is you come off the racing line here and you've got absolutely no traction at all. It's a bit like being a drunk dad at a wedding on roller skates with ice cubes strapped to the wheels. You've got no chance of any grip at all. Matthias Mogato running in front of Rashid Aldaheri as Oscar Pedersen runs in 8th place. Nasha Tunion and James Igozzi. Rafael Modenese in front of Keanu Alazzari, then Wurtz, Koivisto, Bianco, Yovan David up to 16th, ahead of Hiltbrand, then Shimo Zhang, Eric Genet, Kevin Lantinga, Miroslav Mikesh, and then the last driver is Andrius Rimkevicius. But Matthias Mogato has just lost out to Rashid Aldaheri, so the young Emirati pushing on as he continues his way forward up to 6th position for the Forza Racing driver. This car really does have good speed behind it now, the Expert chassis, and the boys captained by Jamie Croxford, team manager. They're putting on a great display, and this is a team with great history in the sport, of course. There is the 160, that is Nasha Tunion, trying to work his way back up the order, currently giving chase to Matthias Mogato and Oscar Pedersen. And Nasha Tunion, who had a great run here 2 weeks ago when the CIK classes last met at Franciacorta, now in the European Championship, got a bit more work to do. Bertucca, now that he's in 2nd place again in front of Zachary David, trying to stretch away. But at this phase of the weekend, this is all about tyre management and conservation, because you've got to run these tyres from the beginning of time qualifying all the way through to the end of the superheat before you get a fresh set of tyres for the final. And you only get 2 spares in case of emergencies. So problems then for the drivers in terms of managing the tyres, particularly in the intense heat that we've got here at Franciacorta on this 1.3 mile circuit. 1.3 kilometre circuit, I should say. Wouldn't quite be 1.3 miles. That really would be working the karts to their extreme. But certainly the car circuit next door is a little bit longer in length and covers a couple of miles per circuit duration. This is the battle further back as Oscar Wurtz tries to shake off Emilio Koivisto. Further up, Oscar Pedersen's going to make his dive on Matthias Mogato. He has to use a bit of curb to settle the car on the way through on the inside and to give Mogato enough space to complete the overtake. But he does so in good stead there. So a good move from Oscar Pedersen as he manages to pass Matthias Mogato. But great racing once again here in the FIA Karting European Championships as people are watching along all the way. Marcus Walter is watching along for David, who is currently in 4th position, trying to close up on Zachary David in front of him. But David Walter, having opened his account with a race win yesterday, looking good for the top 5 at the moment. Enzo Deligny in front of Bratuka, Zach David, Walter, and Teresa Babichkova ahead of Rashid Al-Daheri. Well, this is James Zagotzi closing up on Nacho Tunion. This is the Spaniard versus the American. And James Zagotzi really wanting to give himself the best possible chance of a great result. He races under an Italian license, does James Zagotzi. He lives out here now and he obviously has Italian ancestry, but very, very proud of his roots over in Miami. And I'm sure they will have got up early to watch him. It'll still be dawn breaking out in Miami, but what a great job this is for the competitors as they make good work of things here at Franciacorta. But this man, Enzo Deligny, hasn't really skipped a beat since the start of the race. 10 laps in, he looks back, he realises how far back Christian Bratuka is. Doesn't have to worry too much about the way things are currently going. Really enjoying his race and can settle into a very smooth rhythm here. There's the battle of a second. This is Bratuka, David, Walter, and then Teresa Babichkova, 5th position. Excellent job considering that she is coming into this weekend as a wild card and they weren't racing at the event 2 weeks ago to build up to this. So the Babichkova sisters, all 3 of them really have done a fantastic job here in FIA Karting in the European Championship to be so competitive so early on. But Enzo Deligny is about to become the unbeaten driver of the weekend on an event where Parolin is urging desperately to become European champions for the first time in OK Junior on home soil. And we are into the final lap now for Enzo Deligny as he runs in front of Bratuka, David, Walter and Babichkova from Rashid Al-Daheri, who has made up 6 places. Full kudos again to Yovan David though, 15th position now, having made up 9 from his grid position. He just needs to keep banging in those race drives and he'll find himself in the final for sure. But a really good effort from Enzo Deligny. He is going to finish off in fine style this first race of the weekend. Certainly looking particularly competitive. And the Parolin team obviously want to be right there at the sharp end when the musical chairs stop over the weekend. So Enzo Deligny comes through and he's going to be in a prime position, having taken 2 wins out of 2. He remains unbeaten so far at Franciacorta. Good start from Enzo Deligny. And I'm sure that the team at Parolin, including his mentor Lorenzo Travasanuto, is going to be ecstatic with the way he has started the race day here at Franciacorta. Christian Bratuka in 2nd place in front of Zachary David, David Walter and Teresa Babichkova. All covered by less than 2 seconds. So a really good start to proceedings for Enzo Deligny, the Parolin Motorsport driver, definitely in a good position and continuing to maintain his pace. Plenty of reasons to be excited and happy if you're in red and white and black this weekend. And Enzo Deligny definitely going strong to start the ball rolling for his championship campaign this weekend. He's not going to win the European Championship, he's not quite in contention for that, but certainly he wants to help Parolin and himself to get onto the top spot and really motivate the team to continue making the incredible progress that they continue to make. So the drivers all come in after a very competitive race, and it is Enzo Deligny that comes through to take his 2nd win of the weekend ahead of Christian Bratuka and Zachary David. Then David Walter ahead of the wildcard Teresa Babichkova, Rashid Al-Daheri and Oscar Pedersen from Matthias Morgato and Nacho Tunion, James Zagotzi, Rafael Modanese and Emili Coivisto. Keanu Al-Lazari is 13th position, so Keanu Al-Lazari in front of Oscar Wurtz. Yovan David is 15th ahead of Shimo Zhang. Simone Bianco in 17th place. Not really the weekend we expected from Pedro Hiltbrand, unable to get out of that lower end of the field. And then 19th position, it goes the way of Kevin Lantinga, ahead of Eric Genet, Miroslav Mikesh and Andreas Rimkovicius. Unfortunately, Nico Lemberg spun off on the first lap, and Gabriel Gomez will not race again this weekend, having damaged his hand in an accident yesterday. We wish you all the best in your recovery, Gabriel. Hope it's going well. And for another driver who is in recovery, who we hope is having a decent day, and I know we'll probably be watching along from his hospital room in Barcelona, is young Sasha Bondarev. Alexander Bondarev of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He's about to watch his rivals and competitors in junior racing. We know it's a tough time, but we wish you all the best in your recovery and hope that you're going to be back in the world of FIA karting very soon indeed. So our attention turns once again to the world of OK Junior. 8 laps of the course once more, 10.4 kilometres of race action. And the man on pole position is the man fighting for the title. The British driver for Sodikart, a team that is yet to win the European title in the OK classes. And this could be their moment this weekend. They need to keep pushing, need to keep driving. But Nathan Tighe is in a great position. I spoke to him after qualifying yesterday. Nathan, pole position, I mean, it sounds pretty straightforward, but this weekend, it's even more pressure on the team than ever before.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important weekend for not only myself but the team. Finding on the Europeans, especially how close it is, I think it's going to be a massive help qualifying pole in my group. But we'll see if we can manage to keep it overall. But overall, I don't think it's a bad result.
I mean, it's tough because you've always said coming into this one that from your point of view, Kavalkin is the championship leader because of dropped scores. So you're the hunter. Does that put you in a better position rather than the one who's being hunted?
I mean, yeah, of course he has a little bit of advantage after the drop, having a couple points on me. But it's that small, I think only one position can really make the difference. So I think this week is going to be very important, just making sure every position counts. I think it's going to make a massive difference at the end of the championship.
Sodikart has never won an FIA Karting title at this level in the European Championship. Is there a little bit of added pressure because of that?
I mean, yeah, of course, the team are putting, well, I won't say they put a lot of pressure on, but they're very excited to see if we can manage to get a good result at the end. See, I'm excited to work with the team and see if we can finish it off on P1.
Well, what can we say but good luck from pole position in group. That's the best way to start. Have a good one.
Thank you.
So Nathan Tighe coming into the weekend as the championship leader after the first 3 weekends, but on dropped scores, of course, it is actually his rival Anatoly Kavalkin that is in front, so it's very tight at the top end of the table. And Nathan Tighe had a difficult race to end the day yesterday after a top 5 finish in the first, where he ended up having an issue and ended up out of the race. But he is going to keep fighting. He is one of the toughest fighters in the world of FIA Karting, is Nathan Tighe. He's a very determined and motivated young man. The Sodikart team have his back all the way. There you go. He's been given a little bit of support by his new teammate, Andrea Dupé, who lines up 3rd position on the starting grid and actually really helped him in the first part of the race yesterday. And they were able to get through into the first 2 positions. So I have a feeling they'll be gunning for that once again. Nathan Tighe actually lines up on the front row of the grid alongside Gimonito, the very talented Portuguese racer. She did a great job in qualifying yesterday, and now she's going to be starting on the front row of the grid in every single race this weekend. That is amazing work from Gimonito. Very determined young racer. She will be on the 2nd position of the grid every time, which is a very tough position to be in, actually, on the front row on the outside line, because it's very easy to lose positions on that run into turn 1. But she's well placed to take as much advantage of the opportunities as possible. And it will be fascinating to see how she goes over the course of the weekend. Andrea Dupé, as I mentioned, 2nd row of the grid alongside another new face up at the sharp end, Niklas Schaufler, the BWT-backed DPK racing driver, right up there in 4th position. In 5th and 6th, another 2 new faces, both of them wild cards. Mattia Kolnagi for the Praga team, 5th position on the grid, and in 6th is Dino Stroescu. So on paper, this one could be a relatively straightforward race victory for Nathan Tighe, based on the fact that there's a lot of new faces around him in that top 6. So as long as he gets a decent start and is able to make good use of the opportunities, he may disappear. But there are some big names a little further back. Lewis Werrell, starting 7th on the grid for the Forza Racing team. He lines up on the 4th row alongside the Dutchman Renaud Frankert in the Birolart. And then the man starting in 9th position could easily challenge for the victory this time. The Paralin of Rene Lammers, racing in the Racing Team Nederland colours that were made so famous by his father in the world of the Le Mans 24 Hours. He is there on the 5th row of the starting grid alongside Sebastian Garzon. Enzo Deligny came through for an amazing victory in his 2nd race yesterday. Charged his way from 11th on the grid to the victory, and he starts 11th again this time, so could be fascinating to see what he does. He lines up alongside the Spanish talent Lucas Flucha for the Kart Republic factory team. Not the best of qualifying performances from him, but he is always a factor in the top 5 if he gets an opportunity, so expect him to be pushing his way back. Aaron Garcia, the Spanish driver, lines up on the 7th row of the grid alongside another of the wild cards. That is the Irishman Alex O'Grady for the Forza Racing team, who is there obviously in support of his FIA Karting Academy Trophy campaign representing Ireland, and he is now coming to the Forza Racing team mid-season to get a little bit more racecraft experience. Maxime Verbruge, the Frenchman, alongside the Peruvian Andres Cardenas on the 8th row of the grid, and then Sebastian Kaupeng lining up alongside Jens Trua. Here come the drivers out onto the circuit for qualifying heat B versus F. A lot of new faces at the front end of the field for this one, and a lot of established faces in the middle of the pack. So we could see quite a bit of overtaking in this heat. This one full of drama expected. Nathan Tighe and Mario Gimonito from Andrea Dupé and Nicola Schaufler. Mattia Colnaghi and Dino Storescu from Lewis Werrell and Renaud Francote and Rene Lammers and Sebastian Garzon. Enzo Tarvanitschkel and Lucas Flusha from Aaron Garcia and Alex O'Grady. Maxime Verbruge and Andres Cardenas from Sebastian Kalpeng and Jens Trua. Jules Caranta and Nico Lanalati. Len Nige and Isaac McNeil from Sandro Perez, Luis Leveau and Ariman Bansal of India in 25th position. So expect a lot of overtaking moves in this race because there's quite a few of the big names out of position. Nathan Tighe has pole position and could get a little bit of support from his teammate Andrea Dupé as they run through to the first couple of corners of the race. And Nathan Tighe is already on the back foot, having had a DNF yesterday. It's going to be quite difficult for him to make progress from here. So he needs 3 immaculate heats to get him back into a relatively good position for the start of the super final, for the super heat, I should say. And then the final tomorrow is obviously going to be where he has a chance to go for the European Championship title. It's not done yet. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, and she hasn't even warmed up her vocal cords yet. So a really good start to the weekend in the FIA Karting OK Junior class in the European Championship. Nathan Tighe from Maria Gimonito, the Portuguese lady who has come into the Tony Kart factory team, having won a scholarship from the FIA Girls on Track program that took place at the end of last season. And her scholarship giving her the chance to race for the Tony Kart factory team. And now she is second on the grid for every race this weekend. Proof that she was the worthy winner of that scholarship. So a fabulous opportunity for Nathan Tighe, and another one too for Maria Gimonito. Then Dupé, Schaufler, Colnaghi, Storescu, Werrell, Francote, Lammers, Garzon, Tarvanitschkel and Flusha. Are we racing? Yes, we are. It's a late call, but we are racing. Up to the first corner, no problems at all from the inside line, as Werrell is going to make a bid on the inside of Colnaghi, nice and early, and he does get through. Colnaghi fights back though, and past them both. A big lunge forward from one of the Paralins. Trying to come through, that is Rene Lammers, and Enzo Tarvanitschkel through as well. So Lammers is 4th, Tarvanitschkel is 5th. What a great start. So Werrell is through into 3rd, Lammers, Tarvanitschkel, and off the road. That is one of the CRGs, that's Nicolo Lanalati, the young man from Finland. So a great battle continues on its way as the drivers work their way through. A very tough race battle, 8 laps of the circuit to come. And it looks like we've had a collision. 2 carts off the road there. That is one of the CRGs. Sorry, one of the Sodis, I should say. Now, who is that that's come off? I think that's Luis Leveau. And he seems to have tangled there with Isaac McNeil, the Australian. So the 2 of them, I'm afraid, are out of the race. But what a shuffle of the deck it is so far. As drivers left, right and centre are having a very tough race of it. Tighe, Dupé, Werrell, Tarvanitschkel, Lammers, and then Storescu in front of Colnaghi, Garcia, Verbruge, Schaufler, Francote and Maria Gimonito down in 12th place. Great comeback from Jules Caranta so far. He's in 13th in front of Alex O'Grady and Sebastian Kalpeng. Although I think Lucas Flusha has now made the move on Kalpeng. There goes Tarvanitschkel, makes the bid on the inside. Having got past Lammers, he now gets the move on Lewis Werrell. So up to 3rd position comes Enzo Tarvanitschkel, who really is having an amazing weekend so far here in the final round of the European Championship. Trying his best now to close up on the 2 Sodis of Nathan Tighe and Andrea Dupé. 4th place for Werrell. Rene Lammers is next up. Here comes the move, does it? No, Lewis Werrell is going defensive, trying to hold his position in P4. So Lammers has to back out of it a little bit through turn 2. A very interesting challenge for the competitors so far as they race for position. It's a fascinating situation for the competitors as they continue to run forward. But it's Tighe, Dupé, Tarvanitschkel, Werrell, Lammers, Storescu, and then Garcia in front of Mattia Colnaghi. There's the move from Tarvanitschkel. Oh, Dupé nearly loses it. And that's enough for Werrell and Lammers and Storescu, all to make the bid to come through. Andrea Dupé, the back end, stepped out. And that just lost him a little bit of momentum. And that's how costly those mistakes are as he loses 4 places now. So Tarvanitschkel through into 2nd place and now giving chase to the championship leader, Nathan Tighe. 3rd is Werrell, 4th is Lammers, 5th is Storescu, and then 6th is Andrea Dupé. There goes Lammers, slices in on the inside, makes the bid on Lewis Werrell. So a good overtaking move there from the Dutchman. Rene Lammers makes the bid on Lewis Werrell. And the Racing Team Nederland colours on his Paralin going very well indeed. An exciting battle. Aaron Garcia comes through in front of Andrea Dupé. And then Mattia Cornaghi from Maxon Verbrugghe and Renault Francote. Schaeffler, Caranta, Nato, Flusha, O'Grady, Cardenas and Garzon. So a lot of good battles there. And there's a bit of a run wide from Cornaghi. Oh, he's got to be careful because Andrea Dupé giving him a lot of pressure. Verbrugghe and Francote are lining them up now as a result of that. It's going to be tough into the braking zone. 3 wide nearly at the hairpin as Francote now splits up the middle. Manages to get through around the outside. Maxon Verbrugghe. Oh, what a move from Verbrugghe. That was very tough to commit. As into the lead comes Enzo Deligny. Deligny makes his move on Nathan Tye and banzais through to come into the lead of the race now. 4 laps done, 4 to go, and Enzo Deligny of Thailand hits the front once more. So Enzo Deligny, who has Ferrari blood running through his veins, his dream is to race for them one day in the worlds of Formula 1 and Le Mans. He's certainly going about it the right way, really making good work of things as he charges his way forward. Nicolas Schaeffler, oh, look at his rear bumper. Nicolas Schaeffler, a loose rear bumper, and that's why he's been given the mechanical flag. Rene Lammers has now got the move here on Nathan Tye. So he gets through. 4th place for Lewis Wurtz. Dino Strescu is there in 5th place. Nathan Tye trying to hold Lewis Wurtz behind him. Trying to come back for the move on Rene Lammers, but he can't get by. So Nathan Tye doing his best, but he just can't find the move on Rene Lammers at the moment. And there is the opportunity from Lewis Wurtz behind him. So Lewis Wurtz trying to make his way back through. But Nathan Tye is pushing, giving it everything he's got, trying to get back into contention with the Dutchman in front. But Enzo Deligny is already long gone. And with 2.5 laps to go, it could well be an absolute rout for the young man from Thailand as he continues to make very solid progress here this weekend. So Deligny, Lammers, Tye, Wurtz and Strescu. Tye's having to go defensive to keep Wurtz and Strescu behind him. He could really do with the Romanian Dino Strescu making the bid on Lewis Wurtz nice and early here, because otherwise Wurtz is going to make his bid on Nathan Tye, and that's going to leave him vulnerable for the remaining 2 laps of the race. Wurtz tries, Tye holds it stern as possible. Got to try and keep that Sony cart as wide as a bus in the hope that he can make sure that Wurtz and Strescu cannot get past. Doesn't seem to have the raw 1-lap pace at the moment. He had it in qualifying. Unusual that it hasn't really come with him this time by. So now we've got to wait for this last lap and a half of racing, as Deligny has only got 0.6 of a second now on Rene Lammers. So still there's a bit of time for Lammers to gain. He might make a little bit of that before the end, but I think it's a lot to expect of the Dutchman to find 0.6 of a second in the remaining lap and a section. And here comes the move from Lewis Wurtz, but still again Nathan Tye holds him off. 5th for Strescu, 6th for Aaron Garcia. Great comeback from the Spanish drivers. Into the last lap we go. Last lap. So this is all going to be about just taking your time. You don't want to rush this. You want to make it very carefully done. And so up to the final couple of hairpins they come. Oh, this is getting very tight. Lewis Wurtz trying his best to make the move on Nathan Tye, but still Strescu and Garcia right in behind. Little bit of a wobble from Wurtz. That's enough of an invitation for Strescu, and past both of them. Aaron Garcia storms through, gets into 4th position, bides his time, picks his moment, full of patience, and makes it up into 4th place. Great work from Garcia. And Lammers is doing everything he can to catch up to Enzo Deligny, but it's not going to be enough. He is going to hold on for the victory here as Enzo Deligny takes the checkered flag. Great run again, 2nd win of the weekend for the young man from Thailand. Based nowadays, half in Spain, half in Italy. Absolutely loves it. And what a sensational performance from the superstar Asian, who is making big, big headlines here. Certainly looking like another Alex Albon. And an absolutely terrific young talent continuing to blossom and bloom in the FIA Karting European Championships. Lammers in 2nd place in front of Tye and Garcia, then Strescu and Lewis Wurtz. Excellent, excellent work. And that's a perfect start to the weekend. 2 wins out of 3 for Enzo Deligny. That really does put him into race-winning contention here this weekend. He's only accumulated 6 points from the 3 races so far. So 2 wins and a 6th place finish. Definitely very much in the hunt for the race win this weekend, and he would love to end his European Championship campaign on the top step of the podium. He's got every chance of doing so as well. So the provisional results then as the drivers come in. Another 10 places made up for Enzo Deligny from 11th to 1st. Rene Lammers in 2nd. Nathan Tide just hanging on for 3rd place in front of Aaron Garcia and Dino Strescu. Lewis Werrell in front of Maxon for Bruges. Then Lucas Fluscher ahead of Alex O'Grady and Renaud Francote in the top 10. Andres Cardenas ahead of Maria Gimonito from Sebastian Gardon and Sebastian Caupeng. Sandro Perez in 15th in front of Len Nijs, then Jules Caranta, and a very unfortunate race for Mattia Colnaghi, unfortunately down into 18th place in front of Jens Truer. Andrea Dupé had it even worse than that, down into 20th in the end from Nico Lanolati and Ariman Bansal. The one retirement from the race that we saw midway through the race was Niklas Schaufler, having had a mechanical problem, a technical flag with his loose rear bumper. And then Isaac McNeil and Luis Deveau were out of the race on the opening lap. So a tough race there and an interesting battle, but obviously now we're gearing ourselves up ready for the next one, and it is the OK Senior battle. And for the man in pole position, wins on home soil are particularly special. This circuit is down the road from his home, and Nicolo Cuman of the Forza Racing team really wants to come into this weekend to prove to the world what guys from this part of the world can do, and he wants to win on home soil. I caught up with him yesterday after his run in time qualifying. Nicolo, yet again we speak, and yet again it's a pole position in time qualifying at Franciacorta on your home circuit. This doesn't get much better.
Yeah, amazing feeling. I put everything I get, and I get again the P1, so yeah, I'm really happy, and I hope also in the qualifying is to be on top 3 every heat.
I was going to ask you about that because the last time we raced here, you had the pole position each time, but in the first 2 or 3 laps, the car just didn't quite seem to have the pace to heat up the tyres effectively. What have you guys been doing to combat that so that you can come straight in and be at the front throughout?
Yeah, we have a problem in the first 2 laps, but I hope we can get it and to be on top from the lap 1 to lap 12.
Now, obviously, there's a championship fight going on while this race weekend goes on, but from your point of view, you are here to represent your country and your local region, of course. This is pretty much on your doorstep, this race circuit. So how big an opportunity is this for you to get a win in FIA?
Yeah, I hope to win this race in my home, but I know the competition is very high, so it should be very difficult, but I try and I will give 100%.
That's the chief. Great stuff, Nicolo. Good job. So we come into OK qualifying heat B versus F, and it's going to be a really interesting one for Nicolo Cuman, who lines up in pole position on his home circuit, which he knows like the back of his hand. And he and the Forza Racing team have been strong here over the last couple of weeks. In qualifying, he was absolutely rapid on both occasions, but this time it looks as though they have cured a couple of the gremlins that crept in to the kart last time on the first couple of laps, where there was a little bit of an issue. Yesterday, Nicolo Cuman came into the race and was absolutely dominant in his final race of the day on Friday. So it looks as though they seem to have cured the difficulties over at Forza Racing, and Nicolo Cuman definitely seems to have the pace. But what a person to line up alongside him on the front row of the starting grid for this one. The reigning world champion, Tukka Tarpanen, is going to get his opportunity to go wheel to wheel for the race victory. And he's already taken 1 heat win over the course of this weekend, so Tukka Tarpanen definitely going to be a factor in this one again. Maxim Orlov will line up 3rd position for the Paralin factory team, and the last time they raced at Franciacorta in the CIK classes, he was able to come away with a podium finish, so excellent work from him, likely to happen again this weekend. One man who's on an upward form is the Birolart driver, Harley Keeble. Mighty in time qualifying. Good to see him fighting up at the sharp end. He could really use a good start, and from there on in, he has every opportunity to make good progress. Lucas Samalisto, the Finnish driver, on the 3rd row of the starting grid, trying to work his way forward after a very competitive few weeks behind the wheel. And he lines up alongside a man who's really going to struggle to return to the top step of the podium, Thomas Stolchamanis. In both of the weekends prior to this that have taken place in Franciacorta, once in February and once last month in June, he has been on the top step of the podium on both occasions, but yesterday he had a DNF and a penalty across his 2 races, so he's definitely on the back foot. But this is Thomas Stoltjemardis. He doesn't surrender. He doesn't quit. So he's going to be charging his way back into contention as soon as he possibly can. 4th row of the grid is the Brazilian Matheus Ferreira from the Alpine Academy. Had to miss the previous warm-up event, so he comes into this one with very little testing compared to the other drivers, and he has already come straight into the top 10 on the grid for every heat. So great to see the Brazilian hasn't lost any of his speed. He shares the 4th row of the grid with Gigi himself, Evan Gilter of the VDK Racing Team on the Kart Republic chassis, 8th position on the grid, and Evan Gilter having a very busy season as he does a dual campaign in the world of X30 racing as well as in OK. Then he has the 5th row of the starting grid is taken up by 2 great talents. Eliska Babachkova, the leading wild card on the grid for this race, 4:88 in the TEPZ Racing Tony Kart. It's amazing to see just how quickly all 3 sisters have been able to get onto the pace here, despite missing the previous events on this circuit. They've come straight in and been ultra competitive from the get-go. Eliska Babachkova lines up alongside Joe Turney, who of course comes into this weekend as the championship leader, but he's definitely on the back foot. As long as he remains in the top 10 through the course of the weekend, then he has a chance to continue fighting for the title. But every time Kiya Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell take heat points off him, that position becomes more and more tenuous. So he's got to be very careful. 11th on the starting grid on the inside of the 6th row is the British driver Freddie Slater, who is the former junior and world European champion. Having done a fantastic job for Ricky Flynn Motorsport as an OK Junior, he stepped up into the OK Senior category as the youngest man in the field. He's not even 14 yet. He turns 14 next month, of course, but he is there on the 6th row of the starting grid alongside his German teammate Maxim Rem. Both drivers, of course, using the new Lando Norris chassis, which is part of the OTK group. And the Lando Norris endorsement definitely really helps push the motivation and the excitement of these young drivers as they continue to make their progress up to the worlds of the top of motorsport. Arthur Rojon, the Frenchman, lining up on the inside of the 7th row of the grid. He is the teammate of Evan Gilter and the VDK Racing driver. He lines up alongside another of the wildcards, the Austrian talent Keanu Blum, who has come out of the German DKM Championship and comes straight in with DPK to be here in the number 498. So we'll have to watch out for him from the 7th row of the grid. Max Popov is next up in the list. He's obviously had to make a couple of changes over the course of this season, and he has moved across to the Koski Motorsport team. So he lines up on the 8th row of the grid, alongside the Forza Racing talent from Poland, Gustav Wisniewski, who is going to be there in the Expert chassis on the 8th row of the grid. Then comes the Swiss talent, Enea Frey, who is a wild card this weekend because he started the season with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team in OK Junior. He has now switched to the Beyond Racing team squad in the Kart Republic, so he's completely changed over, and he has shown good speed and good flair already over the course of his first couple of events as a senior. He lines up alongside the Ukrainian talent, Dmitry Muravchik, and he's going to be there in the Tony Kart for the Ward Racing team in the number 499, flying the flag for Ukraine here over the course of the weekend. Max Obst, the Polish driver, lines up on the 10th row of the grid, and Max Obst obviously for the Kart Republic in the DPK Racing team, running Fernando Alonso's traditional racing colours. He lines up alongside Ricky Liu, the Chinese driver in the Tony Kart operation. Good to see him continue to fight his corner for the factory squad. Then on the 11th row of the starting grid, you have the Australian Dante Vinci, who is a wild card this weekend. He started the season as a junior and has now moved up into the senior category mid-year. And then alongside him on the starting grid, it is the Danish talent, Marius Christiansen, who is going to be there in the number 158 on 22nd position of the starting grid. And then in 23rd and the final place on the grid is one of the real feel-good stories of the FIA Karting Championship, Sofia Kotala, the Finnish lady, who is the most senior of the drivers in the field, but she only started kart racing 6 years ago at the age of 40 and has already managed to work incredibly hard to get herself into the world of the FIA Karting Championship, only on average about 1.3 to 1.4 seconds away from the pace of the pro drivers, some of whom are 25 to 30 years her junior. So very impressive work from Sofia Kotala. You have to take these things into context, and she continues to make great progress every time she heads out onto the circuit. And, well, I certainly can't say that I could do as good a job as she's currently doing. So fair play to Sofia Kottala and the whole Ward Racing team. They are so proud of what she is doing and the amazing barriers that she is smashing through as she continues her rise through the world of karting. As far as she's concerned, this is the pinnacle of motorsport. It doesn't get more physically intense than this. And pound for pound, she's probably right. It is probably the most physical discipline of motorsport that someone in their 40s or even 50s, as we have the case of a few drivers coming up in a few weeks' time when we have the first ever Masters World Cup for the KZ category at Le Mans in France. We could have a few even more senior drivers than that taking part. It is probably the most physical discipline of motor racing that they can take part in. So fair credit and fair play to Sofia Kottala. So qualifying heat C versus F. B versus F is going to get underway. Nicolo Cuman and Tuka Tarpanen from Maxim Orlov and Harley Keeble. Lucas Samalisto and Thomas Stolchemanis. Then Matthias Ferreira and Evan Gilter. Eliska Babichkova, Joe Turney, Freddie Slater and Maxim Rem. Arthur Rojon and Keanu Blum from Max Popov and Gustav Wisniewski. Enea Frey and Dmitro Muravchicek. Then Max Obst, Rick Giliu, Dante Vinci, Marius Christiansen and the Finn Sofia Kottala. So this is going to be an interesting one. Nicolo Cuman obviously has the raw pace after qualifying, fastest driver out there, but Tuka Tarpanen was very quick yesterday, able to get a win under his belt. Thomas Stolchemanis was the favourite coming into this weekend, as on both occasions we've had CIK finals at Franciacorta. He was the winner of both events. So clearly the energy course combination of Thomas Stolchemanis and energy course very strong and very capable of running up at the front end of the field. But we're kind of hoping that it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge for him this time. He could still get to the top spot. He's obviously got a lot of hard work to do now. Well, I spoke to Mick Panigada this morning. I said, how is he feeling? He said, well, he's just going to have to do it the hard way, isn't he? Very good point. So they clearly feel plenty of faith and ability in Thomas Stolchemanis. You're not going to get him down on a good day. Really is working very hard indeed. So a fantastic battle as they continue to run in close proximity and a very tight formation. We're in for a really exciting run and a terrific battle. So it's going to be an amazing challenge for the drivers as they run through in sensational position. So Nicolo Cuman slowing up the field, hoping that he's going to have a great start from the outset. So are we going to see a strong challenge from the get-go here? Nicolo Cuman, Tuka Tarpanen, Maxim Orlov and Harley Keeble from Lucas Samalisto and Thomas Stolchemanis. Then Ferreira, Gilter, Babichkova and Joe Turney, who really needs a strong result to keep his championship lead intact. And we are racing at Franciacorta. Good start. And a perfect launch from Nicolo Cuman, who's got Maxim Orlov going with him. Tuka Tarpanen round the outside is going to sustain third position as the field works its way through. Looks like everybody's just about got away without too much drama as Maxim Orlov already defending from Tuka Tarpanen. The field works its way through further back. A couple of slides there. Looks like a little bit of a moment from Matthias Ferreira. He slid out wide and it's given the leading 5 drivers a massive break. So they have all managed to get charging through. Joe Turney dueling away there in the mix as he battles away with the TEPZ racing car of Eliska Babichkova, I should say, who is having a bit of a tricky start to the race. A couple of drivers running wide in the background, but certainly up front. Tuka Tarpanen has managed to get his way back into second place past Max Orlov, so it's game on up at the front. Cuman, Tarpanen, Orlov, Samalisto, Keeble and Gilter. Then there's a bit of a way back from Stolchemanis and Turney, and then we have Slater, Ferreira, Rem, Popov, Obst, Frey, Blum, Wisniewski and Babichkova ahead of Arthur Rojon and Dante Vinci. Everybody's still going, but obviously there's a few more tough races going on as they continue their charge up the order. A couple of drivers squabbling for positions. I think Marius Christiansen had an off on the opening lap, so he now finds himself down at the back of the field with a little bit of time to recover. But certainly Nicolo Cuman opening up a good run here in front of Tuka Tarpanen as they run on the back straight. And then Max Orlov and Lucas Samalisto running in third and fourth. Bit of a gap back to Harley Keeble, who has a little bit of space over Evan Gilter and Thomas Stolchemanis. Joe Turney in 8th place, and he's got a bit of a gap over Freddie Slater and his teammate Maxim Rem. So 2 laps done and 10 to go. Plenty of time for Tuka Tarpanen to close up on Nicolo Cuman, who would dearly love to win another race on home soil. Did so yesterday away from the cameras, but now that the broadcast has come out, he wants to do it for all of the fans watching back home. I have a feeling that there's going to be a fair few members of the Nicolo Cuman fan club in town tomorrow when they come and visit him out on the circuit. He is doing a terrific job at the moment. But Tuukka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion, definitely giving him pressure as they come up to the braking zone for the hairpin. Orlov, Samalisto, Keeble, Gilter, Stochimanis and Turney from Rem and Slater. Ferreira going well in 11th, then Obst, Popov, Blum and Arthur Rojon. So still the challenges continue on their way. Cuman under a lot of pressure, and that's a very slow-moving Tony car. That's Eliska Babachkova. Something's gone wrong for her. So I'm afraid her brilliant performance in qualifying yesterday, she is touring in to retire. So she's going to come into the pits, and I'm afraid that is game over in this particular heat for Eliska Babachkova. She retires. But certainly Tuukka Tarpanen in his Tony car is pushing the expert of Nicolo Cuman all the way. On lap 4, he's still not quite close enough. See, Cuman has the local knowledge of this circuit compared to some of the others around there. But Tuukka Tarpanen knows, of course, that he is, by very definition, the best in the world champion. Orlov, Samalisto and Harley Keeble running in the top 5. Still good pressure from those two. And a really intense battle. And Evan Schilter, 6th position in front of Thomas Stochimanis and Joe Turney. And Maxim Rem and Freddie Slater. Maxim Rem sets the fastest lap of the race at 47.8 for Maxim Rem. So it's definitely going to be an interesting and solid battle as the contenders continue. Cuman, Tarpanen, whoa, big slide from Orlov as he drifted slightly over the curb. The back end give him a bit of a tank slapper. He manages to control it, but that could easily have been a spin. And as we look at it, Tarpanen is keeping consistent pace to Nicolo Cuman, but he doesn't really seem to be able to stay with him at the moment. Cuman in the Forza Racing Expert just seems to have that little bit of a ragged edge, as Harley Keeble is now going to make his bid on the inside of Luca Samalisto. Textbook job done into turn 2 from Keeble as he gets up to 4th position. Very clinical, very disciplined, no need to break a sweat, and really putting on a good show as he continues his march forward. So Cuman, Tarpanen, Orlov, Keeble, Samalisto and Stochimanis, who sets the fastest lap of the race at 47.7 for him now. And the only attitude Thomas Stochimanis can afford to have now is go hard or go home from this point. After 2 difficult races yesterday, he's going to be absolutely nailing his colours to the mast and charging his way forward. So an interesting battle. Here comes Joe Turney trying to make his bid on the inside of Maxim Rem. With Maxim Rem having already got past him, Joe Turney. Isn't it fascinating how the championship contenders just do not seem to have raw pace? It's their opposition that always seem to have the better of it. Certainly here this weekend, Nathan Tye under serious pressure in the junior and Joe Turney under serious pressure in the senior. So we could see a very different pair of world champions by the end of this weekend, but there's still a long, long way to go. It's not done yet. Thomas Stochimanis, another new fastest lap, a 47.715. As the battles continue, and a big lunge up the inside from Stochimanis. That's the confidence of knowing that the kart is going to give him good traction out of the turn. So Stochimanis slam dunks the move on Luca Samalisto, and that puts him up into 5th position. So more good charges forward from Thomas Stochimanis. 7 laps completed, 5 to go. And so far so good for Nicolo Cuman, who is half a second now ahead of Tuukka Tarpanen. But watch for Thomas Stochimanis. He's not going to concede anything he doesn't have to. He finds himself in 5th now in front of this man, Luca Samalisto, who is falling steadily into the clutches of the French driver, Evan Schilter. This is the battle further back. This is Maxim Rem and Joe Turney. Freddie Slater is not far away from the British driver in the Tony car. But Nicolo Cuman sets a new fastest lap of 47.64 to maintain and actually extend his lead over Tuukka Tarpanen just a little bit more. Max Orlov looks like he could be under some pressure soon from Harley Keeble in the Birala. And now we look at Schilter versus Samalisto. Evan Schilter working very hard indeed, trying his best to fight for glory up at the top spot. So this could be a really strong and competitive run. But Nicolo Cuman from Tuukka Tarpanen, Max Orlov, Harley Keeble, Thomas Stochimanis and Luca Samalisto, with Evan Schilter in 7th place from Maxim Rem and Joe Turney, then Freddie Slater, Matthias Ferreira, Max Popov, Gustav Wisniewski and Ene Frey from Arthur Rojon in 15th position. So where is Evan Schilter going to get his run on the inside of Samalisto? He's certainly hunting down the overtake. Looks like it might not take him too long to reach it. Down the back straight, Keeble's still putting pressure on Orlov. And Gilter accordingly putting pressure on Samalisto. Out of the final turn, 3 laps remaining. As across the line, Nicolo Cuman still has that half a second on top of him, but Keeble really is sizing up the bid on Max Orlov in the parallel now. And he got past and pulled away from his combatant around him. Harley Keeble trying to get himself into 3rd position. So Stolchaman is down to P6, having originally been up as 4th. He's now down to 7th because Evan Gilter has got through. Didn't see where Gilter made the move, but he's certainly been able to effectively make the overtake. As Keeble again tries his best just to close up that little bit more on Max Orlov in the hope that this is going to come his way. But it's easier said than done is the problem. So he's definitely going to be in a tough situation all the way through to the finish line. But certainly for Nicolo Cuman out in front, he has extended this gap to Tuka Tarpanen to 7/10 of a second. It leaves the closest battle on track in the last 2 laps. This one, the one for 3rd place between Maxim Orlov in the Paralin and Harley Keeble in the Birolart. Up to the hairpin. And certainly so far so good for the Birolart youngster in 4th place. Harley Keeble hustling Maxim Orlov. So Orlov is doing his absolute utmost best to close himself a little bit further down. But so far it is really tricky for the 4th place driver Harley Keeble, trying to make his bid on the inside line. Looks left, looks right, still very tricky to make his overtaking move. He's got to time it right. Time it right and you're a legend. Time it wrong and you suddenly fall apart at the seams. Nicolo Cuman leads the way from Tuka Tarpanen, Max Orlov and Harley Keeble. The gap has opened up now to 1.2 seconds. I think Tarpanen has realised, you know what, I can save my tyres a little bit here and I can get another win later on in the weekend. I don't have to push too hard. I can get 2nd place this time. And Nicolo can have his moment in the sunshine. But there's still plenty of race weekend to come. Orlov 3rd, Keeble 4th. Keeble looking for his move. Might make it into the hairpin when he's got a little bit less time to panic about things. Or he may decide to just let it unfold, let it happen, and be in a solid position to the end. A really interesting challenge for the competitors as they continue to make the progress. But a really solid battle from Nicolo Cuman. He takes the checkered flag. Over 1.5 seconds in the end clear of Tuka Tarpanen from Max Orlov and Harley Keeble, who remain in 3rd and 4th. Stolchamanis in front of Gilter, Samalisto, Rem Slater and Joe Turney, 10th position. Not where he wanted to be at all. So very interesting racing all the way through as the competitors and the contenders continue to bring up some tough races. But Nicolo Cuman, very hungry indeed for a tough battle this weekend, and now he's only accumulated 2 points from the weekend. 2 wins and a 2nd place. Looks really good for Nicolo Cuman. The only driver this weekend that's done better than the Forza Racing driver at this point is Enzo Deligny of France. So an exceptional battle in the offing, as the drivers want to be there in as strong a position as possible. But now we're going to get to see the drivers as they come in once more. And certainly for Nicolo Cuman, the battle is going beautifully. He doesn't really need to change a thing in terms of his approach. Cuman takes the win from Tuka Tarpanen and Maxim Orlov from Harley Keeble and Thomas Stolchamanis. Evan Gilter is in P6 in front of Lucas Samalisto, and then the Ricky Flynn teammates Maxim Rem and Freddie Slater ahead of the Tony Kart superstar Joe Turney. Matthias Ferreira is in front of Gustav Wisniewski from Max Popov and Arthur Rojon. Enea Frey in 15th place from Dmitry Muravchik, Dante Vinci, and then in 18th place it is the Chinese ace Ricky Liu. 19th going the way of Keanu Blum ahead of Max Obst, and Sofia Kotala ahead of Marius Christiansen. Just one retirement from the race, and that was Eliska Babachkova. So an interesting race battle and a very tight run thing at the top end of the field. It's definitely been an exciting and competitive one. We've had 2 races of the day so far from OK Junior and OK Senior. Now we get another one as we speak to the man who got pole position from his time group yesterday and will be starting on the front row of the grid for every qualifying heat this weekend. That is the Ward Racing driver, Kirill Kutskov. Kirill, that was a pretty strong qualifying. It was a bit late because everybody was out on the circuit very, very late indeed, but you managed to make the use of it. What was it like out there on track?
The weekend was unsuccessful for me on the tires, but I didn't lose the hurt and try all the things what I could to do.
So obviously it looks like it's going to be really difficult out there in terms of racecraft. Last time the drivers came here was very challenging, but you started your season in a victorious fashion. You want to come here to the FIA Karting and get a win. So how confident are you that yourself and the Ward Racing team can give you a kart over the course of the qualifying heats that can get you into a strong position?
The tires were very hot, and it's really difficult to save that this power of the tires for one lap, because it's so hot and now asphalt is very hot. But if you full concentrate your race, I think you can save it.
Okay, well, it's good to catch up with you, Kirill. Hopefully we're going to see you at the front all the way through the weekend, so good luck.
Thank you.
Crazy hot after qualifying yesterday. Kirill Kutskov really feeling the heat after his fabulous challenge to get him to the top spot in time qualifying yesterday. But he's had a very strong season, and the Ward Racing driver certainly looking to bow out of the European Championship on a high note as he runs in pole position for this one. He lines up alongside Alfie Slater, the British driver who did a terrific job yesterday, not only in time qualifying, but in his opening qualifying heat as well. Really gave a spectacular performance in both of his races. So Alfie Slater is a real contender for his first FIA Karting podium, following very much in the footsteps of his older brother Freddie. Dmitry Matveev lining up in third position with the world's best karting hat. There is no two ways about that. And I think that is quickly becoming the most desirable bucket hat in karting. Dmitry Matveev matches the seat and overalls as well as the helmet. So very cool indeed for Dmitry Matveev. But he's been very strong over the course of the season as well for the Koski Motorsport team, and a very popular figure within the karting paddock. Zach Drummond lining up alongside on the second row of the starting grid in the Paralin Motorsport team, as he runs there from fourth position on the grid. The Scottish driver trying to work his way forward into a good position. Kirill Kutskov for the Birolart factory team. He lines up fifth position on the grid for this one. And it'll be interesting to see what he can do from there. He lines up alongside the Hungarian talent, Adam Hideg. So it really would be a sensational start to proceedings. But we are looking to be in a very strong situation for all of the contenders in this junior field, alongside Kirill Kutskov and Adam Hideg, or just behind, I should say, Adam Hideg and Kirill Kutskov. On the fourth row of the grid, we have the leading wildcard in this particular heat, and that is the Belgian sensation, Thibaut Ramakers, who has been incredibly quick getting himself up to speed. And so it's been very nice to see how his progress has been evolving. And alongside the Belgian, we have the Hungarian Martin Molnar, who has been incredibly strong in the Energy Core chassis through the course of the season. And certainly here this weekend, it is coming to a real crescendo for him. The Polish driver, Maciej Gladys, is lining up on the fifth row of the starting grid. Mighty around this particular circuit. He started the year in the off-season in the Winter Series with a fabulous performance in victory in the first meeting of the CIK classes on the international playing field. So he knows how to win around this place, and Maciej Gladys with a great opportunity to do so if he just keeps pounding in those points. Then it is Jensen Burnett who lines up alongside him. Great performance so far from the Canadian, who has been very quick through the course of his maiden campaign in 2022 in the world of FIA karting. And great to see Jensen Burnett representing the nation of Canada on the world stage. Andy Consani, the Frenchman for the Sony Kart factory team, he lines up currently in sixth row of the starting grid. That's P11 for him, alongside the Italian driver Emanuele Olivieri in the Formula K chassis, who has again been making steady progress through this second half of the season. Then is the youngest man in the field in OK Junior, and that is Kian Fardin, the Swiss driver for the Energy Course team. He's only just halfway through his 11th year. He will turn 12 on the approach to Christmas. And then Taim Saleh, the German talent, who has had not the best of qualifying performances compared to last time the drivers raced here on this circuit, but certainly around this place he has good confidence and good speed. So we can expect Taim Saleh to put on a bit of a showcase again. And then we have Chi Newman, the Chinese driver, who has moved on to the Beyond Racing team colours. And he is there in the Kart Republic chassis alongside the Italian driver Giacomo Pedrini for the Tony Kart factory team. He's there on the 16th position of the starting grid. Then on row 9, it is a pair of wildcards. Jakub Kamenik, the Czech driver in the Expert chassis, alongside Markus Kunas, the Lithuanian, who was on the 9th row of the grid beside. Thomas Strauven, very difficult qualifying for him yesterday. The Belgian talent for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, way down 19th on the starting grid. It's going to be a tough race weekend for him, that's for sure. Alongside on the grid is Griffin Peebles, the Italian. I say Italian, he races under an Italian license, but he has part Australian derivation, I do believe, Griffin Peebles. So he is there in the Tony kart for the Koski Motorsport team. Then another of the wildcards, Gimonito, comes in on the 11th row alongside the Chilean star Augustin Sepulveda, and then Zoe Florescu of Romania, Francisco Macedo of Portugal, and Marcus Sater of Norway complete the grid. So the drivers are being pushed out for OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E. Time to go racing once more as the drivers are prepared for an exciting tussle right from the outset. It's not particularly clear who is going to have the best of it as the drivers march forward. Here we go. Kirill Kutskov and Alfie Slater from Dmitry Matveev and Zach Drummond. Kirill Kutskov and Adam Hideg from Tibor Ramakers and Martin Molnar. Maciej Gladish and Jensen Burnett. Andy Consani and Emanuele Olivieri from Kian Fardin and Tame Saleh. Chi Newman and Giacomo Pedrini from Jacob Kamenik and Markus Silkunas. Thomas Strauven and Griffin Peebles. Gimonito and Augustin Sepulveda from Zoe Florescu, Francisco Macedo, and at the back it is Marcus Sater of Norway. So an interesting challenge there. You've got a pair of incredible talents on the front row of the grid. Kirill Kutskov of the Ward Racing squad lining up beside Alfie Slater of Great Britain. And then Dmitry Matveev and Zach Drummond on that second row of the grid. So many good talents at this latter stage of the FIA Karting European Championship season. Really starting to make progress. And it's always really satisfying and really nice to see drivers elevate themselves into a good position as the season continues to develop. Now, Dmitry Matveev, third position on the grid. Definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. That inside line is going to have a much stronger advantage heading through the first corner because they are unlikely to get squeezed through a right-hander when the pole position is on the right side of the grid. So obviously they have to make very good use of the opportunities heading into turn one. But it's not done yet. There's a lot of interesting battles to come. And so far so good for Kirill Kutskov and Alfie Slater. They've obviously been making as many opportunities come to them through the course of yesterday as possible. But now here we are with a very tough race in prospect as the drivers are getting ready for another exciting challenge out there on the course. Kirill Kutskov and Alfie Slater looking for the mix. Now, the race after this one in both OK Junior and OK is the 3 races each point of proceedings. Once we get to that race, everyone will have just 2 races remaining. So let's see how it all plays out. Here we go. Good start from Kutskov. Matveev goes with him. What about Alfie Slater? He goes the long way round. Is there going to be enough traction, enough grip? Well, he's working himself into the top 5 there. So I don't think Alfie Slater has lost a massive amount of time. He finds himself in 4th position, I think that is. So an excellent start from Alfie Slater, exacerbating some of the damage. But then you've got the 3 up front. Kutskov, Matveev, Kutskov. And there's an off. There's an off. It's one of the wildcards that's gone off there. That's Marcus Silkunas, and I think he's had an issue with Giacomo Pedrini in the other Tony kart. There is Pedrini, desperately trying to restart the kart, but the 2 of them spat off on the opening lap. Pedrini's trying to get going again. I think he's managed to, actually. But look at this battle going into the hairpin as Maciej Gladish goes with the very talented Tibor Ramakers through on the inside line at the treble 2 of Andy Consani. So Kutskov, Kutskov, Matveev, Drummond, Ramakers and Gladish from Consani, and Alfie Slater, who has fallen away down into 8th position. Not quite sure what happened there, but Chi Newman finds himself in 9th. Hideg is 10th. Then Kian Fardin in front of Martin Molnar. Very tough race battles at the moment out there on the course. And still, we have a lot to do in this race. 7 laps remaining, including this one. So Kirill Kutskov runs in front of Dmitry Matveev. Kirill Kutskov, although Zach Drummond is putting a lot of pressure now on Matveev to try and get through into 3rd position, as he feels he's got every reason to. Kutskov going with Kutskov. So Kutskov really wants to battle for the race win here. And up the inside, that's a nice move from Adam Hideg as he takes on Chi Newman. They battle away for supremacy, and now we've got Kirill Kutskov swarming around all over the back. Zach Drummond has managed to get into 3rd position past Dmitry Matveev. Ramek is still in front of Maciej Gladish. But if Kutskov and Kutskov are defending, and it looked like Drummond was a little bit too there to keep Matveev behind him, we could have all sorts of squabbles before this race is out. A lot of drivers clearly wanting the best opportunity they can afford themselves in terms of risk. But it's certainly pretty tight out there. Ditiev in front of Kirill Kutskov on lap 3 out of 8. Hoping for another exciting challenge forward. But Ditiev really is giving it the beans here from Kutskov, Drummond, Matveev, Ramakas, Gladish and Alfie Slater in front of Adam Hideg, Adi Konsani and Chi Newman. Then Martin Molnar from Fardin, Soleil, Peebles. Then it is highly rated Jacob Kamenik from Thomas Straven, Marcus Sater, Augustin Sapovida and Kimi Tardy from Francisco Macedo and Zoe Florescu. So some good battles out there over the course of racing. A very tough race challenge. So they continue to put on a good display. But there is still more time and more opportunities to come. So now the drivers having a really solid race battle behind Zach Drummond as Matveev is going to lose out to Timon Ramakas. Ramakas has nothing to lose, so he goes for it. And Adam Hideg makes the bid on the inside of Alfie Slater to protect his position for the moment. Now Maciek Gladish is looking for it as up the inside. There goes Matveev back on the inside. Gladish tried to slide in there with Ramakas as well. Had to bail out of the overtake. Has got Sani, Hideg and Slater having a great duel between them. But now Matveev is protecting once again from Thibaut Ramakas. The Belgian star in the Cetelar Racing colours trying to make his overtaking move come together to fruition. So Ramakas looking for another exciting battle. They go wheel to wheel. And Ramakas is going to have to concede there to Matveev. I thought he was going to chop back across for the inside apex for the next corner, but he couldn't quite get the kart slowed down in sufficient time to make use of it. So a very interesting battle for the contenders as they continue to make a good race of it. But the leaders are together. Ditiev. And up the inside, that is going to be Ramakas and Gladish, both getting past. And also too goes Adi Konsani. So Konsani splits Ramakas and Gladish. They all get past Dmitry Matveev. And that puts the Koski Motorsport driver down in 7th place. There's the move from Konsani and Gladish. They both get through on Timon Ramakas. And now Matveev is going to try. Oh, Slater comes together with Matveev. So Slater and Matveev come together, I'm afraid. And it looks to me as though they're both out of it. Oh, Alfie Slater and Dmitry Matveev. And I have a feeling that that is any title aspirations Dmitry Matveev might have had coming into this weekend. Well and truly dashed. Wow, very disappointing end to the proceedings there for Alfie Slater and Dmitry Matveev in this one. But the race goes on as Maciej Gladish slides in on Adi Konsani. Ruthless overtake from Gladish. Absolutely stupendous. That was very forceful, but a really exciting battle. So a really exciting run. And now that puts Maciej Gladish into 4th place behind the 3 leaders, Ditiev, Kutskov and Drummond. But now side by side, Konsani going to get back alongside Gladish. He now has to chop across as Ramakas gets through. Konsani will come back at him. And that has given Maciej Gladish the breathing space in P4. So a really exciting battle. So a really interesting challenge. But it is going to be a really exciting competition for the contenders. Ditiev, Kutskov, Drummond, Gladish, Konsani and Ramakas. And then it is Tame Soleil trying to work his way further forward. We're on the last lap and Kirill Ditiev has held off the pressure all the way through from Kirill Kutskov. Really has been a very smooth performance from both drivers. So it's all looking very, very strong as they continue to run in position. But we are going to have a really exciting competition for the drivers. So we're going to have a really exciting run for it all the way to the death here. But Kirill Ditiev hanging on from Kirill Kutskov. Zach Drummond in 3rd from Gladish, Konsani and Ramakas. And it's all the way to the death. So we're going to see how it all continues to play out. But certainly for Kirill Ditiev, that's a win he really valued. Checkered flag. Ditiev in front of Kutskov and Drummond, and Maciej Gladish running a solid races there. So a really interesting battle from Zach Drummond to put himself 3rd position behind Kirill Ditiev and Kirill Kutskov. 2 drivers working their magic. and putting on an excellent show. So a really interesting battle. Kirill Kutskov and Kirill Kutskov from Zach Drummond and Matcha Gladish, with Andy Konsani and Tibor Ramakers, then Tame Saleh, Martin Molnar, and the youngest man in the field, Kian Fardin, in the top 10 from Marcus Sater, who came up from the back of the grid to push his way forward. That's a really impressive run from Marcus Sater. That's 15 places made up from the Norwegian. You're not going to get many drivers in the field that will make up that many places in 8 laps over the course of the day. So very impressive work from the Norwegian, and really good to see him put on a bit of a showcase here at Franciacorta. So after the 5th race of the day and the second of the third race rotation, Kirill Kutskov takes the win from Kirill Kutskov and Zach Drummond. Matcha Gladish ahead of Andy Konsani and Tibor Ramakers, then Tame Saleh and Martin Molnar, Kian Fardin and Marcus Sater. 15 places made up. Another 9 made up by Griffin Peebles in 11th in front of Adam Hideg. Chi Newman made up 2. Augustin Sepulveda made up 8. Emanuele Olivieri from Thomas Strauven, Francisco Macedo and Jacob Kamanik, who finishes up in front of his fellow wildcard Kimi Tani, with Jensen Burnett struggling through to 20th in the end in front of Zoe Florescu and Giacomo Padrini down at the back. Big retirements though. Dimitri Matveev and Alfie Slater coming together on lap 6 of the race. So a really big problem for them. Marcus Silkunas out on the opening lap. So you really can feel the drivers feeling the pressure, and a really exciting tussle and a good battle to come from the drivers as they continue. So for the first time today, but not the first time this weekend, it's going to be Kian Nakamura-Berta and David Walter to take up their places on the front row of the starting grid. And Kian Nakamura-Berta definitely challenging for the championship to try and eat into the points advantage of Joe Turney and potentially clinch the European Championship. That's his objective, that's his goal. And I caught up with him yesterday after his pole position run to figure out how he's feeling ahead of the biggest race of his career so far. Kian Nakamura-Berta, yet again, we see you up at the sharp end of a qualifying session. I wonder if there was just a little bit more that could have been found, a 47.0. Are you satisfied with that, or was there a little bit more you think could have been found?
Definitely. I could have done a little bit better. I only did that fastest lap, I think, on the 2nd or 3rd lap. Last lap I kind of messed up, but track went a lot slower there. I think too much grip on the track, meaning our carts and tires were a little bit sliding quite a lot. So definitely track went slower as more rubber was placed down, so that'll definitely influence how the races go in the heats.
See, I knew you'd be frustrated after qualifying. It's so close between the 3 groups, but qualifying heats a couple of weeks ago when the CIK classes raced here last, you were up the front for pretty much the majority of the weekend, only 1 DNF, and that was one of those issues that probably won't appear again.
Yeah, I'm definitely confident, because of last week and how it went, so I'm looking forward to how the races go. I think this week I'll be starting on the outside twice, because I'm Group C, so we'll see how that goes, just minimal damage, try and be there for the final.
I don't want to tempt fate, but obviously your championship rival Joe Turney is 9 places behind you in this qualifying group alone, so he's going to be working hard. You might not have to.
Yeah, so far it's been going quite good, according to plan, let's say. Just need to make sure I can get maximum points this weekend. Need to do a faultless weekend to maybe clinch a title. It's going to be definitely going to be really hard. Going to need to put in a lot of work, but still doable.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you, the Alpine Academy and Kart Republic. Have a good one.
Thank you.
So a fantastic run so far from Kian Nakamura-Berta. He has put himself there on the front row of the starting grid for every heat so far this weekend. David Walter is going to be alongside him, and having already taken a race win of his own this weekend, it's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out for them. That front row of the grid is going to be full of excitement as they charge through to the first corner. On 3rd position on the grid, it is the Tony Kart factory driver Luigi Coluccio, who is having a very busy season in motorsport in 2022, dovetailing his karting commitments with the Tony Kart factory team alongside his run in Italian sports car racing. And he's having a very interesting weekend so far this time, running a very smooth battle with the Tony Kart team. Speaking of Tony Kart, there's one in 4th position on the grid, but it's the Ward Racing driver Oscar Pedersen of Sweden. that has found himself on the second row of the starting grid. He's having a really good year, actually, is Oscar Pedersen. Good to see how much progress he has made so quickly. And he and Caspian Hagman really are continuing on the fantastic showcase of Ward Racing's past achievements. Very much continuing on in the footsteps of Dino Beganovic as another talented Sweden who has come through the ranks of the Ward Racing team and has marched on to greatness. Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver, will be alone on the third row of the starting grid. The Birolart factory driver making steady progress. One of the several drivers in this field that is doing a dual campaign in FIA Karting. Not only is he racing in the OK Senior category, but he's also racing in KZ2 in the Birolart team. So having an amazing year and really putting on a great display. Alongside him on the grid should be Gabriel Gomez in the CRG, but unfortunately his accident yesterday means that his damaged hand is not usable for the remainder of the race. Then comes the man with an identity crisis, by the look of things, because Ian Eichmans is currently racing in the Eichmans Grand Prix racing team that he always races in, but that's definitely a Ward Racing shirt that he's racing in there, so he's clearly making friends everywhere he goes. But no, he's a fabulous character, is Ian Eichmans, and great to see him put on a great display over the course of the race weekend so far. He had a DNF in race 1 and fought back beautifully to second place in the second, so really good to see Ian Eichmans continue to make progress. Then alongside him on the grid is the Brazilian Matheus Morgado, whose season really has come alive in the second half of the year and did a fantastic job in the precursor to the European Championship at Kristianstad when he took a victory in the race that came 2 weeks before the FIA event. So he's definitely been able to showcase some great speed and some amazing skill. And it's really starting to come alive to him. This is his best year so far in terms of the results he's been able to get through in the OK Senior category. And great to see that he's still got so much determination. Then on the fifth row of the grid, it is Akshay Bora, who's looking faster than he has looked all season in the FIA Karting Championship. Really good to see the Energy Course driver making massive headway. The man who is of dual nationality. Well, actually, it's more than dual. How many do you need? I mean, he's got heritage in America, in India, in Singapore. He races with a British license. So he is Mr. Multicultural, as the fabulous song goes. But Akshay Bora lining up in 9th position on the starting grid alongside the Spanish driver Nacho Tunion. So an absolutely fabulous performance from Nacho Tunion as he continues to make his climb forward. So a really solid effort from the drivers so far. And there is the 227 being returned to the circuit. But a really interesting situation. So behind Mr. Multicultural, as the rock singer Amy MacDonald probably would have coined him, is Douwe de Decker, the man lining up 11th position on the starting grid. The wild card for this weekend. Hang on a minute, why is he a wild card, you say? He's been in FIA Karting for quite a while now. Well, yes, he has, but not in the OK Senior category, he hasn't. He steps up midway through the season with his trusted Kart Republic Motorsport team and the BWT familiar colours. And he is there 11th on the grid as a senior for the first time. Mid-season, always difficult to make the switch halfway through the year. Rashid Al-Daheri has been going very well. 6th row of the starting grid for him, P12 on the grid. And he'll be wanting to make good opportunities come his way again. Having started the weekend in fine style, he's just continuing to make good progress out there. His teammate is just behind him on the grid, Joel Bergström, who lines up on the inside of the 7th row, the Swedish talent, who has had a very tough summer, actually. He's been working very hard, raced in both of the campaigns at Kristianstad in Sweden last time out, but he had to miss the last round in the build-up to this one, the CIK team's last race here in Franciacorta a couple of weeks ago. Joel Bergström was unable to attend that because he had to focus on his education and his studies. So amazing that he's then be able to come back with no preparation and be up at the sharper end of the field and put on some good performances. So very indicative of the kind of raw talent that you get from Joel Bergström. He's alongside the young man from Miami, James Igotzi, who is there in 14th position on the starting grid. Was very quick as an OK junior, and in his first year as an OK senior he's proved to be just as fast, so he is making good progress. Olin Galli on the 8th row of the starting grid, the Brazilian talent for CRG. He finds himself there on the inside of row 8 of the grid, and then it is the Finn Emili Koivisto who lines up in 16th position on the starting grid for Koski Motorsport, and it's been a fabulous charge from him as he continues to make good progress. The 1 minute board goes up there at the start of the grid. Bruno Mulders, the Dutchman, lines up on the 9th row of the starting grid for Kart Republic, alongside living legend Pedro Hiltbrand, who really has struggled in his return to the OK category. And then we have Menehert Kroja, the Hungarian, for the Kart Republic. Menehert Kroja having now moved to the Ward Racing team, I should point out. He now goes up alongside the Paralin driver, Eric Genet, who is the son of the touring car star Jordi Genet and the nephew of the Formula 1 and Le Mans superstar Marc Genet. So the drivers are gearing themselves up, ready to head out onto the circuit here at Franciacorta. And we are ready for another sensational battle. Luigi Coluccio, one of the few drivers in the field who elects to push start his own kart. It's a useful skill to have in case anything does go wrong out there on the course. If you know that you can push start your own kart, then you're in a decent, solid position off the start. But quite a few of the drivers, especially in the heat at Franciacorta, prefer to have their mechanic push them so they can focus purely on the race. So qualifying heat C versus E. Drivers gearing themselves up, ready to go. And it's Kiya Nakamura alongside David Walter on the front row of the grid. Luigi Coluccio beside Oscar Pedersen. Karol Pazovic is alone on row 3. Get well soon, Gabriel. Ian Eichmans and Matthias Morgato from Max Shibora and Nacho Tunion. Then Douwe de Decker and Rashid Al-Daheri. And then we have Joel Bergstrom and James Zagotzi. Olin Galli and Emilio Koivisto from Bruno Mulders and Pedro Hiltbrand. Menehert Kroja, Eric Genet, Jokubas Bogdanovicius, Adrius Rimkevicius, and then Max Hebicht and Yovan David charging through from the back as always. So it'll be fascinating to see how this race plays out, but for Kiya Nakamura certainly going strong. It looks as though there are 2 drivers that have not come out onto the circuit. One of them, of course, is Gabriel Gomez. We knew that was going to be a possibility because obviously he damaged his hand, and now we have been told that he will not take any further part in the race weekend. But the other driver that has not come out onto the formation lap is the Austrian talent Max Hebicht for the DBK Racing team. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that is. Maybe they had a problem getting the kart started, or maybe they didn't get into the holding area in time, or there's been an issue from a previous race. I can't actually give you the information on that one. I don't know what the answer is to that one, so we'll try and come up with the answer to that one a little later. But certainly here at Franciacorta, it is a very exciting challenge. So now the drivers warming up the tyres and brakes, weaving from side to side, trying to get the heat into them, hoping for a decent start and a really strong spectacle. It's going to be another fantastic one. So fascinating run as the drivers now get into position. Kiya Nakamura hoping to hold on to the lead from David Walter. They're going to form up quite late here. This might be timed well. It is, no, it's a false start. I did think there was a slight delay in the drivers getting to their grid positions, and Nigel Edwards decided discretion, the better part of valor. The race director throwing a false start into the mix, and they will go round again. Probably the best decision, I would have thought. When you've got that kind of situation, it kind of tells quite a lot about the bid from the drivers. They obviously weren't quite in position, and it was a bit of a late call for Kiya Nakamura, but then the youngster from Japan, who is part Slovakian in his heritage as well, and races under a British license. He was raised in Great Britain. He will never have been under more pressure than he has been now, as he won the World Championship last year as a junior, but now he's a senior. And you can see, look, the field is being held quite early there by the official, who's trying to slow the pace of the grid down. This is looking much, much better, much more controlled, much earlier around the course. So I think we should be all right for a start this time, but we'll just wait for Kiya Nakamura and David Walter to lead the 2 tram lines out of the final turn. Are we going to go racing at Franciacorta? Oh, yes! Good start from the inside line, a terrible start from the outside line, and a very oh, no, the lights went out and then they came back on again. So it's been called as a false start. It's been declared late as a false start. So we are under yellow flag proceedings again. So the race is going to be restarted by the look of it. Yep, hands are in the air. So they are going to be regridded. So that's unfortunate, but I think the lights came on and then they accidentally went out, but it was a false start. So the drivers will go round again. So the competitors gearing themselves up ready for the start. The red lights are on the starting gantry again. So I think because there was such an uneven end to the grid from second downwards, It wasn't a particularly fair start for the even side of the grid rather than from the odd side of the grid, so it was called again to restart. Good call. And now the drivers from the likes of Walter, Pedersen, Morgato, Tugnon, Aldeheri and Egozzi will have a better chance off the start. So they're coming through this time by... Now we're racing! That's more like it! Nakamura Berta getting a very strong start. And he's there in front of the fast starting Coluccio. Big slide from Morgato, just a little bit too much speed carried into turn 2, and he gets drifted wide. So it's Coluccio and Pazovic that are chasing after Nakamura Berta. The whole field compresses together in the hairpin, but they've all made it through. 4th place for the Belgian Ian Eichmans, making a solid start in the hope that he can continue to make good progress, but it's not easy. And so that is Karol Pazovic, sorry, the pole. I was going to say Bertuka, but he was in the previous race heat for the seniors. So some good battles everywhere you look. And now a move up the inside, that's Akshay Bora getting his move into 5th position as he overtakes the Koski Motorsport machine of David Walter briefly, but Walter gets him straight back again on the undercut. Pedersen, Tugnon, and then Bergström ahead of Morgato in 10th, then De Decker, Alizardi, Egozzi and Heltbrand, who's made a much better start this time. So as the drivers continue to put on a good show and a good spectacle, Coluccio holds 2nd place. Nakamura Berta being given license to run away and hide here, as he has a very decent opportunity now to pull clear. Pazovic tried to get the move on Coluccio. Coluccio would not let it happen. And so now he's having a really tough race of it, trying to stay in 2nd place, Coluccio. But as he continues to defend, Nakamura Berta has lost a bit of ground there, as in then comes Ian Eichmans. I thought that Nakamura Berta was going to have a bigger lead than that coming off the turns, but I think there might have been a slight mistake from Nakamura Berta, and the gap comes down again to 0.2 of a second. So Coluccio runs in front of Ian Eichmans. There's still a bit of a lead now from Nakamura Berta in the Kart Republic, but there's definitely going to be some interesting challenges to come from him, as Kian Nakamura Berta runs in the lead of the race here from Coluccio, Eichmans, Pazovic, Walter, Bora and Tugnon. And now can Ian Eichmans make the challenge and close up on Luigi Coluccio? He had to come from quite a long way back if he was going to make that overtake. Wasn't quite worth the risk and the timing. Wouldn't have quite come to him there, I don't think. Nakamura Berta making a lot of adjustments to the engine as he goes down the straight, as on the inside Ian Eichmans makes the move for 2nd position. That's the 2nd lap in a row that Nakamura Berta has had to put a hand down to his right and make some kind of motion to his engine. I'm not sure exactly what it is he's trying to do there, as side by side Tugnon and Bora is an absolute brick wall. Oh, and Tugnon clatters into the side of David Walter. They bang wheels and somehow they get away with it. Very close racing there. It's about as close as it gets without 2 or 3 drivers spinning off the track, to be honest. So Nakamura Berta, Eichmans is now in a 2nd. Didn't see where that happened, but Eichmans has managed to get through past Luigi Coluccio. So that puts the Belgian into P2. Can he close up on Nakamura Berta? If Nakamura Berta is having intermittent engine trouble, then there's no reason why he couldn't. But obviously Ian Eichmans needs to make good work of things from his current position. He doesn't want to push it too hard. Here's Bora and Tugnon. Then Walter, Pedersen, Morgato and De Decker. Here comes the move from Pedersen. He's going to get Morgato and De Decker to go in with him. David Walter shunted down to 10th position in the queue. So a real disappointment for the Dane, but he can come back from that. He's still got plenty of time. We've completed 4 laps. We've got 8 to go in this heat. So still more drama and more excitement as Kian Nakamura Berta leads the way. 48.122 for him. But certainly for Luigi Coluccio in front of Karol Pazovic, he's just got to keep this momentum going. He doesn't want to lose too much more time. Pazovic is in the position where he's got absolutely nothing to lose. He can throw it up the inside and basically intimidate Luigi Coluccio into giving up the corner, as Ian Eichmans slowly ekes out a gap over Luigi Coluccio. Just a little bit of pace here and there in the hope that he can make good use of the opportunities afforded him. So Coluccio, Pazovic slides in to the left-hander, gets back on the power nice and early. Akshay Bora gets the fastest lap of the race in the energy course, so going very well indeed for Akshay Bora. He's really having a fantastic weekend by all accounts, the Energy Course driver, so good to see him there in the top 5, shaking off the attentions of Nicolo Cuman. But out in front, it is still Kirill Kutskov. Whatever issues might have been there on the first couple of laps certainly appear to be ancient history now, as drivers are battling for position. That's Igotzi going through on the inside line there of the Birolata of Pedro Hiltbrand. That's going to be a feather in the cap for Igotzi. I just passed a world champion. That felt good. It looks like he might not be the only one to get there, because Emilio Coivisto is going to dive in on the inside, and he gets the overtaking move as well. Pedro Hiltbrand clearly focusing on the KZ World Championship, which is taking place at Le Mans. And Cremona obviously not quite working out in his favour, so he's clearly doing some legwork for Birolata to give them a little bit more data over the course of the weekend. But in terms of a racing driver's position, this is not really where Pedro Hiltbrand wanted to be at all. So 6 laps to go, and Nakamura runs out in front of Ian Eichmans, Luigi Coluccio and Karol Pazovic from Bora, Tugnon, Morgato, De Decker, Pedersen, Walter, Bergstrom and Aldeheri. 5 laps to go, and so far so good for Kirill Kutskov, just keeping himself nice and tidy, not really running too many risks at the moment. He's giving himself plenty of opportunities to make hay while the sun shines, and really looking quite solid and smooth out there on the course, as there's still plenty of opportunities left to take into the race battle. So this could be another interesting challenge. So we're going to see a really exciting competition for the competitors, as they really want to put on a great showcase. But now we're going to see some good battles again, as Coluccio tries to stretch out away from Pazovic and Bora. We have some sensational races still to come over the course of this weekend, but we are getting closer to the business end of the meeting now, as drivers are not far away from all finishing their 3rd race of the weekend, and then we're going to get to the lunch break period when there will be just 2 races per driver left, and that's really going to be tricky from that moment on. We'll see some tough races, I'm sure, coming out of that. But it's always a very tough and exhilarating situation for the drivers who are going to be putting on a good show. So let's see if Coluccio can shake off the attentions of Pazovic and Bora. This is for 3rd place now, as Coluccio can well and truly see Eichmann's getting away. Nakamura has done the same thing. Nakamura a full 2nd clear now of Ian Eichmann's, with 3 laps to go. So there's still a lot to do, but the drivers know that the big action in this race weekend is not likely to come from the qualifying heats, or at least it shouldn't come for the qualifying heats. They need to keep it in reserve, ready for the super heat tomorrow. And then of course we'll also have the final tomorrow, where only 36 of the current 70 drivers that are racing in OK Senior at this moment will be racing. So at least everybody in the field will be able to get into the super heats tomorrow, of which there are 2. It's made up of the qualifying positions static from the rankings today. So there is Luigi Coluccio, still just keeping himself in front of Karol Pazovic and Akshay Bora. They come off the turn, back down the straight once again, and Ian Eichmans is well clear of Luigi Coluccio now, 1.1 seconds ahead, while trying to keep Kirill Kutskov very much in his eyesight up in front, who has now managed to stretch out a 2nd's gap. It's never easy when you've got all that pressure piling up on you, and you've got a lot of drivers who want to make good use of your vulnerability in the closing stages of the race. Nacho Tugnon certainly looks like he could be vulnerable to Matthias Morgato, who has a look, but Nacho Tugnon sensed he was coming, held his teammate at bay, and now Douwe de Decker wants a piece of Matthias Morgato as they head down the straight. And there is the move from the Belgian, Douwe de Decker, making good work of it there as he makes the overtaking move into the last lap. And for Coluccio in 3rd position, he's got a little bit of pressure brewing from Pazovic and Bora. Have they potentially left a decent overtaking move until the very last lap? Certainly for this man who holds the Japanese flag on his helmet colours. A very proud young man, Kirill Kutskov, the first one from Japan ever to win an FIA Karting title. And he continues on his way as the reigning junior world champion. He'll have to relinquish his crown in September at Le Mans, at Sarno, I should say. It's the Gearbox Championship final at Le Mans. But what a sensational battle it has been so far. A really exciting tussle, and Kia Nakamura-Berta is going to come through in fantastic fashion. Checkered flag for Kia Nakamura-Berta in front of Ian Eichmans and Luigi Coluccio. So a great run from Nakamura-Berta to continue his raw pace, and a really exciting challenge. But what a sensational battle. And a great start to the weekend as far as Kia Nakamura-Berta is concerned. That now means he's accumulated only 4 points. So the only 2 drivers ahead of him in the provisional rankings are Enzo Deligny, who has yet to be beaten, and Nicolo Cuman, who only has 2 points. For those who are unfamiliar with the point scoring system in the qualifying heats, it is a reverse point system. You take 0 points away if you get a win, then 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then, of course, whoever takes the fewest points away from the qualifying heats will start at the front of the super heats tomorrow morning, and then the result of that race is again similar in point score. It's added to the aggregate times, and then the drivers will obviously be whittled down to the leading 36 in the aggregate after super heats, and that is who they will get through into the final. So Kia Nakamura-Berta takes the win from Ian Eichmans and Luigi Coluccio. Then Karel Pazovic in front of Akshay Bora from Nasha Tunion, Due De Decker and Matthias Mogato. Then Oscar Pedersen in 9th place in front of David Walter. Rashid Al-Daheri in 11th place in front of his teammate Joel Bergström. James Zagotzi came home 13th in front of Emili Koivisto. Then Olin Gali and the resurgent Menahert Kroja. From Pedro Hilprand in 17th place. Not the best of races for Yovan David, but still making up places every time he can. 19th for Jokubas Bogdanovicius in front of Eric Genet, Bruno Mulders and Adrijas Rimkevicius. There were 2 non-starters, Gabriel Gomez and Max Abicht, but neither one of them were in a position to do anything about it. So a really interesting challenge and a fantastic battle from the competitors as they race for supremacy once again, and certainly from the first 3 sets of races of the day. We're now in the 3rd rotation of competitors, which obviously makes things particularly interesting as we get ourselves ready for the extensive battle. And the competitors are gearing up for an exciting showcase. We're getting ourselves ready for another OK Junior battle, but we are in for an exceptional challenge. We're going to do some great interviews over the course of the day as we speak to some of the stars of the competition. So it's going to be a really exciting challenge for all of the drivers. And one of them who is with me now is the Forza Racing youngster from Great Britain who has had a fantastic weekend so far, and that is the British charge, Lewis Werrell. Lewis, great to be with you, and thanks for coming up to the box. It's been an interesting start to the weekend so far, but the kart looks really quick here.
Yeah, I've been in the top 10 in every heat so far, so it looks like the kart's been pretty good this week so far, so I hope it keeps on going like that.
Now, this is your first year in FIA Karting. You've had all 4 weekends of the European Championship, different races, different results on different circuits. How do you look back over your time in, your first FIA Karting competition? How has it been for you?
Well, I found it hard at the start of the season at Portimao and Zuera, but then at Kristianstad I did really well. I got 3 heat wins, and in the final I ended up 4th. So I hope I can do the same again, if not better, this week.
And considering that this is your first campaign, you have another chance to come back as a junior once again next year when we return to the FIA Karting. And next year there's going to be 4 completely different racetracks to race on. You've got Valencia, Castelletto de Branduzzo, the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic, and Rodby in Denmark. So 4 completely new challenges. You've never raced on any of them. So how exciting does that sound for next year?
Well, I raced in Valencia a couple of years ago, and I did 1 race in Castelletto, but then the other 2 tracks I've never heard of, so it's going to be a great experience to see what they're like.
So here this weekend, obviously, it's very competitive out there and incredibly hot. I mean, we started the day in 26 degrees Celsius. Obviously, it must be really hard to keep cool. It must be really hard to look after the tyres out there as well.
Well, yeah, it's a lot hotter than what I'm used to, so it's hard because it's hard to save the tyres when you're braking, like when you lock up the brakes and stuff. So I've been learning how to brake straight and progressive, so it doesn't overheat the tyres too much.
Fantastic. Well, obviously we've still got a few races to go today and in the build-up to the Superheat tomorrow. How confident are you that you're going to be in a position to start the Superheats tomorrow from the top 10? I'm really confident, I think, because I've had pretty good finishes, I guess, in the heats. So I just need to keep on going like that, and hopefully it can still become something good out of this week. Terrific. Well, racing is about to get started out there once again. So thank you very much for talking to us, Lewis. It's great to have you with us in FIA Karting in 2022, and long may it continue for you. Good stuff. Thank you. So straight into the action then for the OK Junior qualifying heat, A versus D, and it's time for the man from fastest in qualifying, Jimmy Helias of France, to get back on the front row. Matthias Orjuela of Colombia is alongside him, then Anatoly Kirill, championship contender, beside Iliad Kaczynski. Gerasim Skuldanov and Jan Pestrovsky from Edu Robinson and Marcel Kaspricki. Salim Hanna and Alp Hassan Aksoy from Guillaume Bouzard and Miguel Costa. Bradley Majman and William Go from Ivo Besterda and Guy Albag. Dinan De Vos and Alexander Bogunovic, then Tobias Clausen and David Kozma. Arthur Dorisson, Luna Flusha, Timofey Mikhailov, Petr Agiv from Oliver Kinmark and Kilian Josselin. Now, Kilian Josselin actually ended up in the back of the grid as a result of having a problem in time qualifying where his kart wouldn't start. So he could have been a lot higher up the grid, especially based on how well he went in qualifying 2 weeks ago when the CIK categories came here and did a, I suppose it's kind of a warm-up race as far as the drivers and teams are concerned, but it is very much its own championship as well. So the competitors obviously having a really exciting run of it. But Jimmy Helias battling away at the front with Matthias Orjuela, and then Anatoly Kirill and Iliad Kaczynski. That's going to be an interesting one. And for Anatoly Kirill, very much this weekend has continued in a very similar guise. In his first couple of races, Anatoly Kirill has been on the top spot all the way throughout. So he hasn't really lost ground. Jimmy Helias has taken an early lead with Kirill in second place. And then essentially the Paralin just takes a lap, possibly two, to get himself into position. And then it's away and clear from him from there. So Anatoly Kirill doesn't really have to do anything different for the remaining 3 races of his weekend. And that's a concern to some of the other drivers out there. So it's really going to be an interesting situation for all of the competitors out there on the course. And we're hoping to see how it all continues. So the drivers come through out of the final turn. Are we racing? Yes, we are. That was nice and quick. And up to the first corner, no problems for Helias in front of Kirill. Drivers trying to work their way through on the opening lap. It's a very good start and a good battle in the early proceedings of things. So let's see how it all plays out down into the hairpin. So far, Kirill straight through into second place behind Jimmy Helias. Good battles in the middle of the field. Guillaume Bouzard going wheel to wheel with Matthias Orjuela. And that is the wild card, the 597 charging forward. Bradley Majman, the very talented Australian, putting on a good show. Oh, that was a nice move. The 261, Ivo Besterda charges forward, makes his overtaking bid. So that was very nicely handled. And a really exciting opportunity in a good position as the drivers continue to battle away. But Anatoly Kirill has not yet been able to get into a strong position. Certainly not strong enough to take the lead as they go through turn 1. Here comes the move from Anatoly Kirill, keeping Jimmy Helias guessing in every single race so far today. And he finds himself now in in the second lap of the race, leading for the 3rd time. So a really exciting challenge. The drivers still giving it everything they've got in the early phase of the race. There's still a lot more to do and a lot more time to come. So the competitors are putting on a good display at the moment. But so far, so good for the man in first position. Anatoly Kirill having a great race of it. Now, I think we've had an off. I think David Kozma has not come through. The Romanian having a bit of a difficult challenge so far this weekend as a wild card. And David Kozma appears to be out of the race. So Anatoly Kirill leads the way from Helias, Robinson, Skuldanov, Kaczynski, Pestrovsky, Hanna and Bouzard from Bradley Majman. So some tough challenges and some really good opportunities to make a good race of it. So the competitors continue on their way. Some good racing so far, but Anatoly Kavalkin currently leads the provisional rankings. Jimmy Helias looking to be tied for second on points, 6 apiece for Helias, Kutskov and Tanvernichkul if it ends like this. But Edu Robinson wants to get into second position, the talented Spaniard who has been working very hard all season. Half British, half Spanish, races under a Spanish license because this is where he lives these days. But the Forza Racing driver in the expert chassis trying to make a good opportunity come towards him. And what a way to do it would be in the final race weekend of the European Championship. Jan Pestrovsky right in behind Elliot Kaczynski. Ward Racing versus the factory team outfit. But it's not easy to make these moments come to them as the competitors continue on the course. So a very solid race battle for the drivers at the moment. And still they continue with the absolutely rapid progress. But Anatoly Kavalkin has pulled out a decent run here. On the inside comes Jan Pestrovsky. So Pestrovsky dives forward, and I don't think he was the only one to get an overtaking move there. Buzar and Majman both managed to slip on the inside of Salim Hanna Hernandez, who is now really having to defend valiantly from Mateus Orjuela and William Go. Orjuela's getting up alongside in the hope that he can have the move, but it's not going to happen for the very talented Colombian Salim Hanna. He drops back out of position. So a very solid run so far, and the drivers are making good use of it. So there is some really exciting challenges and some really good battles to continue for the progress, and some great races. So Kavalkin, Helias and Robinson. 4th place for Jan Pestrovsky, then Gerasim Skudanov and Guillaume Buzar. Here's the move on the inside from the Luxembourger. So Guillaume Buzar gets up into position, the Koski driver, who is currently fighting for the Academy Trophy title alongside his OK Junior campaign. Excellent work from the Luxembourger, keeping himself firmly in the hunt, and that is Dinan de Vos, who has pulled out of the race. So Dinan de Vos is watching from the sidelines, the Dutchman. That's very unfortunate. As on the inside, there's Edu Robinson, gets his move on Jimmy Helias. Now that is critical for the Tony Kart Factory team, because that's going to give Enzo Deligny the edge. And now here comes Helias back for more. That's why he wants it, and Pestrovsky will get through as well. So Helias and Pestrovsky work in tandem to get past Edu Robinson, and now he's in the clutches of Guillaume Buzar as Luna Flusha incurs the wrath of the stewards. A warning flag going to her, didn't see what for, but certainly Luna Flusha making as much progress as possible, and on that particular occasion the officials weren't too keen on whatever the move was. Here comes Pestrovsky diving on the inside of Helias. He's got his own agenda to think about, and that's definitely going to hamper Helias in his bid to move forward. So now that puts Pestrovsky on 4 points accumulated. Helias is down again to 7. So that's why it's critical that these two teammates race for position. And with 2 laps to go, this is perfect for Kavalkin. Yeah, that's fine. You guys battle amongst yourselves. I'm going to disappear and take a 3rd win. Thanks very much. So let's see how it all continues to play out. A very interesting challenge for the competitors as the race battles continue in very close proximity to each other. So a really solid race battle continuing on the march. So Anatoly Kavalkin with a lap and a half to go. Oh, a bit of a slide from Brad Majman. Oh, and that got very close there for Elliot Kaczynski. So Elliot Kaczynski almost running off the road, and now we get the last couple of laps where the banter really starts to flow between the drivers. Edu Robinson trying to get back on terms with Guillaume Buzar, but the Luxembourger finds himself neatly in 4th position. Good place for him to be. You want to be in that top 5, and Guillaume Buzar has definitely found his way back into contention there, and now actually closing up on the Frenchman Jimmy Helias. So hoping for another strong race from him there. And the warning flag comes out for Mateus Orjuela. Jan Pestrovsky having set the fastest lap of the race. And there's Buzar on the inside of Helias. So Guillaume Buzar gets through on the Frenchman Jimmy Helias. Excellent work. And a really strong challenge, a great performance from Anatoly Kavalkin. It looks like it's close for 3rd position further back. Buzar and Helias have run wide. I think Robinson's got them both. Yes, he has. Kavalkin, Pestrovsky and Robinson comes through for 3rd place in the final couple of corners. Patience pays off for Edu Robinson. That was very smart thinking from the Forza Racing driver. He used his noodle there to get himself into position. Great work from Edu Robinson. So a great drive from Anatoly Kivalkin for the third time this weekend. The Paralin Motorsport team on course for a junior title for the first time. They've just got to cross the T's and dot the I's. Not easy around this course, but you never know what can happen. You never know what's going to befall your competitors or what you're going to fall over in the next couple of races. So you've just got to stay as focused and hungry as possible. So Jan Piotrowski in second place. That puts him up to second in the overall rankings at this point. And then Robinson up to third. Keeps him just outside the top 8 at the moment. Hasn't all been a bed of roses for the Forza driver, but certainly in terms of great races out there, looked pretty good to me. So the drivers continue in their stead, and it's going to be the fabulous result for Anatoly Kivalkin that he was seeking. Jan Piotrowski in front of Edu Robinson. Jimmy Helias, Gerasim Skudinov and Guillaume Bouzard from Matthias Orweiler, Elliot Kaczynski, Bradley Majman and William Go. Salim Hanna is ahead of Marcel Kaspricki from Ivo Besterde, his countryman, and Alp Hassan Aksoy. Miguel Costa in front of Luna Flusha, and then Tobias Clausen 17th, the Danish talent, for Shamik Europe ahead of Oliver Kinmark in his Koski Motorsport. Then behind them in 19th place is Gael Bag in front of Alexander Bogunovic and Kilian Josserin from Arte d'Horizon, Petr Dagiv, Timofey Mikilov and David Kozma, who ran off the road on the first lap. And then Dylan De Vos, who finds himself down at the very back of the field after a retirement, after a very tricky situation for him. So that is qualifying heat A versus D. It's all done and dusted in OK Junior now for those particular groups, and at the end of this race every single driver in the mix will have now completed 3 qualifying heats each. So obviously there is an interesting onus on making sure that all of the drivers have completed the best of their ability, what they can do. And up on the top spot, it's a front row filled with talent once again, and 2 very determined drivers. Enzo Deligny, who is in pole position, but a man who is fighting for the title and looking to get an interesting balance out of the positions is Alex Powell. Here is the schedule for the rest of the day. You can see in about 8.5 minutes time, we've got the qualifying heat A versus D in the OK category in front of the junior 4th heat onwards coming from 1 o'clock. And after those first couple of races, we're going to obviously see a bit of a lunch break, and then we will come back again for the second half of the day, where we'll have D versus F in both classes and A versus C in both classes. And then the races after that will be the last race of the weekend for the drivers leading up to the superheat. So they'll all want to put on a really exciting showcase, as we'll obviously get to see D versus E for junior and OK qualifying heats at 4 and 4:20. Then the junior qualifying heat, AF and OK qualifying heat, will be at 16:40 and 1700 respectfully. And then the last 2 races of the day, we will know by then who are going to be in superheat poles in both junior and OK classes across all 4 races. That'll be B versus C at 17:20 and 17:40 respectfully. So a lot of great racing still to come here at Franciacorta. Let's hear from the man who has put his kart on the front row of the starting grid for every race this weekend in the OK category, albeit not always on the pole position. It is the Jamaican sensation, as he has been called by his fans. A fabulous opportunity for Alex Powell in second on the grid. I caught up with him over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, of course, I'm approaching it like every other race. I think if you have the mentality that it's the last round of the European Championship, you can start making a little bit of mistakes, costly mistakes that can end up hurting the outcome of the championship. So I'm just treating it like another race. I know what's on the line. So I'll be pushing harder than ever to achieve the goal, which is the European Championship. But generally, it's just the same mentality like any other race. It's just going to go out there, do my best, and you know, if the outcome is what we hope it can be, then that's the best case scenario. But I'll just be doing my best. The Franciacorta karting circuit is quite a high speed track compared to some of the others. We've been looking for a good setup with both chassis and engine to make sure that we're strong in both of those places, because for me it's not as challenging as a track, let's say you know, a Le Conca or another, you know, track that's really technical, even a Kristianstad track, which is quite low speed and very technical. Whereas this one, it's a little bit more on who can find the best setup. All these drivers are the best in the world. So to be fighting and competing against them at the top is obviously a great feeling for myself. So it won't be easy at all. So it's just definitely going to be about, you know, who can put the weekend together in general. So I'll be focusing on myself, and then when the final comes around, then you can start looking at where the other drivers are, and you know, maybe you can have a little think about the championship. But I think I'll be focusing more on myself, and then after the race is finished, maybe I can take a look at the championship standings. Weather has a big impact, you know, rain can shake up the whole entire field. I'm not expecting it. I don't think it's supposed to rain this weekend. So I think we're just gonna have to try and deal more with the heat. It's also difficult for the engines as well to run at such hot temperatures. We need to make sure that we're on top of all the temperatures to make sure that it's cool, that the temperatures are running at its optimum temperature. Otherwise, we might have a bit of trouble, and then it can affect the performance. So we need to make sure that we're on top of all these things that could affect the end result. It's definitely going to be difficult to see a little bit of a connection between this weekend and the World Championship. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, I think we can focus on this race, and then after we're finished with this race, we can start focusing on the World Championship and start our preparation for the World Championship. Because of course we don't just show up for the race without any preparation in advance. So we'll definitely be doing some testing before the World Championship to make sure that we're as prepared as we possibly can be. And then of course this weekend is another weekend that we can try and do our best to hopefully bring home both championships.
So Alex Powell going off the front row of the starting grid alongside the man who has yet to be beaten this weekend, Enzo Deligny. There is only one driver so far in the OK Senior category that is in that position. And in fact, in both classes, there is only one driver left that has not been beaten at any point through the course of the weekend. And both of them drive a Paralin. Very interesting stuff so far. Enzo Deligny, pole sitter once again from Alex Powell on the front row of the starting grid. Christian Bertucka lines up third position once again on the grid. As alongside him is the Swede Caspian Hagman, who puts himself on the second row of the starting grid. He's going to be there from the outside of row 2. Then Zachary David, the young man from Malta, as he finds himself on the third row. Albin Sturesen, the talented Swedish driver in the X-Brit for JP Racing, finds himself in a very solid position there. 146 is P6 on the starting grid. Then Teresa Babachkova, the leading wildcard in this race. 7th on the grid for her as she finds herself on the inside of the 4th row. Another very strong start likely to come from her. And then we will have Chuyan Pu, the Chinese driver, part of the Mercedes F1 Junior program, who lines up there next up in position in P8. And then we have the Peruvian Rafael Modanese, who is on the 5th row of the starting grid on the exit of P9 of the grid, sorry. And Juha Valtonen lines up P10. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do again from there. He's not really had the best of weekends so far. Really struggled in various places. Nico Lemberg lines up 11th on the starting grid. And then we will have Petra Babachkova, the youngest of the three sisters, who lines up 12th position on the starting grid. They really have done an exceptional job, the TEPZ Racing girls. Then Chiara Balazari, 7th row of the grid, I should say, for the young man from the United Arab Emirates. Lives out on the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai. Josh Erfen, 7th row of the starting grid. 14th position on the grid for him. The Ward Racing driver had no luck at all yesterday. Hopefully he's going to have a bit of a better showing this afternoon. And then we have Oscar Wurtz, who lines up alongside Ella Stevens, two very highly rated racing drivers. Oscar Wurtz for the Tony Kart Racing Factory team, putting on a good show every time he comes out, the young Austrian. And then Ella Stevens, who is part of the Richard Mill Talent Academy and has that scholarship place within the Birolart team in her own uniquely coloured racing kart. And the British driver, who has won multiple titles back home, is definitely learning about European racing the hard way. Then it is Simone Bianco, the Italian, for the Koski Motorsport team. He lines up on the inside of the 9th row, and alongside him on the grid is the Japanese talent, Rintaro Sato, for the Kart Republic factory team. And of course, he has motor racing flowing through his veins, as his very impressive father, Takuma Sato, was both a Formula 1 driver and a 2-time Indy 500 winner. Kevin Lentinga, the Dutchman, lines up on the 10th row of the starting grid on the inside in the Falcon, P19 of the starting grid. Then the Spanish talent Adrian Mariero in the CRG. He lines up 20th on the starting grid. Japan's Shimo Zhang lines up on the 11th row of the grid as he goes side by side to the first corner with Jakub Raszki of Poland. And then Miroslav Mikesh, the Czech driver, on the 12th row of the starting grid, alongside Andrea Vibriantit on 24th position of the grid. I don't know if this is pure coincidence or not, and I wonder if anybody's going to be able to speculate this or confirm this with me, but it is quite interesting just all of a sudden in the last couple of weeks how many Czech drivers have been able to get into the world of FIA karting and race in this last round of the European Championship. Since the announcement that in the 2023 calendar we are going to go to the steel ring at Třinec in the Czech Republic in 2023, I wonder just if there's just a little bit of an explosion of interest now from the Czech Republic in that particular time of things. So yeah, it could be very interesting as the drivers continue to battle away. So we'll have to see how it all continues. The drivers gearing up for a good show, and out they go onto the circuit as they are pushed out by the mechanics. And we are ready once again for another OK qualifying heat. A versus D on this particular occasion. It's going to be fascinating to see who gets the best of it as the drivers... Oh, that's a problem for Bertucca. Bertucca isn't going. Christian Bertucca doesn't move. Well, Enzo Deligny and Alex Powell are getting going. Caspian Hagman will be alone on the second row. Zachary David and Albert Storeysen, Teresa Babachkova and Julian Pu, Rafael Modanese and Juha Valtonen from Nico Lemberg and Petra Babachkova, Kiana Madazari and Josh Erfen from Oscar Wurtz and Ella Stevens, Simone Bianco, Rintaro Sato, Kevin Lentinga, Adrian Mariero, Shimo Zhang, Jakub Raszki, Miroslav Mikesh and Andrea Vibriantit. But I'm afraid it looks like there is a non-start potentially for Christian Bertucca. This is devastating. Now, the rule is very clear. If you can't get out onto the circuit under your own steam, you've got to join in from the back of the grid. So if they can get the kart started again, then they're able to do so. There are two Birolart mechanics there, but only one is allowed to touch the kart, of course. You're only allowed assistance from one mechanic. So Christian Bertucca and his mechanic are going to try and start the kart again, but I'm afraid he should only be able to rejoin from the very back of the grid. Now he gets going, but I'm not sure if Christian Bertucca is going to be able to rejoin his position on the original grid or not, because the field is already going to come around. So I think Christian Bertucca may have to start this race from the back of the grid, which is absolutely devastating for the Italian, as Enzo Deligny lines himself up in first position, and he's going to have it even easier off the start. And look, they've already gone past the red line, so I'm afraid there is nothing Christian Bertucca can do. He's going to have to start this race from the back of the grid. Look in the background, we'll see a very fast Birolart moving to try and catch up with the rest of the field. There it is. But Christian Bertucca, I'm afraid, is going to have to start this race from the back of the grid. Essentially, his race has just started as everybody else comes through the final turn. And we're going to go racing. No, false start. False start. So they will go around again. Now, because it's a false start, what does that mean to the starting procedure? Is Christian Bertucca going to try and get himself back into his original position once again? Because I don't think that's the reason we went round another time. So a couple of drivers obviously out of position, I think. That might be the reason why we didn't go racing on that occasion. But this is a very interesting challenge for the drivers as they now gear up ready for more exciting action out on the circuit. There are two races to come after this one, which will be the cue point for the lunch break period. But after this race, of course, we are now going to have had 3 races each per driver. So definitely a tough situation for everybody to try and make as many gains as possible. But now the yellow flags are out. But obviously the rule is still very clear for the Birolart driver Christian Bertucca. He cannot regain his position. He has to start from the back of the grid. Because obviously if you fail to get out under your own steam until all the field have gone by, then I'm afraid you have to start last. So Deligny, Powell, Hagman, David, Storeysen, Babachkova and Chu. Now we're racing. First corner. Good start from the pole sitter Enzo Deligny. David holds his nerve. And a good start from Alex Powell as he runs second. Does not lose time. Oh, and that's Adrian Mariero getting spat down to the back of the queue. Hopefully he'll be able to make up recovery from that position. But certainly a tough race as now Deligny battles away with Alex Powell, and in third is Zachary David. He made a good start from the inside row. So Zachary David putting on a good couple of corners there as he already starts to have a look at his teammate Alex Powell. Both of these drivers, of course, part of Formula One Junior Academies, because you've got Alex Powell, part of the Mercedes F1 Junior program, and Zachary David of Malta, who is part of the Sauber Academy driver program, which of course is part of the Alfa Romeo Formula One team. Whoops, bit of a run wide there from one of the Birolats going wide off the far part of the course. I think that might have been Miroslav Mikes as through on the inside. That is the overtaking move on the 110 of Juha Valtonen from Caspian Hagman. So Caspian Hagman manages to get through and into 4th position. But there is Alex Powell and Zachary David. Good racecraft from the two. And still the battles rage for Alex Powell as he tries to keep close to Enzo Deligny. And there's the move from Zachary David. The Maltese superstar gets up into 2nd place at the expense of Alex Powell. So now it's Sauber ahead of Mercedes as far as the junior programs are concerned. There's the move from Caspian Hagman, dives in, gets through on the inside and runs wide, kicks up the grass. That holds him up a little bit. Now Juha Valtonen is going to want to try and make a bid on Alex Powell and Caspian Hagman. Here comes the move, but Powell has to back out of it. Bit of a run wide there from Hagman, that'll do. And now Alex Powell is back into 3rd position once more. So now Abid Storacen's going to get a little bit of support here from Teresa Babachkova. The two satellite outfits, JP Racing and TEPZ, doing their best to have a really good run of it. But this is very tight for position now as Abid Storacen runs right in on the back bumper very nearly of Juha Valtonen. Teresa Babachkova is close but not any more committed to make the overtaking move. So down to the hairpin. This is where Storacen can go very late on the brakes, and he is going to have a look at it on the inside of Joe Turney. Is he able to get through? Only just. As a result, that is now Joe Turney behind Teresa Babachkova. Simone Bianco has got a technical problem. So a technical issue with Simone Bianco's Koski Motorsport Tony car. I want to try and make out what it is with Bianco's car, but certainly he's got his problems as Chiara Malazzari is still battling away in the middle of that pack. I think that's Oscar Pedersen finding the way through. That might actually, no, that might have been Josh Erfan battling away for position, thinking about it. So I would suspect now that we're going to get a little more of a pressure cooker as Jan Puchu closes up on Teresa Babachkova, and Teresa Babachkova closes up on Abid Storacen. But in front of all of them is Alex Powell, trying his best to snake away from Caspian Hagman as they duel over 3rd place. Enzo Deligny, though, cool as a cucumber. He's keeping himself nice and neat out front. No catastrophes, no concerns, no worries. Just keeps him in a very strong performance. So Enzo Deligny in front of Zach David and Alex Powell. Then it is Hagman, Storacen, Babachkova, Chu, Modernese, Valtonen, Erfan, Alazzari and Nico Lemberg. Some great talents in this field alone. And in terms of raw 1-lap pace in qualifying, you're looking 0.2 of a second. That's faster than I can click my 2 fingers in unison. As on the inside of Valtonen, still trying to get through. Josh Erfan looking for his overtaking move. Not that the 116 is making it any easier for him or anybody else, but there is the gap created on the inside as through goes first Erfan and then Alazzari. And then queuing up next in the mix is Nico Lemberg from Kevin Lantinga. 5 laps completed, 7 to go, and still looking pretty hungry for the victory. Drivers are still working very hard. Deligny 1.4 ahead of Zachary David now as Enzo Deligny bangs in a new fastest lap, a 47.78. Nowhere near the pace that we were seeing in qualifying, but then we came to expect that as drivers obviously have to work increasingly hard to look after their tyres over the course of the remaining qualifying heats. So an interesting challenge for the drivers as they still have opportunities to move forward. There looks like there's a warning flag going out for the 137, and that is Nico Lemberg. As we are watching him now, there it is, there's the confirmation on your screens. So Lemberg is all over the back of Juha Valtonen. He gets the warning flag on the home straight. He probably thinks, as all racing drivers do in that situation, what did I do wrong? Well, he's put it right now. Makes the move on Juha Valtonen. So it looks like there's been an off at the first corner. We've got yellow flags at turn 1 by the look of it. So someone's come off on the first corner. I can't quite make out who it is, but we seem to, oh, that is Oscar Wurtz. Now, Wurtz has had an off on the main straight. So I wonder if that's an engine seize. So big problems for Oscar Wurtz. who has come off on the main straight. Very awkward place to go off the road, but it's held by yellow flags very quickly. The leaders are going to come through with the yellow flags still there present, so no overtaking into turn 1. But Enzo Deligny leads the way. There's Albin Studesen. So yellow flags at turn 1. Still the drivers working hard to get clear. But it's Deligny, David, Powell, Hagman, Studesen and Babičkova. 5 laps remaining as Oscar Wurtz's kart is recovered safely and a very scary moment averted. So Alex Powell and Caspian Hagman, 3 and 4. Studesen 5, Babičkova 6. Then Chu, Modanese, Irfan and Alazari in the top 10. Plenty of good racecraft still being brewing over this OK qualifying heat. But after this race, we will have a real clear indication as to who the drivers are battling for the superheat pole, because every driver will have completed 3 race heats each. So Chuyan Pu currently hustling to race Babičkova. Very good result from the young Czech so far over the course of this weekend. And after her great performances so far this year in the W Series, great to see her returning to the world of FIA karting, or certainly for karting in Europe in general. This is their first weekend in the FIA Championship, I do believe. They might have ended up in Sandro last year, actually. Trying to think back over it, goodness me. So much to remember for so many drivers. When you've got about 580 drivers a season in various different categories of karting to remember, it isn't easy to keep on top of all the information, but certainly Teresa Babičkova right up in the top 6, taking only a handful of points per qualifying heat. She's going to be a real factor. We may even see the Czech Republic driver fight for the podium in the final tomorrow. The way this kart is currently handling and behaving on the Franciacorta circuit, she certainly seems to have a good measure of it. So the competitors still going strong and some great results in the offing. So the competition going strong as Enzo Deligny runs in front of Zach David and Alex Powell, Caspian Hagman and Albin Studesen, Teresa Babičkova, Chuyan Pu, Rafael Modanese, and then Josh Irfan and Keanu Alazari. 2.5 laps remaining. Babičkova still trying to shake off the attentions of Chuyan Pu, who has been here right from the start of the season, of course, the Mercedes F1 Junior. But try as he might, he can't quite rock up with Teresa Babičkova at the moment as we watch David, Powell and Hagman. There is Alex Powell, the Jamaican. Nico Lemberg with another warning flag. Isn't that the second one he's had in this race? He wants to be careful, he doesn't want to incur penalties. But certainly the 10th lap of the race the last time around was the quickest for Zachary David. The Maltese driver in the Sauber Academy was able to push his kart faster than anybody else. 47.498 for him. It's going to alleviate some of the difficulty of finishing so far behind Enzo Deligny. But for the Frenchman, he has barely even broke a sweat this weekend. Pole position in time qualifying. Race win number 1, race win number 2, and now race win number 3. A lap or so away. I want to just state that before I jinx it, because he hasn't won the race yet. Enzo Deligny out in front of David and Powell. Then Hagman, Studesen, Babičkova and Jan Puchu. So here comes the move from the dominant force at the top end of the field. The OK Senior category has been absolutely whitewashed by Enzo Deligny, as it has been in Junior by his stablemate Anatoly Kavalkin, actually. They've both been mighty quick. And now that they're on the final lap again for Enzo Deligny, it seems that Paralin just cannot stop winning at Franciacorta. They are making this place their own personal playground. And certainly for Enzo Deligny, this is the race he has been continuing on in fine style for. Time qualifying, pole position, and now it's going to be his 3rd qualifying heat win of the weekend. Immaculate display, great driving, and a very strong will to succeed as Enzo Deligny takes the victory. Great job, great work. And so he continues on in fine style, still unbeaten, and still the man everybody's going to want to take on and eclipse if they are going to be on the top spot for the final later this weekend. But it's all gone beautifully for Enzo Deligny, the Frenchman in the Paralin Motorsport chassis. He probably feels that there's no pressure on him or the team at all in OK Senior, because they are delivering the goods, and even their chief rival in Junior, Nathan Tai, is now out of the race trying to recover. So an exceptional job from Anatoly Kavalkin. Let's not count out the great performances of the whole team, but certainly Enzo Deligny in the senior category has been threatening to be a strong charge and an amazing force in FIA karting for quite a while now. And so Enzo Deligny bringing his kart into the pits after a significant drive from the tail end of the field to work himself back through in various guises. Just picking up on the attentions of Kevin Lantinga, 7 places made up. But Enzo Deligny taking on the role of the victor once again in front of Zachary David and Alex Powell. Caspian Hagman in 4th place in front of his countryman Albin Sturesen. Teresa Babachkova in a brilliant P6. Chuyan Pu ahead of Rafael Modanese and Koska Nerfen. Keanu Alazadi and Nico Lemberg from Kevin Lantinga and Christian Bertucca. Petra Babachkova in P14 ahead of Juho Valtonen. Jacob Rashki in front of Rintaro Sato. And Adrian Mayero is there in 18th place for the CRG factory team. P19 goes the way of another wildcard driver, that is Shimo Zhang in the Kart Republic Motorsport machine. Ella Stevens is 20th from Andrea Vivariantet and Miroslav Mikesh. Oscar Wurtz out of the race, so too was Simone Bianco. So again, some good battles from the OK category. We are beyond halfway through the qualifying heats now, and we have had a grand total of 18 qualifying heats from yesterday and today, and now there are just 12 remaining. We're going to start with OK Junior. Once again, as into the 4th race of the weekend, go the likes of Nathan Ty and Alfie Slater on the front row of the starting grid. It has been a sensational challenge for them as they battle for supremacy. But we have had some exciting challenges and some great performances all the way through. Andrea Dupé and Zach Drummond on the 2nd row of the grid. Mattia Kolnagi and Adam Hideg. Lewis Werrell and Martin Molnar from Rene Lammers and Jensen Burnett. But one man who's been absolutely on fire in this group of drivers and is likely to continue to be so the way things are currently going is the Tony Kart factory driver all the way from Thailand, who is based now partly in Spain and partly in Italy. It is young Enzo Deligny.
It's a very high level in racing in Europe, especially because a lot of the drivers that you see now in the top forms of motorsport have come through in Europe. So it's very competitive, and I think everyone just pushes each other to the limit, but we all have fun, and this is very important, but for sure it's very challenging. Now that it's getting really hot, the asphalt in Franciacorta, it's very difficult to cool back down, so it's going to be hard to manage the tyres, but I personally really like this track. I've driven here many times, so I wouldn't say it's difficult, but for sure it's going to put some challenges for everyone. This circuit is exciting because there's so many overtaking opportunities. It's such a flowing track, and just a small mistake can change your race for the better or for the worse. So it's just really fun to drive, because also the high-speed corners call for a lot of muscle mass that you have to control. But for sure it's a really nice circuit to drive. I mean, obviously the track's going to be different, and the asphalt is very different from here to Sandro, but for sure it's going to help us understand better how this type of tyre, the Vega tyre, works in these conditions. And for sure it's going to help for the World Championship, but for me, well, for the team, I think we're just trying to focus to try and win the championship, because we have a good chance to win. So we just have to be patient, and hopefully we can win. For me, I think this year we've done very well as a team. A lot of good results, some unlucky obviously. But I think this year we can end it in a high note. I hope that we can win this race and maybe even the championship. But the podium in the championship will be really nice. And also in Sandro, hopefully we can win the World Championship. That's obviously what we're here for. But for sure, at the end of the day, it's going to be difficult for all of us, but we do believe that we can make good results at the end of the year.
And what a performer he has proved to be so far this weekend. Enzo Deligny coming through for a 6th place finish in the first heat, and he has won both of his heats since then. So from 11th on the grid, he's really making a great impact on this weekend. But for the man on pole position, Nathan Ty, the Sony Kart team, still making good work of things and still trying their best to stay up at the front end of the field. A tough weekend for them so far. Pole position in qualifying, clearly the fastest that they have been all weekend long. So they just need to keep the focus, need to keep the pressure up. And there could still be a good opportunity off the start from Andrea Dupé lining up alongside. But it is an all-British affair on the front row of the grid this time. Nathan Tye is alongside Alfie Slater, with Andrea Dupé and Zach Drummond on the second row of the starting grid. Another talented wildcard is there up in 5th position of the grid, and that is Mattia Colnaghi for the Praga team. What a brilliant performance it's been from Mattia, and very difficult for the wildcards to make a good showing, but both Andrea and Mattia are right there up at the sharp end of the field. Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, third row of the grid alongside Mattia Colnaghi. Lewis Werrell, who we heard from a little while ago, alongside Martin Molnar, and then Rene Lammers and Jensen Burnett rounding out the top 10, with Enzo Deligny alongside Emanuele Olivieri. So this is a really exciting battle and a fascinating battle. So now it's going to be an exciting battle for the contenders as they continue to make solid progress. Nathan Tye and Alfie Slater on the front row of the grid from Andrea Dupé and Zach Drummond. Then Mattia Colnaghi and Adam Hideg. Lewis Werrell and Martin Molnar, Rene Lammers and Jensen Burnett. From Enzo Deligny and Emanuele Olivieri. So they will start the drivers out onto the circuit. And off they go. OK, Junior Qualifying Heat B versus E. Off they will go once again. So off they go in position. And so Nathan Tye. So Nathan Tye and Alfie Slater on the front row of the grid. Andrea Dupé and Zach Drummond from Mattia Colnaghi and Adam Hideg. Lewis Werrell and Martin Molnar from Rene Lammers and Jensen Burnett. Enzo Deligny and Emanuele Olivieri from Aaron Garcia and Tame Soleil. Maxime Verbruge and Giacomo Pedrini from Sebastian Kaupeng and Marcus Silcunas. Jules Caranta and Griffin Peebles from Len Nys and Augustin Sepulveda. Then it is Sandro Perez, Francisco Macedo and Ariman Van Sal. So the competitors continue on their way forward, and an absolutely exceptional battle to come. Nathan Tye and Alfie Slater having a great run on the front row of the starting grid. Andrea Dupé and Zach Drummond are going to have a big pressure cooker building up on them into this first lap. So it's going to be a really intense and exciting challenge for the drivers as they continue to make a good race battle. Watching along in the United Kingdom for their man who they are supporting and rooting for back in the UK are Kate Taylor and Dan and Kai Bacchini. They are watching along for Nathan Tye up on the front end of the grid and hoping that the Sodikart factory ace is going to continue to put on a good show. It's been a long time coming for Sodikart to be in a position to challenge for an FIA Karting European title fight, and they are spurring him on in the hope that he can have an amazing run for the victory here at Franciacorta. Tye and Slater, Dupé and Drummond, Colnaghi and Hideg, Werrell and Molnar, Lammers and Burnett, Deligny and Olivieri. Let's go round again. I thought we were going to go racing that time by, but it's a false start. So we will have one more time around the course of asking. So now they will go round once again under the tutelage and under the authority of race director, Mr. Nigel Edwards. His assistant down there on the circuit, Pasquale Lupoli, is no doubt going to back the field up a little bit more so that they can get into a decent pair of tram lines. But from this moment on, it really is game on. Every driver in every category has had 3 race starts. And so now it's down to them to try and make the best of it for the remainder of this weekend. It is a tough old business, FIA Karting. When you're chasing hundreds and thousands of a second, it is a really, really tough situation. So here we go, and now we are underway. Starters orders up the inside line. A very fast start from Mattia Colnaghi. He's actually managed to get past Andrea Dupé, and Lewis Werrell has come through. So what a fantastic start from Colnaghi, and up on the inside on the curbs is Andrea Dupé, and the cluster is really starting to cause an issue. A couple of drivers running wide. That's one of the energy course carts going off the road. I think that's Martin Molnar. So Martin Molnar, the Hungarian, has dropped right to the back of the field. That's very unfortunate indeed, as Mattia Konagi runs in second place, runs in third place, I should say, behind Nathan Tye and Lewis Werrell. So Tye and Werrell have gone out in front. Then Konagi, Dupé, and here comes Alfie Slater back for more, and there's Enzo Deligny. How does he keep doing this? Enzo Deligny back into contention again, up in the top 5, nice and early. 6th place for Andrea Dupé, then Drummond, Lammers, Hideg, Garcia, Olivieri and Verbruge. So a great start to proceedings, and a great start. But what a sensational battle. Nathan Tye, Lewis Werrell, Mattia Konagi, Alfie Slater and Enzo Deligny. Andrea Dupé, Zach Drummond, Rene Lammers, Adam Hideg and Aaron Garcia from Emanuele Olivieri, Maxime Verbruge, Tame Soleil, Giacomo Pedrini, Jules Caranta, Jensen Burnett and Griffin Peebles. That's the order at the moment. Mattia Konagi continues to run up in front of Alfie Slater, who's going to make his bid on the inside. Here he goes on the inside, and Enzo Deligny follows in with him. He's shadowing Alfie Slater's every move here, Enzo Deligny. But now we're going to get Werrell making his bid on Nathan Tye. Is Werrell going to take the lead here? Yes, he does. Lewis Werrell takes the lead at Franciacorta. A good run so far from the Forza Racing driver. So Lewis Werrell has got into the lead past Nathan Tye, but there's still a lot of race battles to come, as Deligny has crept into 3rd place, and now Slater is wheel to wheel with Konagi. Here comes Drummond, Lammers on the inside, Dupé creeps forward, and so too does Adam Hideg. Oh, fantastic racing. And so now Werrell has Nathan Tye breathing down his neck. Can Nathan Tye slide back in and go for the lead once again? On the back of Lewis Werrell. Werrell is going to be trying his best to extend the gap to Nathan Tye. But with Enzo Deligny having now got himself at a 3rd position, he's going to be on the charge as they come to the end of lap 3. So Werrell doing his best to hang on. Nathan Tye's going to try again. He's not quite close enough to fling it up the inside. Oh, and that's problems for Tame Soleil. Tame Soleil and Aaron Garcia have come together. So that's Garcia and Soleil out of the race. Very unfortunate. Nathan Tye fights back in on the inside of Lewis Werrell. Brilliant comeback from the Sony Kart ace at a critical moment in the weekend too. That is going to be such a confidence booster for Nathan Tye at the moment he needed it most, and it looks as though there's some discomfort for Aaron Garcia. Hopefully that's not a severe problem for him. But Nathan Tye leads Lewis Werrell from Enzo Deligny and Alfie Slater, Rene Lammers, Zach Drummond, Adam Hideg, Emanuele Olivieri, Andrea Dupé and Giacomo Pedrini. So Nathan Tye back in the lead from Werrell, Deligny, Slater and Lammers. Drummond is under pressure now from Adam Hideg, the other Sony Kart, trying to get himself into the mix. But that is a big confidence booster for Nathan Tye to get back into the lead of the race on the charge past Lewis Werrell. Werrell has got to try his best not to overwork the tyres, got to look after himself out there, but suddenly he is plummeting like a stone. That's the Nathan Tye we know again. He is back and pushing forward. Rene Lammers sets the fastest lap though, so these two, Deligny and Slater, are going to have to work incredibly hard to shake him off. So through they come again, up on the top spot. Enzo Deligny running solidly in front of the 227 of Alfie Slater, as Nathan Tye continues his relentless pursuit of the race victories here at Franciacorta. 3 laps away from achieving one, as Enzo Deligny trying to pull away. Alfie Slater still right with him, as is Rene Lammers. Fabulous stuff. 5 different teams in the top 5 places as Aaron Garcia finally walks away from the scene. I think they've just had a quick check over to make sure he's okay, and he certainly looks like he's in much better condition than we first assumed he would be. So Tye and Werrell, then Deligny, Slater and Lammers. Watch for Lammers. This could be his chance to get through past Alfie Slater. Doesn't take it. Up at turn 8. They come up through the rise, and they will go up the crest towards the hairpin. Is this where Lammers is going to get his move on Slater? No, he's not close enough. He doesn't want to throw caution to the winds just yet. On the last lap, you'd probably give that a go. 3 laps to go. Too big a risk. 2 to go now. Tye 4/10 of a second clear of Lewis Werrell. This is a much better run from Nathan Tye. Whatever adjustments they've made to the car, it's clearly coming alive for him again this time. So Rene Lammers on the back of Alfie Slater. Slater on the back of Deligny closing in on Lewis Werrell. So it's all tightening up in this final lap and a half. and it kind of needed to as far as the Battle of Wits is concerned. So Nathan Tye doing his best to really put on a show here from Lewis Werrell, Enzo Deligny, Alfie Slater and Rene Lammers. Adam Hideg is about 0.6 of a second away from these guys. You can see him there in the background in the second Sodi kart. Then the parallel of Zach Drummond in front of the Formula K of Emanuele Olivieri. There they go. And then in 9th place, it is Dupé in front of Jules Caranta. Across the line, Tye goes into the final lap in the lead. Deligny is not prepared to give best in 3rd position. He wants to close up on Werrell and at least take 2nd away, even if he can't take the win. I'm not sure how much time he's going to have to go for Nathan Tye on this last lap. He's going to have a little bit of a pressure to close up on Lewis Werrell and get the place. So here he goes. He's definitely reining in on the Forza Racing driver. Lewis Werrell holds 2nd. A little bit of hard work needed here, but Nathan Tye is in the position he's been desperate to be in all weekend, leading the race on the last lap. So there's problems further back. That is 2-1. That is Rene Lammers. He seems to have had an issue with Alfie Slater on the last lap. So Lammers is in absolute jeopardy. Checkered flag comes out. It's Nathan Tye over the line in front of Werrell and Deligny. But Alfie Slater and Rene Lammers are out of it. Slater recovers for 13th, but Rene Lammers, the Dutchman, game over in the parallel. Any chance he might have had of pole position for the finals has pretty much now been washed away. Very dramatic end to the race there for Rene Lammers, and that is heartbreaking for the Dutchman. But Nathan Tye comes through for a convincing victory in front of Lewis Werrell and Enzo Deligny. Game on for the championship leader. It is absolutely exceptional. Absolutely amazing. What an absolutely sensational battle from Nathan Tye. This is absolutely phenomenal. This is an absolutely fantastic battle developing now. Nathan Tye from Lewis Werrell and Enzo Deligny. Adam Hideg in front of Zach Drummond and Emanuele Olivieri. Gilles Caranta, Andrea Dupé, Giacomo Pedrini and Maxime Verbruge. Augustin Sepulveda, the Chilean, comes up to 11th place, with Francisco Macedo up to 12th. Great comebacks for those two. Alfie Slater so unlucky in the final lap. Len Nyes, Martin Molnar, Marcus Elkunas, Jensen Bernard and Sebastian Kalpeng. And then we have Mattia Kolnagi in front of Ariman Bansal, Griffin Peebles in front of Sandro Perez, Rene Lammers out of the race on the last lap. And obviously we had Aaron Garcia and Tame Soleil clattering into each other in the middle of their battle. On lap 3 we lost those two. Well, big drama. Very big drama indeed here, and it's obviously made things very tricky and very technical right from the start. And what an amazing victory that is. A great confidence booster. It's a real shot in the arm for Sodi Kart as well. They really needed that sort of performance from Nathan Tye, and it couldn't have come at a better moment. So the challenge is going to continue as the drivers will get themselves ready for another exceptional battle in OK Senior, with one race to go before the lunch break. And it's been a really exciting challenge for the drivers leading up to that phase of proceedings. But considering that we have now got some more OK Senior action on the way, let's talk to one of the drivers who has been one of the fastest of the wildcards over the course of the weekend, although he is a familiar face. It's Douay Dedeker. Douay, this is a bit different. You obviously started the season in OK Junior, mid-season, making the switch to the OK Senior. What prompted the change?
Yeah, now we're back to Kart Republic, coming from RFM in the OK Junior. Now we're in the OK. It's my 4th race and it's going really, really well. Yeah, it suits me a lot better, the OK, the engine, the tires is a lot softer. Yeah, it suits me a lot better. It's a lot better for my driving style, so it's going well.
So obviously with everything still being very new in this class, you're obviously racing against drivers that you haven't raced against all season. How have you had to adapt your approach? Are you having to change a couple of things in your driving style that you've been doing from OK Junior, or has it been actually more succinct to your style of driving?
Yeah, okay, is a lot different. Especially the racing, the heats, the final, the super heat is a lot different to race. You race against people who are like maybe 5 to 10 years older than me. I like this a lot more because in the juniors sometimes you see something that you never see before. And okay, they're always calm. They race, but they just race calm. They don't crash or make any messes around the track.
I mean, it must be quite weird to consider that the driver who's oldest on the grid racing against you is 32 years older than you. I mean, that's quite, you've got an amazing wealth of talent, world champions, European champions from multiple disciplines of the sport, not just in karting. So does this raise your game now as a professional athlete? Are you having to bring more skill, more speed out of yourself, more composure?
Yeah, okay, is a lot different, as I just said. You need to drive also a lot different. In the okay, you need to really relax, and in the junior, you need to push. For me, I have a lot of self-confidence also to next year. I try my best, and let's see what we can do.
Now, that's an interesting point you make, because we're looking to next year, and we've obviously had the draft calendar, and we've seen now there's going to be 4 completely different circuits for OK drivers, none of which have been raced on in OK before. So drivers will have maybe raced on a couple of them, but certainly not in this category. So how does that increase the excitement for the challenge for 2023 now?
Yeah, I'm really excited because they always do tracks that we ever drove before, and now it's something different. I like it a lot. I also told already to a lot of people that it's good that they did something else, another track. I'm not scared to be slow or be in the back of the group because OK suits me a lot more. And we will just push and do our best, and then we will see.
I mean, it's really intense here as well this weekend. We've seen a lot of very, very strong battles out there at Franciacorta. And this circuit is actually quite a new one for the OK classes as well. Having done quite a few laps around here now, how does this sort of fit in to the karting fold? Do you see this as being a permanent staple within international karting? Do you think we're going to be here quite a few times now?
Yeah, it's a new track. It's not that old, this track, so I think we will come here a lot in the next years. Yeah, this track I actually like because it's not too difficult, but also not too easy. You need to be good in sector 2, otherwise you miss too much. Yeah, Franciacorta is one of my favorite tracks, and also the grip here is a lot like La Conca. So yeah, when there is grip, I always like it. So yeah, we will see.
Of course, you'll be racing here for the World Championship next season. We've also got the World Championship this year, of course, coming up in 2 months' time on Sarno. Just how useful is the data that you guys gather from this circuit, where the temperature and the track surface are going to be quite similar in terms of the approach to the World Championship? How important is this weekend to prepare for that?
Quite a bit. Only Sarno is a lot different track. It's a long straight, much like you need to match the throttle. The engine is different there. You need to have like different carburation. Also the chassis need to be something else. But it's hot, and when it's hot I'm always fast, so let's see what we can do in Sarno. Sarno, it suits me always, the track. So we do our best, and then we see for the World Championship if I can do maybe top 10, maybe top 5, podium, you never know.
Right, it's fantastic. It's great to see you come up to OK Senior and be very competitive straight away. So we wish you all the best. Good luck with it. And who knows, we may even see you on the rostrum tomorrow afternoon. Good luck.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
Lights out and away we go. Absolute pedal to the metal.
motorsport fans of all disciplines are going to be very, very excited indeed for that weekend. Yes, the FIA Motorsport Games will return at the end of October in 2022 on the Le Castellet circuit at Paul Ricard, with Marseille being the official headquarters and location of that competition. We are so excited. What a way to end the karting season that is going to be, just a month after the World Championships wrap up. And it is basically going to be, for those who didn't see it the last time the event was held in 2019, just before the COVID-19 pandemic, it is essentially motorsport's answer to the Olympic Games. We cannot wait to see how that event is going to unfold. It really will be exceptionally exciting, and it's definitely going to be the pinnacle of world motorsport events across multiple motor racing disciplines. Where else are you going to see so many different collections of motorsport activity in one place? I'll tell you, nowhere else. It's going to be an amazing event, and we can't wait for that at the end of October. So we gear ourselves up for the last race of the morning session, and then of course after this point there will be just 10 races left before tomorrow's superheats. And for pole position, it's Nicolo Cuman back in front once more, alongside the Danish talent David Walter. Maxim Orlov will be on the second row of the grid alongside Sweden's Oscar Pedersen, and then Lucas Samalisto will be on his own on the third row of the starting grid, as the space occupied once by Gabriel Gomez is now left empty, as the Brazilian sadly has had to pull out of the weekend with a light hand injury. So the drivers are going to battle their way for supremacy once again. Nicolo Cuman hoping to make it another victory. He had one yesterday, he had one this morning. Can he make it a fourth race that is victorious? And a fabulous opportunity for him as he continues his way forward. Everybody is now in their fourth racing heat at this point. So for Nicolo Cuman and David Walter, it's game on. Then Maxim Orlov and Oscar Pedersen, Samalisto alone on row 3, Matías Ferreira and Matías Morgato from Eliska Babičkova and Nacho Tunion. Then Freddie Slater and Rashid Al-Daheri, Arthur Roujon and James Igotzi from Max Popov and Emili Koivisto, Enea Frey and Pedro Hilbrand from Max Obst, Eric Genet, Dante Vinci, Adriges from Kavicius, Sofia Cotala and Yovan David completing the grid. So an extraordinary race battle continues on its way then in the OK Senior category, and we're going to see some immense competition coming from these guys as the battles continue here. It is going to be a really smooth ride here in Franciacorta as the drivers continue on their way. And from pole position, Nicolo Cuman looking good for another home victory. He's had 2 out of 3 so far this weekend, and he's currently on an accumulated amount of points that totals just 2. He has only had a second place that wasn't a victory. So only 2 points accumulated so far. We know that Enzo Deligny has obviously made it 3 out of 3, but Cuman has had 2 wins and a second. And he's definitely going to be the favourite at this moment for getting the super heat pole for tomorrow morning in the second of the races. So it's really, really strong at this moment in time, and a really exciting challenge for the men on the front row of the grid. Nicolo Cuman beside David Walter. Walter has a win to his name this weekend, but he hasn't been able to win since that first race of the weekend played out. So the pressure is on him to try and deliver one more time. So Cuman, Walter, Orlov, Pedersen, Samalisto, Ferreira, Morgato, Babičkova and Tunion in the top 10 from Slater and Al-Daheri, Roujon and Igotzi. We're in for a really exciting challenge. How much progress can the world champion from years gone by, Pedro Hilbrand, make? We'll find out as we go racing. First corner. And it's a great start up at the front end. Walter has lost a little bit of ground. He's already gone down to about 5th or 6th position as they run through the hairpin. 4 wide, and there's too many into too small a space. Morgato goes over the top of David Walter. They interlock, and that's it. Game over for both men. They'll never recover that, and I'm afraid that's it. It's over for Walter and Morgato. Their race comes to an end. And then Enea Frey, Max Obst and Dante Vinci have had a separate incident, I do believe. So those 3 are also involved. So, yep, they are all trying to get started again. Obst and Vinci, they haven't made it. Vinci hasn't made it. And I know for a fact that looks like Enea Frey has not managed to recover either. There's Freddie Slater getting his move on the inside of the 151. That is Oscar Pedersen. So it's been a real shuffle of the deck there. But Cuman leads from Orlov, Samalisto, Ferreira, Slater, Pedersen, Roujon, Popov and Eliska Babičkova in front of Nacho Tunion and Pedro Hilbrand with Rashid Al-Daheri, James Igotzi, Eric Genet, Emili Koivisto and then Adrijus Rimkevicius in front of Yovan, David and Sofia Kotala. But everybody else appears to be out of the race. I don't think anybody involved in that first corner incident has been able to get going again. They've all had to pull their carts off the racetrack. And a big lunge on the inside. That's Arthur Rojon getting his move there on Oscar Pedersen. And Max Popov managed to sneak in on the inside line there as well to get up into 7th place. Here comes Slater on the inside of Ferreira. Remember me, I'm the man who used to write all the headlines in FIA Karting in the junior category. Here I come in the OK Senior battle. The Freddie Slater makes his move on Matheus Ferreira, now in P4. Here we go. Lovely comeback move there from the 121 of Max Popov as he gets through on Arthur Rojon. That's the thing, when you get a first lap incident like that. So an interesting battle. So really, really interesting opening bit to the race. And now Slater's going to make his bid on the inside of Samalisto. Job done. 3rd position as the Ricky Flynn driver on the Lando Norris chassis continues to make massive progress. And he is working his way through. Whatever they've done in the interim, they've clearly been tweaking settings. And now it is just ticking on, one by one. His next target is going to be Max Orlov in the Paralympic. But 2022 was always going to be an educational year in the OK category for Freddie Slater as the youngest man in OK. But he's definitely going to have a really interesting challenge of it as he continues to make the progress. 47.994, new fastest lap from the Brit. But Nicolo Cuman is leading on home turf. And this is very special indeed for Nicolo Cuman. He really wants to give the Forza Racing team a podium here, if not a victory. And there's Eliska Babichkova. She gets the move on the inside of Oscar Pedersen. Great to see the TEPZ trio making massive waves here. On the inside, that's Nacho Tunion. Good move on Pedersen into the hairpin at turn 10. So a nice overtake. Not a lot of resistance that can be put up there for that one. So Cuman, Orlov, Slater, Samalisto, Ferreira and Max Popov from Arthur Rojon and Eliska Babichkova. Then Nacho Tunion and Oscar Pedersen from Rashid Al-Daheri, James Zagotzi, Emili Koivisto and Pedro Hiltbrand. Yovan David is 15th now from Gene, Rimkevicius, Kotala and Max Obst, who did actually get going again, but he's now almost a lap adrift. And here comes the move from Slater. Just dives in on Max Orlov. Back end steps out. Lovely placement. Not overdriving the car, not overworking the tyres. Straight into 2nd place and now setting off after Nicolo Cuman. There's some good battles here in the OK Senior category. At the end of lap 5, Freddie Slater has made his mark. So Freddie Slater, 2nd place in front of Max Orlov in the Paralympic. And up the inside there goes the move from Max Popov in front of Matheus Ferreira. So this is a really interesting challenge now from the competitors. Freddie Slater, 2nd position. Orlov, Samalisto, Popov, Ferreira, Rojon and Eliska Babichkova from Nacho Tunion and Rashid Al-Daheri. 11th place for Pedersen, 12th place for Agozzi. Ferreira still trying to get this move done on Max Popov. This is the difficulty for Matheus Ferreira, the Brazilian. He's making good progress, but he didn't have as much preparation time as some of his rivals out there because he wasn't here a couple of weeks ago the same way the other drivers in the CIK classes were. So he's having to essentially find out where the speed is around this course in these temperatures for the first time afresh in race trim. So this is a much harder task for Matheus Ferreira, but it tells you a lot about his credence and caliber as a driver, that despite that disadvantage, he is up in the top 6 in every heat so far, having a very solid race of it. Rashid Al-Daheri, currently in P9, was P9, now he's in P10. And he is starting to make a little bit more progress. Oh, a little bit of a run wide there from Max Popov. Ferreira might have seen that as a bit of an invitation. Trying to close up on him as we watch Slater and Orlov. Slater is a 2nd back from Nicolo Cuman. But Cuman really doesn't want to lose this race now. He's up in front with a 2nd advantage over Freddie Slater. He doesn't look like he's going to drop it for anybody. Continues on. And Slater is keeping him honest, but he's not really able to get that gap down any further. Orlov in 3rd place. Slater will obviously be working to balance the tyres because you've got to manage the tyres over the course of these races as well. Don't forget that the drivers have the same set of tyres with only 2 spares from the start of time qualifying yesterday at midday through to the end of the 2nd superheat which finishes up at about 11 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. So for that 48-hour period, they've got just 4 tyres with the 2 spares. As Eliska Babachkova gets her move on the inside of Arthur Rojon to get into 7th place. So Eliska Babachkova makes the overtake. But Rojon's now got pressure from Tugnon and Aldeheri. As they come through on the main straight, it is Rojon, Tugnon and Aldeheri battling to get through another position. Here's Ferreira on the back of Popov, and now Slater with Orlov all over the back of him. But Slater is not catching Nicolo Cuman. If anything, the Italian is disappearing and pulling clear. But Slater has to be tactical. He has to be calculated about those tyres. If he overworks them, then they're not going to be suit for purpose by the time they get to the final heat later this afternoon. And then, of course, the super heat tomorrow morning. So he's got to balance when he goes for it, when he pushes it, when he looks after the tyres, and when he just keeps himself in a decent, solid position. It's not easy. You're always constantly blending the line as to when to go for the move and when to ease up. It is not easy at all. So some good challenges and some good battles all around, and some really exciting competitions to come from the drivers as they continue to make these progresses. But now Nicolo Cuman has stretched out to a 2.5 clear of Freddie Slater on lap 10. Slater just trying to get rid of Maxim Orlov behind him in the hope that he can check out and disappear for a little bit. Max Popov, Matthias Ferreira, Eliska Babachkova, Nacho Tugnon, Rashid Aldeheri and Oscar Pedersen in the top 10 now, as Arthur Rojon has slipped down to 11th in front of James Igozzi, Emili Koivisto and Yovan David. And now Rashid Aldeheri has got through past Nacho Tugnon. You can see it in the background. There they are, coming towards our position now. Nacho Tugnon, and that's Rojon trying to defend and cover from Igozzi and Koivisto. But into the penultimate lap now come the leaders. Cuman, Slater and Orlov, and then Samalisto from Popov, Ferreira and Babachkova. So Orlov trying to get the move on the inside of Freddie Slater. He's left it till the last minute to retaliate, but then he's been looking after his tyres as well. But Freddie Slater's been doing all the hard work here as far as Orlov is concerned in 2nd place. He's the one that's been pushing in position. So now, here comes the move. Well timed from Max Orlov. He read the situation well. Slater's going to have very little opportunity to retaliate, but he might get a chance up the hairpin. He knows he's got a good gap. Orlov is going to go ultra defensive. So Slater's going to try and get up alongside him out of the final turn and then launch forward to turn 2. He's got good speed off the turn. Cuman's got this one victory done, but now Slater's going to do his best to run around the outside of Max Orlov and then switch around for the cutback. Orlov is keeping him guessing. He knows that Slater's going to be very hard in his attack to come back through, as we watch the leader Nicolo Cuman dominating out in front. Great work from the Italian, and a new fastest lap to boot, just to add insult to injury for those around him. So Slater is going to try every trick in the book. Orlov is going to go defensive, but I think Slater knows now that he's not in a race with Orlov anymore. He's got to keep Samalisto at bay. So there is Nicolo Cuman out of the final hairpin and into the last left kink, and Nicolo Cuman victorious. Vincitore once again. Great run as Orlov comes home 2nd, and 3rd goes to Slater, just ahead of Samalisto and Ferreira. But Nicolo Cuman, a very significant victory for him as he continues to make the progress, continues to put on an excellent display. So a really strong challenge and a great opposition. But Nicolo Cuman getting the job done in fine style. Wow, a terrific run. This is an absolutely sensational charge forward this weekend from Nicolo Cuman, and on his back doorstep as well. Excellent performance from him and the Forza Racing team. They were very passionate about making this one a strong one. Well, this is a sensational run and a great battle. So we will have some fantastic battles to continue on this afternoon. But now there's a handful of drivers that only need one more victory to come for them. So it's definitely going to be an interesting and fantastic and fascinating end to the race day. 10 races to go. Nicolo Cuman picks up another win from Maxim Orlov and Freddie Slater. Lucas Samalisto ahead of Matthias Ferreira. Rashid Aldeheri in front of Nacho Tugnon. From Eliska Babachkova, Oscar Pedersen, Arthur Rojon, Emili Koivisto and James Igozzi. Yovan David fights back again to P13 on this occasion. Pedro Hiltbrand, progress made there in 14th ahead of Max Popov and Eric Genet. Adrijas Rimkevicius came through in 17th place, and the last driver home was Sofia Kotala. There were plenty of retirements, but most of them happened on the first lap. Max Obst ended up off the racetrack after trying to get going and pulling off on lap 4. But David Walter, Matthias Mogato, Enea Frey and Dante Vinci were all out on the first lap. Gabriel Gomez failed to take the start. So great racing this morning. It really has been a fantastic start to move us forward, and we've got some great battles still to come. There are 10 races left here at Franciacorta as we prepare for more exciting drama and scintillating battles out on the course. And we're going to have some amazing motorsport to come here this afternoon with 10 races remaining. We're going to take our lunch break pause, and we're going to show you a little bit about what happened in our Friday evening media show last night at the side of the circuit, where you'll hear from some of the stars of the FIA Karting paddock and some of the names that have been putting on an excellent display for you so far. And then we'll also give you the highlights as to what happened last time out at Kristianstad before we conclude things on the Saturday of Thunder here at Franciacorta. There's a real end-of-term atmosphere here at the Cartodromo de Franciacorta. It's the final race of the 2022 FIA Karting European Championship, and we're just having a nice queue in to the weekend. We've already had the qualifying practice series and 10 of the qualifying heats. We have 20 tomorrow, followed by the 4 super heats and the finals on Sunday. Plenty of racing still to come, and we've got plenty of drivers to talk to for the next few minutes. The first of which is CRG's Nicolo Cuman. Nico, good to be here and good to see you. It's been quite a tough season, but an enjoyable one, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course. I don't have so good results for this year, but yeah, it's because this COVID, I haven't driven so much, so I'm still learning a lot for this category OKJ, but I'm every time improving, and yeah, the speed is now quite good, but still I need to do something to go more in the front. But
yeah, and fair enough. You've been working very closely with the CRG factory team. It's obviously been a long season ever since the start of the year in Portugal. But just tell us about how enjoyable the journey has been through all these different race circuits and the challenge of racing at this European Championship level.
yeah, this year the level is very high, and all the drivers are in. The gap is really small, and I have enjoyed a lot of this year FIA Karting European Championship. I like all the tracks, and yeah.
And of course, the experience of being able to measure yourself against the best drivers in the world at this level as well. That must be a really satisfying opportunity when you know you're able to be within a few tenths of the best.
Yeah, of course, the best drivers of the world, and yeah, only 15. So it's great, but still, because also me, everyone want to be the best, so still need to take the tennis off. And
fantastic. Well, it's great to see you again, Nico, and obviously we hope that you end your European Championship weekend on a high note. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perfect. So Nicolo Cuman, one of the many drivers that we'll get to see. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much for speaking to us. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty more competitors to come forward and hang out with us over the course of a very social evening. We do appear to have a new driver. I believe this is Andrea Dupé, who has come to be with us. Come and join us, Andrea. It's wonderful to see you here at Franciacorta. Just tell us about the experience of coming into OK Junior for the first time here this season.
Yeah, OK Junior is very good category. I really like very good speed in this engine, and the level is very high in this competition, and I love it.
Now you've joined the Sodicart factory team in OK Junior halfway through the season. Obviously, I can imagine your preparations and your build-up are focused on the World Championship, but being here for the last round of the European, just how big an opportunity is that for you to get a little bit more track time and a bit more experience?
It's very important because it's a lot of experience here for the next race will come, and actually for the World Championship also, and I think it's gonna help a lot.
And it's a big weekend for you and the Sodicart team, because obviously the Sodicart team want to get their hands on that trophy, the winning junior team, which could be the first time Sodicart wins a title. you've come straight into time qualifying and are already in the top 5 as a new boy. So is there added pressure to help the team out to get to the top spot, or are you just focusing on your own weekend?
I'm just focusing on my own weekend, and I hope Nathan win this championship.
And you're welcome into the team. It's obviously been only a few short weeks that you've been involved with Sodi Kart now, but what's the atmosphere like coming in as a new driver?
Actually, it's good. The team is very sympathetic and welcome, very good. And yeah, it's...
It's pretty good. Well, hopefully this isn't going to be the first time we'll talk to you in FIA Karting. It's great to have a chat with you. We wish you all the best, and hopefully a very strong weekend for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Excellent. So great to welcome some of the new faces as well as some of the established guards. So we're going to speak to a few more of the drivers as they come through. Jules Caranta is here. Familiar face within the Energy Course team. Jules, great to see you. Come and join us. Obviously, Franciacorta, it's the last round of the championship, but we have to focus on the objectives. Energy Course has always come here very strong, so this is the perfect location for you guys to end the season.
Yeah, the Champion of the Future was quite difficult, but now I'm confident. Qualifying was also difficult, but first race was quite good, and second, the first pass, yes, the second part was a little bit more difficult, but for me, yesterday will be a better day. Yesterday is another day, so I'm confident, and the team is confident.
Now, this circuit is very much home circuit territory for Energy Course. It's their back garden, pretty much, in terms of where the factory is located. So how important is it for you guys at Energy Course and for Mick Panagada and the team to perform well here? Is there added pressure?
No, last year they nearly win here, so for me, they have good data and also good drivers, and for me, we are good in quite old track, and but especially this one, we are quite fast on this one.
Now, at this point in the season, when you know by this point whether you're going to be fighting for the European Championship or not, in this case, sadly, this isn't your time, but I guess now from this point onwards, your focus and your attention starts to shift from what you can do in the European campaign to the World Championship campaign. I guess every round from that point onwards becomes about what you'll do in the World Championship.
Yeah, I'm learning really much in the European Championship, and for me the World Championship, it will be at the end of the year, and I will get more experience, and I will be faster. I'm always faster and faster, so I'm confident for this race and the World Championship.
Excellent. Well, it's great to catch up with you again, Jules, and hopefully we'll be seeing you throughout the weekend with some great results. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Great to hang out with Jules Caranta, the Energy Course driver, always putting on a good show. Martin Molnar has come along for a bit of a chat. Another of the Energy Course drivers. Good to see you, Martin. Excellent performance in time qualifying, right up at the sharp end again. How much is the confidence growing coming into the races over Saturday and Sunday now?
I was not so happy after the qualifying because it was P8. I can do better. Also, the team said that my speed was a lot better also in the sessions before. And there I made some mistakes in the second sector because I arrived behind one driver, and I get some traffic. And you know, in this track it's really hard to stay behind someone because your kart will slide if you will be behind someone. So yeah, it was quite hard at qualifying. And then I done already one heat, and start was good, and then I was missing a bit my speed, but we hope tomorrow it will be good.
Now, compared to when we started the European Championship season in Portugal 3 months ago, here we are in Italy, having been to Spain and to Sweden as well. How different is the atmosphere for you as a driver coming in, having had all of the races that we've had, compared to the start of the season? Your attitude in Portugal, I guess, is very different to your attitude now.
Yeah, you know, all race is a different challenge because the tracks are different and you have to learn it. And if you are fast in every track, that's just a positive thing.
So obviously now we come into the last weekend of the European Championship, but we know that there's a World Championship 2 months from now at Sarno, a circuit that's actually very similar in nature and character to this. So you've got to be, I guess, focusing this weekend to start thinking about the positives at Sarno.
The World Championship is still far away, so it's a bit too early to think, and it's also in Sarno, so it's a different track, and it's not so true that it's quite similar to this one. It's also a fast track, but the corners are really different than this.
Fair enough. Well, it's really good to hear you, Martin. Thanks very much for coming and joining us. Good luck for the weekend, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Great to catch up with Martin Molnar. There's some really talented drivers all the way through the courses of the grids here. And obviously, we've already had some big battles throughout the course of OK Junior and OK Senior in the lead up to things so far. It's been a really exciting battle throughout the course of the European Championship build up to this. And obviously, coming into this weekend, we have two major title battles coming through because we have Nathan Tai versus Anatoly Kavalkin in the junior competition. And both of those drivers are racing for teams that have yet to win an FIA Karting European title at OK Junior level. Nathan Tai for Sodikart, Anatoly Kavalkin for Paralin. So both teams are on edge this weekend. They both want to put their teams on the top spot in the European Championship for the first time. And then they've got a whole collection of drivers around them that just want to be in the best position possible for the rest of the season. And then, of course, in the OK Senior category, we have Joe Turney, the perfect score from the first two weekends in Portugal and Spain, a tricky time in Sweden, and it looks like he's going to have a tricky time here in Franciacorta after qualifying. So it's going to be about trying his best to finish the job on a high note through the course of the rankings remaining. So it will definitely be very, very interesting finishing off the season here, but especially with the likes of Kian Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell wanting to push and find a little bit more speed over the course of the remainder of the race weekends. It's going to be very interesting. Right, we've got a couple of drivers to speak to. Christian Bratuka, come over and come and have a chat. If you're going to wave to me, Christian, then I'm sorry, you're going to pay the price. Good job. Good to see you. You've been having a water fight, so obviously you've been trying to keep cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep cool and playing with my friends.
Fantastic. Well, there is a bit of a party atmosphere for this last round of the championship. It's very different to when we started the year. At Portimao, everything was very business and everything's serious and trying to get things done. Here at Franciacorta, I think everybody just wants to end in a very happy way.
Yeah, I think that too, and I like this atmosphere a lot. So I hope it goes like this always.
And actually, since the start of the year, you had some problems in Portugal when we began the year. There was a lot of bad luck, but towards this second half of the season, you and the team have really started to hit some sweet spots. Qualifying's going well, the races are going well in the first part of the weekend. It's like you've turned your season around.
Yeah, I just got improvements with my team and everything. We tried our best, and now we are trying to keep that up and try to do our best.
Well, now, of course, in a few weeks' time, you've got the World Championship for KZ2, but you've also got the World Championship for OK. You might come away with a couple of trophies this year.
I hope so.
Fantastic. It's great to see you, Christian. I know you want to rush off and hang out with your mates. Good job. Thanks very much. So, Christian Bratuka having some good fun. Due de Decker is here. Now, he's one of the drivers I've been wanting to catch up with, actually. Due, good to see you. Great to see you back again. And things have changed a lot since the last time you raced in FIA Karting at Kristianstad. You were a junior then. Now you're a senior.
Yeah, we switched to OK now. It's going very well. Last week we had a good recover final. 25 positions I recovered, so it was really good. Yeah, okay, I like a lot more the speed, the tires, a lot changed. Also back with Cars Republic now, and I feel really good with the team. Speed is there. Also last heat was fastest lap, so we will do our best until Sunday.
So for those who are not really well versed in the difference between OK Junior and OK, obviously there's a speed difference. You also mentioned there's a tyre difference. Just how big a difference does it make from a driving perspective then? You've got more speed to deal with, a different tyre manufacturer. So how different is the driving style?
It's a lot, because with the OK, if you want to save the tires, you really need to relax in the race. You don't need to push. And in the junior, you just can push so much as you want, and OK is a lot different. I like a lot more. Also the drivers there are more smarter, more older, so I like a lot more to race with them than in the juniors.
Yeah, I noticed that when you were in the junior, you ended up in a lot of bad luck with a lot of people sometimes, and there would be mechanical difficulties as well. You've come straight into senior, and you're already within the top 10. Is this kind of the class that suits your style a bit better, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm always a really smooth driver. I always stay really calm. And in junior, I don't know, the last year didn't go well this beginning of the year. and the OK just suits me much better. Also because I'm so calm, and yeah, just the tire helps me a lot because it's a lot softer and it just helps me.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to catch up with you, Douay. Hopefully it's going to end the season on a good note for you. So good stuff and keep it up.
Thank you. We'll do our best.
Great to see you, Douay. Thank you very much. Well, it's obviously been a very exciting battle throughout the European Championship battle. Sandro Perez is here to come and have a word with us now. Great to see all the stars flocking in. Sandro, great to see you, buddy. Obviously, let's bring you a little bit closer into the middle so that all of the cameras can see you. Sandro, good to see you again. Obviously, it's been an interesting season with DPK, you stepping into OK Junior for the first time. Tell us a little bit about the challenges of this year.
Yeah, it's been a really hard season. I think I'm learning a lot of experience. Also, I'm changing all the. I'm believing a lot this year with the team, and I'm trying to do my best in each race, and step by step we will go more fast.
Now, tell us a little bit about the sort of the change of one class to the other, because prior to this you were racing in a class where you were usually in the top 5, always running for the victory, always working increasingly hard and coming away with silverware. When you change and come up to the European Championship, it's not always so easy to get to the front straight away. So how do you keep yourself motivated? How do you keep finding more ways to improve? How does your focus change?
Yeah, I think here it's totally different. First of all, the OKJ is so different because with the X30, the driving changed a lot, the type of driving, and the focus have to be completely full. You always have to be focused and understand this type of engine, and always try to do your best and be so focused always.
But of course, it's very different when you come up to FIA karting level. You're on the international playing field with the world's best drivers, and you get to go out there and wear the colours of Spain when you're out there racing on Fernando Alonso karting colours as well from DPK Racing. That must be such a cool thing for a youngster like you to be doing week in, week out.
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the...
I was just going to say, it must be a really cool experience to come up to this level and really enjoy the lifestyle.
Yeah, right now I am enjoying a lot, and I'm trying to approach the opportunity and overall enjoy and the focus in each race.
Amazing. Well, keep having fun because you give us lots of entertainment. It's always great to see. Thank you, Sandro. Enjoy the weekend, and we finish the season strong.
Okay, bye.
Thanks very much, Sandro. Always a really, really good time for the drivers to come and enjoy ourselves. Come on, Yovan. I see you lurking there. Forza Racing's Sri Lankan hotshot. This guy is a proper celebrity back home in Sri Lanka as well. It's great to see you, Yovan. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. We're finishing off the European season in fine style here. You stepped up to the OK Senior category this year, and there's mass support for you back home in Sri Lanka. Just tell us about the way the season has played out and how you're looking forward to finish the season here.
Well, it's been an up and down season. Obviously, it didn't start too well, and in Kristianstad it was getting better, and now we're here in Franciacorta, and unfortunately my engine didn't start in qualifying, so I had to start from the back. But the first heat is just finished, and I've finished in the top 10 from the back, so it's going good, and we just need to continue that tomorrow.
You're making a bit of a habit of this in 2022. You have a terrible Friday, and then you bounce back on Saturday and Sunday, and you show everybody how to overtake.
Yeah, I guess, like, unfortunately on Friday when these things happen, I just get my head down and come back. I mean, I'm quite used to it now, but I just got to continue it.
So talk about the challenges of coming into an international competition, because you've only really been racing in Europe about 3 years now. You did most of your racing in Asia prior to that. And at FIA karting level, you really came in eyes wide open in 2021 with no experience at that peak of level. And here you are in senior in your second year full-time in Europe. I mean, that is a massive curveball to be thrown at you.
Yeah, it's obviously difficult having grown up my life in Asia because it's so different to here. Not that it's bad, but obviously I've come here for a full year now, and it's halfway through 2022, and I've adapted well, and it's all going good. So hopefully to continue that for the next few years, you know. Obviously it's been difficult with COVID, but so far it's going good, and I hope it'll get better in the future.
We've seen in the heats earlier today, Nicolo Cuman has come straight out of the blocks from qualifying in pole position and won his second heat in the same team as you with the same equipment. You guys must be on an uphill strive now to try and make sure that everything is fully prepared for each of you to have a real crack at the World Championship in September.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like the team have got it right. We're all going in a good direction. For sure, I had the pace as well. Unfortunately, what happened in qualifying. But it looks like Nico is doing very well, and he's going very fast. So if we continue that to Sarno for the World Championship, it looks like we have a good shot.
Well, we have never yet put the Sri Lankan flag on that podium. I would love to see it up there over the course of this weekend. I think we're quite close to it one of these days. Good luck. Enjoy it. Thank you very much for talking to us, and we'll catch you over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Yovan. Always a pleasure. Very good. It was last year. I do apologise. Yes, there was a Sri Lankan flag on the podium last year. We want to put it on the top step this time, if we can. Thanks for correcting me, Yovan. Now, let's get a word with Oscar Wurtz, one of the star drivers within the Tony Kart factory team in OK Senior. Oscar, good to see you, buddy. It's been a very good year for you. Come a little bit closer. We've got a couple of cameras. Oscar, it's been a tough year. Let's not underrate it, but you've been there with the Tony Kart factory team, improving all the time. What's it been like to step into the factory outfit?
Well, last year I was an expert most of the year, and after the end of the year for the World Championship, I changed to Tony Kart, and it's very good. I immediately made good progress, and the team's been helping me a lot. This is my first year, and I started off not that great, and it's been improving, and a bit up and down. Like in Zurara was pretty good, in Christian side not so great, and hopefully this weekend we can do better.
Yeah, because at the end of last year, we had 3 teams from that group, essentially, because there was the Cosmic Race Department, there was Expert Racing, and then Tony Kart. But it's all been amalgamated into one. You've been part of this operation for the first 6 months when everything's been merged. Just what's the atmosphere been like within the team? Is it a little bit more relaxed now?
Well, because Tony Kart decided that they just wanted to make one big team instead of 3 different teams. And I think it was a good decision, because now everything's it's much easier, and everything you can, I think it's a better decision, because
it's tough to know why as a driver, I suppose.
Yeah, well, because now if you want to know the data, you can immediately or if you want to ask a question to someone, you don't have to walk into a different tent. You can immediately walk the driver's right next to you, so you can walk up to him and ask him a few questions, or the data. You have everyone's data, and it's really easy and simple now.
I might ask Marco Ardigo the difficult question later on in the weekend, maybe. But let's talk about Franciacorta. It's a very new circuit for FIA Karting drivers. This is the first year we've really used it at this level. How do you like it?
Oh, for me, I like it a lot. It's very good. I'm pretty fast here, up and down. Yesterday was pretty good. Today hasn't been great. Qualifying hasn't been great. My heat, I gained a few positions, but still not great. I might not be fast, but I still like the track. It's a pretty fast track, and some sections are fast, some sections are not fast. So yeah, I think it's a good track, and I like it.
I've always wanted to ask that question after qualifying, because I see a lot of very frustrated drivers if things haven't gone according to plan. Is it easier, if you haven't got towards the front of the field in qualifying, to be in the middle trying to fight your way through and stay out of trouble on that first lap, or to be towards the back so that you can charge your way back through? Is it easier being at the back towards the middle?
Well, I would think something pole is easy.
Of course, if you have the choice, but
it's a confusing question. But for me, I think starting as high up as possible is best. Because then after you have a better shot at doing well the whole weekend. Obviously, if you do a bad in quali, it's not great, because after you have to fighting your way through the field is pretty fun, and it's cool. But then also it makes it much more difficult to make it to the final, because then maybe one race you can do very well and it's nice, but the next race something's maybe out of your control, and then it's not that fun, because you're just racing for last position, which isn't great. So I would think starting as high up as possible is best, in my opinion.
Well, fighting is something that runs in the family, because both your dad and brother were always really good at it. So I guess it's nice to continue the name in FIA Karting a little longer.
Well, it's I'm 3rd or 4th generation driver, so that's pretty cool. My grandfather was a rallycross driver. He won the European Championship a few times, and my dad was in F1 and Le Mans. And my brother's been doing really well in F4, so hopefully I can do just as good or even better as them. So
it'll be nice to see. Oscar, it's great to catch up with you. Hopefully you have a wonderful weekend to end up the season. Good job.
Thank you.
Excellent. Always great to hear from Oscar Wurtz. Fabulous talent within the Tony Kart factory operation. And we have one of the Birrellart youngsters, Rene Franciacorta of the Netherlands, is with us. He's going to come and join us for a little bit. Reno, good to see you. One of the front runners in OK Junior. Ever since you burst onto the scene last year as a winner in the Academy Trophy, we've been keeping an eye on your progress. And now here you are with the Birrellart factory team in your second year now. How's it been going over the course of 2022?
I have a lot of ups and downs throughout the year, but now it's a good weekend. You know, we've a little mistake in quali, but in the heats the speed was good. So I hope we can continue this streak and be on the podium maybe.
It's a very good opportunity here this weekend. Now, last year we mentioned obviously that you were in the Academy Trophy, which was a big challenge for you coming out of the Netherlands for the first time and then racing at this level. You did so well then that you've now been able to become an established driver in OK Junior. Are you just still surprised by how much everything has changed in the last 18 months?
Actually not. For me, I just drive and do my thing. Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, you really showed amazing flair last year. To become embedded now as a permanent stay within the Birrellart team, what's the atmosphere like within the squad between you and the teammates and the drivers that you're learning from in the senior category?
It's really good, you know. Of course, I always go watch my races, support my teammates, just, you know, try to get as much experience as possible for the next year, of course. And yeah, I like it.
Now, one of the interesting things we've learned over the last few weeks is the calendar for next year. Whether you're going to be, I'm not sure if you're going to be in the senior category potentially stepping up next year. You will be. So we're going to have 4 very different race meetings next year. Valencia, the Steel Ring in Třinec in the Czech Republic, Rodby Kart Club in Denmark, and obviously the 4th one at Castelletto di Branduzzo on the Siete Larghi circuit. 4 different racetracks. Do you like the idea of the challenge?
I think so. I've never been on any of the tracks, so it will be, for sure, it will be like a good experience. Yeah, it will be difficult for me to, you know, get used to all the tracks, but I don't think anyone has been on the tracks, you know, most of the drivers, so for everyone it will be a challenge.
Fantastic. We're really excited to see how you guys finish up here this weekend at Franciacorta. Good luck, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you.
Excellent. Great to catch up with Rene Franciacorta. The drivers and the stars still keep coming towards us. It's my good mate Lewis Werrell. Come on, Lewis. Good to see you here at Franciacorta. Already a decent start to the campaign this weekend. Good to see you, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about how this weekend has started. Forza Racing for the 4th time, obviously, here this weekend, and this has been your first year in OK Junior. How have you found the 2022 season so far?
It's been a bit of a learning curve at the minute, but I'm getting better and better each time, so yeah, my quali wasn't so bad. I think I was 20th overall, but I think I made a little mistake in the first corner which compromised the pole position, really.
Now, you've only been racing in European competitions for less than a year. You've only recently come out of Great Britain. And to come up to this level at the height of FIA Karting against the best drivers, and you're mixing it in amongst the top 5 and top 10 regularly, is it a bit of a surprise to find yourself at the front so quickly, or is this something that you and the team have been trying to establish right from the start?
Well, I've been learning from the start of the year, and I've got a lot faster from when I first drove in OKJ. And I think I've got a lot more confidence than what I did at the start of the season, so yeah.
And amazing. And of course, we're only 2 months away from the big one, which is the World Championship. Sadly, you're not in contention for the European, but if things keep going the way they are for Forza and the team is still continuing to find the speed, what do you think the chances are that one of you guys, maybe even yourself, could even challenge for the World Championship there?
Well, I hope I can, but it's going to be hard because you've got a lot of quick drivers here. My teammates have been pretty quick as well this weekend, so we've all got a good package, so yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best for finishing off the European Championship in style and for Sarno in 2 months' time. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Great to speak to you, Lewis. Thank you very much. Still a lot of great competitors, and there's a lovely social atmosphere going on behind me. Zoe Florescu, the Romanian challenge from the Birrellart team. Let's bring Zoe forward, who's been having her first season. Zoe, good to see you, and we're towards the end now of our European Championship competition. 4 weekends in, you've established yourself well within the Birrellart team now. How are the emotions coming into this last one?
Well, I guess I'm happy to be able to finish the championship. Well, hopefully I will. And I think I've gained pretty much a lot of experience from this, as as it being the highest level of karting. And yeah.
I mean, when I first saw you in February at the start of the year in the warm-up event, you were a couple of seconds away from the pace towards the back. Now you are mixing it within the midfield and knocking on the door of top 10 in terms of raw one-lap pace. Are you impressed by how well you've done from yourself, or has the Birolot team given you all the tools to back you up all the way?
Well, I guess, yeah, I've been at 2 seconds at the start, and now I'm 5/10, 2/10 kind of there. And I think the highlight of so far, I think I got a P2 in a practice session, and I'm very happy about that. Today I could have got better in qualifying, and I'm also happy with the team and the materials and mechanic. No.
Fantastic. Well, considering this is only your first campaign, I suppose it's easy to learn the hard way by doing all of the hard work now. By the time we get to Sarno, with the right testing in place, I mean, we could see you fighting for the top 10, and then when we get to 2023, you could be one of the established drivers up the front.
Well, I guess hopefully. I still have a lot to learn, and also have to see how it's like to drive in the front of the pack, and get better at, going faster and quali, because I think my biggest mistake is going to quali and kind of ruins the whole weekend. But yeah, hopefully in 2023 we'll see. So I'm also moving up to senior, senior, and it'll be a new challenge.
Amazing. Well, we can't wait to see all that play out. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Good luck for the World Championships, and we'll see how it all plays out. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Zoe. Thanks very much. Always good to hang out with the top drivers in the various different categories, and more of them keep coming in as we have our fabulous end-of-season bash. Let's bring in our final competitor to have a word with from the Paralin Motorsport team, Rene Lammers of the junior team. Come a little bit closer forwards. We've got cameras that we want to get in shot. Rene, this has been such a strong season for you for the Paralin Motorsport team. You've shown incredible speed right from the start, and it's quite clear that you want to bow out of this European Championship in the top 3 of the standings, which is still very doable. Just how confident are you that you can achieve that following qualifying?
Well, currently the weekend isn't pretty much going our way. We just messed. We lost the pace in Q. I don't know why. In the race 1 was okay. We got the maximum out of it. Started on the outside, lost a bit of time at the start. Heat 2, I messed up, made some mistakes, and went off in the second corner. And it wasn't my heat. I was making mistakes, didn't get the potential out of it. But hopefully I can manage to make the places back up tomorrow.
Well, one of the good things, I guess, is that you're one of these drivers within OK Junior who, if you're in a difficult position, we've seen quite a few times now, if you've had a difficult qualifying or you find yourself at the back, you have this inner strength, this tenacity to just charge your way forward. We saw it 2 weeks ago when you were out of position for the pre-final, and you absolutely stormed your way back into contention. Is that something that you like to have in reserve? You like to be able to find where the pace is through the weekend to give yourself the chance to come back?
Yeah, obviously that can only happen if everything is perfect, to storm from the back to first. But it's not impossible, so it's still there. But it has to be a perfect race.
So obviously now we're talking about the end of your second OK Junior campaign. The chances of you being successful when you step up into OK next year are going to be very strong. We've got 4 completely new racetracks to play with in 2023 as well. How exciting is the challenge now, knowing that it's going to be a completely blank page for everybody?
Well, I haven't seen the calendar of 2023 yet, but hopefully it's exciting. New step to OK, we'll see how it goes. And it might go good, might go bad.
And of course we have the World Championship coming up in 2 months' time on a circuit you know very well indeed over at Sarno. So what are the chances of putting the Paralin on the top spot there?
Yeah, it would be amazing. Of course you still have to nail it, so to do is a bit harder than to say, but still it's not impossible.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to catch up with you, Rene. We wish you all the best for the weekend, and hopefully you'll bow out on your terms. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent. Great to catch up with all of the drivers that we've been able to speak to here at FIA Karting's European Championship finale at the Cartodromo di Franciacorta. We've had so much excitement coming into the weekend, and now we've got 2 non-stop days of action and drama. 20 races on the Saturday and the crucial 6 on Sunday. And at the end of that, we will have 2 new FIA Karting European champions in junior and senior. I'm Jake Sanson. Thanks for joining us. Don't miss a moment of the race action from the Championship Showdown.
Out, away, down.
At the halfway point in the 2022 season, the OK and OK Junior drivers descend on the Kristianstad Karting Club in Sweden. After the insane speeds of Portugal and Spain, here the focus is more towards technical skill, as the circuit has more braking zones, more overtaking spots, and even the odd thrill-seeking jump. The drivers affectionately call this place the roller coaster. And with the ceremony and energy that always comes with racing in Sweden, it's the perfect venue to shake up the order and throw a surprise into the mix. With 142 drivers in total from 40 nations, it's a truly global spectacle, both on and off the track. The title fight isn't done yet. If anything, it's only just begun. When the season began, it was clear that in OK Junior there would be a close title fight, as half a dozen drivers emerged as contenders in Portugal. But it would be Koski Motorsport and Dimitri Matveev that would triumph in the first final of the season. At the second round in Spain, Sodikart proved their incredible pace and stormed forward with young superstar Nathan Tai to clinch their first victory in OK Junior and to clinch the lead of the standings. But can they sustain the momentum through the season? Tony Kart can't believe their luck in 2022, as after a podium finish in the OK final at Portimao, Joe Turney was able to claim the win after the two men ahead of him were handed post-race penalties. But Turney wanted to win it his way, and he duly did so next time out at Zuera, with a dominant display in the heats and the final. With maximum points thus far, Turney could become European champion as early as this weekend, but it might not be so easy to achieve this time out. There is nothing in motorsport quite like karting. The paddock in the FIA European Championship is like Grand Prix racing in miniature, as teams from all over the world take the mobile circus on tour, and the carnival of karting never sleeps. In a busy paddock like this, there are three types of teams. The big kart manufacturers, such as Tony Kart, CRG, Birolart, Kart Republic, Paralin, Sodi, Praga and Energy Course, who want to win on Sunday and sell on Monday. The satellite outfits, such as Ricky Flynn, Forza, Koski, DPK and Ward, who are here to win with a passion and soul for victory in everything they do. And there's the local teams, privateers and wildcards, who race on home soil, hoping to challenge the established guards. With 142 drivers from 40 nations covering all 6 continents, drivers will never have more track time in motorsport than they do here, which is why many racers never leave. Data analysis is what turns racers into champions, as the teams assess and study every element from engine and water temperature to braking points and throttle applications. The science of racing shows the driver how to improve and how to gain time at every single corner on the circuit in every single session. Fitness training is intensive, as drivers have to regulate their minds to be focused and their bodies to be temples, with training exercises vital to the routine of karting every weekend. The community is close and everybody is here for the same reason. They love the sport, right down to their bone marrow, and the lifeblood of the sport beats in karting. The majority of every racing driver who has ever won in Formula 1, IndyCar, World Touring Cars, Le Mans and Formula E has to start right here. This isn't just a hobby to occupy the weekend. This is a way of life. Let's take a tour around the Kristianstad circuit with Swedish star Caspian Hagman. Over the crest of the first corner, carrying a lot of speed through the square right-hander, before a quick deceleration into the chicane, which is tough to line up correctly. Then into turn 4, hard braking, but trying to keep the speed up, and then another crest which bottoms out and can even give the driver a little airtime. Turn 5 needs care and delicacy, as the back end wants to slide. Then towards one of the favoured overtaking spots, into the right-hand hairpin. If you make a mistake, you become vulnerable to attack into the S's that follow. Tricky and very slippery, left, then right, and now back on the throttle towards the next square right. Once through the right, you'll approach a double apex left-hander, which the driver treats as a hairpin. Then down the incline to the final bend, which is also a prime overtaking zone. Balance the throttle, position the kart well, and back over the crest on full throttle to complete a very physical lap.
I think confidence also is quite high as well from Zuer and Portimao, knowing that we can get the results and have the speed. So hopefully we can keep it like that for the next 2 rounds and finish it off on a high. I think it's the highest level it can be at. Yeah, there's many drivers, many fast drivers. I think it's all very close to the top. As you can see from weekend to weekend, there's different drivers all over the place. So I think the main part of this championship is just to be consistent and keep it really at the front end. And that's what's going to show, yeah, whoever can stay there and show the best in the point standings. So yeah, I find it very difficult being at the European level, but it's where I want to be and it's the best place to be. I think the expectations that we had at the start of the year are hopefully what we have now. But yeah, I think towards the end of the year, I want to stay where I am and hopefully win the championship, but we'll see what happens.
Time for the finals, and here in Sweden, everything is bigger, louder and more extraordinary than any other circuit on the calendar. Ahead of the OK Junior final, neither Matveev nor Tai have been able to clinch pole position, and with both men at the foot of the top 10, it'll be tougher than ever. Pole has gone the way of Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg, but with contenders such as Anatoly Kavalkin and the dueling Tony Kart teammates Jan Krzowski and Enzo Deligny, it's time for the title fight to open up and for new protagonists to emerge on the podium. Anything could happen in a gripping final. Bouzard led from the start, with the inside line getting the best launch, but Kavalkin kept himself in the fight just behind Piotrowski, with Lewis Werrell and Tiziano Monza close behind. Monza decided to move up early with a turn 5 overtake on Werrell. But the 3 leaders were about to start an intense battle for supremacy. Kavalkin moved ahead of Piotrowski as Deligny passed Werrell for 5th. On the second lap, Kavalkin struck again and stormed into the lead by passing Bouzard. But as the Luxembourger resisted the move, it was the Polish driver behind them that grabbed the advantage instead, but he couldn't quite take the lead from the parallel. Now that Piotrowski had been given a taste of the front, he wouldn't give it up, and after a wild dive into turn 7, he became the 3rd leader in less than a kilometre. Lap 3, and as Kavalkin stole back the race lead, Deligny was on the move again, up to 4th ahead of Monza, but only just, as Werrell tried to seize his own chance. Sadly, Miguel Costa and Kirill Kutskov would take advantage of the British driver's misfortunes. This was the moment Kutskov and Birolart had been waiting for, and he now surged ahead of Costa with his sights firmly set on the podium. Things were going terribly wrong for title contender Rene Lammers, as he was warned for an incident further down the field, whilst Kutskov was moving ahead of Monza, and he was now in a solid 5th place. Not everybody had a good time in the final. Tobias Clausen dropped to the back after a run off the road. Rene Lammers finally called it a day after damage during a tough battle in the midfield. And Kart Republic teammates Lucas Flusha and Tame Soleil couldn't avoid each other as they duelled for the same piece of racetrack. In the second half of the race, Lewis Werrell showed his impeccable skills at tyre management and was now hassling Tiziano Monza to try and make a move. But behind them, Miguel Costa would concede to Dmitry Matveev and Marcus Sater in the same corner, with Nathan Tai eager to pounce on them all. After his brilliant start to the season, Tai just wasn't able to mount as strong a challenge as he had in Portugal and Spain. But at least he went further than the Frenchman Maxime Verbruge, who would be left frustrated and disappointed at the side of the road, leaving the marshals to sweep his Kart Republic chassis away. The race became even more intense from Monza down to Costa, but with Tai being held up in the middle, it allowed Emanuele Olivieri the chance to move ahead of the British star. Meanwhile, Matveev was taking no prisoners in his bid to overtake Monza, and despite a slight bang of wheels, he was able to grab the position, leaving Monza ahead of Sater, Costa, Olivieri and Tai, pursued by Kirill Ditiev, William Go, Nicolas Roos and Adam Hideg. Ditiev and Hideg soon overtook Sater, whilst ahead of them, Kavalkin continued to lead, ahead of the Tony Karts of Piotrowski and Deligny. But with the laps ticking down, it wasn't over just yet. Piotrowski couldn't quite close up enough on the leader, and just as we thought Tony Kart would claim a pair of podiums, Kutskov had other plans. Monza continued ahead of Costa, Olivieri and Tai, whilst Roos zipped inside Go to seal a cheeky but decisive move. At the final bend, Kutskov finally claimed a podium place, and with only a couple of laps to go, that's almost how it ended. But midway round the penultimate lap, Kutskov decided to play the defensive tactics. Tyrvenichkul was caught out through the hairpin, and there was mild contact between the two, which gradually allowed the Thai driver to get past. But Kutskov felt aggrieved and used his own form of retaliation to get back in front. By this point, neither driver was prepared to concede to the other. Tyrvenichkul stormed back alongside and made his intentions clear into the first corner. But as Kutskov held the Birolart firm around the outside, Huzar was able to find the smallest gap to place his Koski Motorsport machine on the inside line, and fourth was his. But for the Paralin driver up in front, it was victory at last. So close on several occasions, but now Anatoly Kavalkin was able to seal the victory that he and the Paralin team had come so close to achieving several times before. Heading to the finale next month, the championship fight has been blown wide open too. On total points, Ty is still ahead, but on dropped scores, it's Kavalkin now in front. After penalties for Kutskov and Tyrvenichkul, Huzar would finish third behind Petrovsky, with Werrell, Monza and Costa in the top six, ahead of Olivieri, title contenders Ty and Matveev, and finally Tyrvenichkul in the top 10. With Kutskov losing his podium post-race, triumph would turn to despair, but his performance was nonetheless impressive. Petrovsky finally came of age to seal a podium finish, which was richly deserved under the circumstances. But Paralin and Kavalkin had finally reached the top of the podium, and all of a sudden, they now have the advantage in the title race on dropped scores. Can they win the crown in Italy?
The race was successful for me and for my team. The qualifying practice was good also. Hits, I won 4 of 5 hits. So after super hits, I a little bit missed the first place. In the final, I was just keeping up the pace and try to do my best. So thank you all who support me, thank you my team. The chassis worked perfect and engine.
Overall, the whole week was quite fast. Quali P5 in the group, 13 overall. Heats, I was arriving all the time top 3, try to stay in the group to the pre-final. Then in the pre-final start P2, make great start, then just drive to the finish line. In the final start from P3, after the start I was P2, and a little bit fighting in the first laps. And that's how it goes after staying in the second place.
I was a bit lucky in the qualifying because the speed wasn't perfect, but still the qualifying was really good for me. And today already in the super heat I understood that I can make the podium, like I have a chance for it. I'm really proud of myself. Sure, I want to say thank you to my engine tuner Maciek, to my team, because we made a hard way for this podium. We worked a lot and finally we found the speed and we made a podium. I'm really proud of me and myself and all our team. Thank you.
In the final, I think Anatoly performance came out after mid-race. So from mid-race onwards, he could express the best of his package. Obviously, he conducted a great weekend, very smooth, no mistakes. Even the start in the final from the outside was probably the trickiest moment of his race, and he managed that properly. So I'm very happy of his performance, and the whole team job was incredible this week.
The level of the field is high. You've got some drivers like Travis Anuto and some official drivers in the class as well. So at the front of the field and even in the middle of the field, there's a lot of good drivers, and the fight is not only between the drivers but between the teams as well. Every team's pushing the limits, so it's really difficult in this class at the front. No, there's not a lot of pressure on me to win the race. Of course, that's what we're here to try and do, but if we win or come second, it doesn't make a massive difference to the points. So no, of course we're all here to win and do our best, but I haven't got a lot of pressure to win the race. I think the pressure's more on the other drivers. I'm not too nervous. I'll just drive like I have been, and hopefully the result will be good enough.
It looks like we won't be crowning a European champion here in Sweden after all, as the script has been thrown out for a new storyline. The OK battle has been very intriguing from the start of the weekend. Championship leader Joe Turney starts back in 11th, and pole position goes to Kian Nakamura-Berta, who can clinch the lead of the championship if he stays there. But Thomas Stoltemanis could also triumph alongside him. And Alex Powell is seeking his first win in FIA Karting. But there are underdogs aplenty in the top 6, as Olin Gali, Max Orlov and Lucas Samalisto are all having a great run. But who will win? Nakamura-Berta made a great start initially from Stoltemanis and Powell, but then disaster, as the Japanese driver had to take to the grass over the chicane, as too did Evan Gilter. As Powell moved ahead of Orlov and Gali, Stoltemanis would drop to 5th, with pressure from Tuukka Tarpanen. On the next lap, Powell took advantage of the dirty tyres of his teammate and snatched the lead on turn 6 to lead his first OK final in FIA Karting, with Orlov joining him in 2nd place. A loose chain guard befell Forza driver Rashid Al-Daheri, but his race was over regardless. Gali decided to move his own way into 3rd, and all of a sudden the dominant force of the weekend was struggling. But Chu Yan Pu's brilliant weekend was practically over after an off-road excursion. In the midfield, Arvid Lindblad was dueling with Samalisto, whilst Tarpanen was wheel-to-wheel with Matias Morgato, Gilter poised to move ahead if the chance occurred. But it wouldn't end well for Adrian Maliero, who parked at the side of the road early. Once Nakamura-Berta returned to his natural rhythm, he took back a place on the podium, but as Stoltemanis moved ahead as well, Gali wasn't exactly satisfied with the method. Stoltemanis misjudged a move on Nakamura-Berta, and the two almost crashed out. Chu realised his race was over and decided to retire. Tarpanen and Turney were now carving their way through the pack, sometimes using all the road, and a bit more, but rubbing wheels with each other nearly resulted in the mother of all collisions. They were quick to recover though, and as Tarpanen dived ahead of Turney, he was joined by Arvid Lindblad. But despite a strong manoeuvre around the outside, Turney was in no mood to play nice, and Lindblad suddenly found he had no road left to play with. He rejoined into the path of the luckless Enzo Deligny, and it was clear that neither man would finish on the podium today. But there was more woe at Ricky Flynn Motorsport, as both Maxim Rem and Dion Gouda were out at turn 4. The Brazilians made a bid for supremacy, as first Gabriel Gomez and then Matias Ferreira made attempts to pass Lindblad, but the Red Bull Junior's dirty tyres made it too easy. Samalisto's brilliant weekend continued with an overtake on championship leader Turney, not that it lasted long. As Samalisto ran wide, Juho Valtonen seized the initiative. Rintaro Sato and Nasho Tunion were struggling to handle Caspian Hagman and fell into the clutches of their rivals, whilst Morgato had his hands full racing against Oscar Pedersen, with Deligny not gaining the advantage he had hoped for. The man who was second in the championship was ready to concede defeat and was already thinking about Italy next month. Nakamura-Berta was back in the swing of it and slowly started catching Max Orlov. On lap 10, he decided he could make the move, and having been proven right, he now had plenty of time to catch Powell for the lead. A lap later, and Stoltemanis sealed a podium finish with his manoeuvre on the Paralin in exactly the same corner. Valtonen versus Gilter provided the next big manoeuvre, and after a controlled sweep into the left-hander at 7, there was nothing the Finn could do to retaliate. In a bizarre move, Gomez seemed to wave Tarpanen by, and as the Finn took the offer, he made a slight hesitation, only to be reassured by the Brazilian heading into the next bend. Pedersen found the gap to pass Morgato, and Lindblad didn't wait to be asked twice, as he also grabbed the place. But the Brazilian was in trouble, his battling having loosened the kart's rear bumper. So as Lindblad passed Pedersen into the final bend, the Brazilian realised it was game over and promptly pulled his Kart Republic into the pit lane to retire. Next up, Gilter moved past Turney, two men severely compromised this weekend, and praying that Italy will hurry up and arrive. The last time the OK classes had raced in Sweden, Borgato had been victorious, but with him out of the race, it was now the Jamaican star Alex Powell that was on the verge of making history. Try as he made to catch the leader, Nakamura Berta just wasn't quick enough. It was clear that the Mercedes F1 Junior would refuse to give away a chance of his maiden FIA Karting win. The Flying Finns continued their squabble in the midfield, as Samalisto overtook Valtonen with comparative ease. But as he tried to pull away, a feisty manoeuvre from Gilter saw him pounce on the CRG of Olingali, taking the Brazilian completely by surprise. It wasn't long after that before Turney repeated the move and continued his run of damaged limitation to score some points and consolidate his championship lead. Sadly, Nacho Tunion would be scoring no points as the DPK driver was out. Tarpanen set up a final charge ahead of Orlov, which would be a mighty comeback to claim a fourth place finish, his best of the season so far. Stolchemanis did what he could to close up on Nakamura Berta, but neither driver found it easy to make progress, as the tyre wear in the heat was dramatically different to what testing had given them in the cooler conditions on Thursday and Friday. They would have to settle for a podium. That meant that a young man raised in Trinidad and Tobago and representing his native Jamaica was about to change the course of history, as Alex Powell became the first ever Caribbean to win in the FIA Karting paddock. A landmark moment for Jamaica and the entire region, and it could open the floodgates for the talented Powell, as now the decision by Mercedes F1 to bring him to their academy has shown to be an incredibly smart decision. He was so delighted he couldn't resist a rapid in-lap to celebrate his speed. With a 1-2 for Kart Republic, Nakamura Berta stayed ahead of Stolchemanis and Tarpanen, whilst Orlov crossed the line ahead of Gilter, Turney and Lindblad, with the top 10 completed by Olingali and Juho Valtonen. A first OK Senior podium for Stolchemanis shows off the amazing journey of Energy Course in 2022 and the Latvian's ever-improving pace. Nakamura Berta was magnanimous in defeat, but couldn't hide his slight disappointment, only 9 points behind Turney. But for Alex Powell, he completed a terrific day for new winners in FIA Karting, and the first ever from Jamaica. And who knows, it could be the start of a magical run to the title in Franciacorta.
Yeah, it's a great achievement for the whole of Caribbean, not only Jamaica, for the whole of the Caribbean. I know Zane Maloney got close 1 or 2 times, but definitely to come away with the win and to be the first from my country, for me, it's an amazing feeling, and I hope it starts a streak for myself, and then for the other kids, you know, also pursuing the same dream that I am.
We managed to qualify pole overall on Friday. Won all my heats on Saturday and was pole position for the pre-final. Managed to win that. Started pole for the final. It's quite a hectic first few laps. Got nudged off in turn 1 and had to cut the grass, like Alex said, and that made our tyres quite dirty first few laps, and struggled for grip. Then Alex got past, and a few others got past, and had to try and regain my pace, stay calm and go forwards again. Tried my best in that final. We got quite close to Alex, but just not there.
I think my weekend was very good. For me and my team, I think was a very good result. I started second. First 3 laps was a mess for everybody, which were fighting. Everybody was fighting, and then I had a gap, a good reference behind Nakamura, and just stayed focused and tried to catch him, but was not possible, and end up in 3rd place. I'm very happy.
Good result for the team, first and second, but also the whole team or other drivers during the heats, like Jampo won heats, Samalista won a couple of heats, Gilter from BDK. So yeah, it's been a great weekend, and we catch up a bit in the championship as well. Still difficult to win it, but we're going to give it a chance in Franciacorta for sure. I also would like to thank all mechanics who work for KR, Ayami, KBS, have done a great job. So it's not just the 2 drivers here and their mechanics. I think it's a team job. And we missed Dino, but he will be back for the next round.
It's been quite a dramatic change in form in the OK classes, as Tony Kart and Sodi Kart were the main protagonists in Portugal and Spain. But thanks to an epic weekend in Sweden, it's clear that Paralin and Kart Republic have suddenly caught up to challenge for the title. With a few weeks until Franciacorta, there's a lot of work for all four teams to do. But as Anatoly Kivalkin and Alex Powell finally celebrate their maiden wins in the FIA Karting paddock, every weekend left this year will crown us some champions. Italy is next in a fortnight for the KZ and KZ2 European campaigns to conclude, and the Academy Trophy continues. So as we say farewell to Kristianstad and Sweden, the drivers will return in Cremona. There's a real end-of-term Kristianstad really was here. a fantastic third round of the FIA Karting European Championship, and one of the drivers from the OK Junior category who gave us such entertainment there, as he has all season long, is Maciek Gladish. Maciek, it's great to be with you once again. Obviously, it's been a very fast weekend for you, a bit frustrating at times, but you're still very much in the hunt for the victory.
Yeah, because in the quali we had some problems because I did only one lap. I went too late on the throttle. The first race I won, but I got disqualified because my mechanic put wrong tire. But I forgot about this. Second race fifth, and now I managed to finish fourth. Yeah, we are still fighting to finish in top 3 this weekend. Will be hard to do this, but it's still a long way.
Now, you've been working very hard over the course of the season with Ricky Flynn Motorsport, your first season with the team. It's obviously been a really competitive year for the whole squad. I mean, how are you feeling at the end of what has been a really competitive European Championship?
So we are working every time very hard to find some good speed. In Portimao, we had good speed. Zuera also we had good speed. Kristianstad was good, not the best, but was good. And yeah, now it's my track and our team, so we are working hard to improve every session and to be on the fastest.
And of course, I guess the focus now for you and the team has to be looking towards Sarno, because the World Championship 2 months from now, obviously it's an event that the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team has always gone very well at, and I have a feeling that you're going to be more motivated than ever to get to the top spot.
Yeah, because Sarno is my second favorite track. Like Franciacorta is one of my favorites, but this is my second favorite track. I like this new track in Sarno. Old one I didn't really like, but this one it's very nice. It's fast. It's a fast track and easy to overtake in Sarno. So I think we can be very fast and can finish in top 10.
And one of the things we've been talking a lot to the drivers about so far is the 2023 calendar. Obviously, it looks very different compared to this year. 4 completely different race circuits, which OK drivers have never raced on unless they've been competing in different classes. So I guess next year it looks even more exciting than this year has.
Yeah, because first round is in Valencia. I've never been there. Second round is in Trinidad. I have been there because I'm leaving from this track like 2 hours. So I'm excited. Third one is in Denmark. I've never been there and I never saw this track. And Castelletto. Castelletto is good track and I really like. So I think it's good tracks. And also World Championship will be in Franciacorta. So this is the most important for me.
So next year is going to be a really strong one for you, Maciek. Well, it's been great to see you over the course of the European Championship. One more race to go, so hopefully it'll be a good one for you heading into tomorrow's Superheats. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
So now there are just 10 races left before we get to tomorrow's Super Heats. It's been a really exciting battle leading up to this, and now we have the OK Junior drivers about to venture onto the circuit once again. It's going to be Groups D versus F this time that venture out onto the circuit here at Franciacorta. Here is the rest of the schedule, and you can see just how busy it's going to be. The Junior qualifying heats for D versus F will quickly follow its OK Senior counterpart. Then Groups A versus C will venture out for Junior and OK with 20-minute increments of time, balancing all the way through the rest of the day. So you're obviously going to get 10 very exciting and intense races, because for all of the drivers in the first 4 races, it will be their 4th heat out of 5. And then for the remaining 6 races, which kicks off with the Junior qualifying heat D versus E at 4 o'clock, all the way through to the qualifying heat B versus C for the OK Seniors at 5:40 local time, that will be their last chance, the 5th and final qualifying heat for each driver, to get them onto the Super Heat grid in fine style for tomorrow morning. It really is nail-biting to the wire now. And all of the drivers know that this is their last opportunity with these final 2 races to book themselves a decent place on the Super Heat grid. As it stands at the moment, Matías Orjuela and Mario Gimonito are going to go into this race from the front row of the starting grid, and definitely a lot of big pressure on those two to get a good result. Elliot Kaczynski and Nicolas Schaufler are going to be together on the second row of the grid. Jan Piotrowski and Dino Strescu on the third, Marcel Kasprzycki and Rene Lammers on the fourth, and Alpecin Aksoy and Sebastian Garzon together on the fifth. In the intermediate classification at this moment, Anatoly Kowalkin is unbeaten, 3 wins from 3 starts. Jan Piotrowski has 4, Kirill Kutskov has 6, Helias has 8 points, as does Kirill Ditiev from Enzo Deligny on 9. So a very competitive method to go into these final 2 qualifying heats for the drivers. And it really is going to be an exciting and immaculate showcase as we gear ourselves up, ready for an exciting conclusion to the qualifying heats here at Franciacorta. So here's the grid. Matías Orjuela and Mario Gimonito on the front row of the grid from Elliot Kaczynski and Nicolas Schaufler. Jan Piotrowski and Dino Strescu from Marcel Kasprzycki and Rene Lammers. Alpecin Aksoy and Sebastian Garzon from Miguel Costa and Lucas Flusha. William Go and Alex O'Grady from Guy Albag and Andres Cardenas. Alexander Bogunovic and Jens Truer from David Kozma and Lico Lananati. Luna Flusha, Isaac McNeil, Peter Agiv, Louis Laveau and Kilian Josseron completes the field. 25 drivers all bidding to get to the top spot. And obviously a really intense battle likely to play us out all the way through on this 1.3 kilometer circuit. The air temperature has climbed to 29 degrees Celsius according to my timing screen. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a little higher than that. So obviously the drivers working their way around on the formation lap, just trying to get themselves dialed in and looking hungry for success. But it has been a really tricky and very interesting race build up to this. Quite a few of the big names have had a moment or two where they've just pushed a little bit too far over the envelope and made a couple of mistakes here or there, because the pressure really is starting to mount for a lot of these competitors. So obviously they're going to be backs to the wall for the rest of the race meeting, desperately trying to get themselves into a good position out on the course. But it is not easy to get a good balancing act as they continue to run in close proximity. So the drivers are working their magic and pushing on very hard indeed as they continue to give us plenty of excitement out there on the course. And so we are looking forward to seeing what happens as we have the Colombian Matías Orjuela going up alongside the Portuguese Mario Gimonito on the front row of the starting grid. It really will be an interesting challenge as the competitors gear themselves up, ready for an exciting showcase here at Franciacorta. And the drivers are going to be gearing themselves up for an excellent display. So can the Portuguese driver, Mario Gimonito, outsprint the Colombian on the starting grid? We'll find out as we go racing again at Franciacorta. And it's a good start from Orjuela. And that looks like a pretty decent start from Mario Gimonito. She slots herself into 4th position. And it looks like a lead change already as Elliot Kaczynski has got through into the lead in the Ward Racing Machine. So Matías Orjuela has already dropped back a little bit. And a big run on the curbs there as a big overtaking move from Rene Lammers. One of the Birolats trying to come through. Nicolas Schaufler and Lucas Flusha have both managed to get the move done there on one of the Ward Racing drivers. I think that's Marcel Kasprzycki, as Piotrowski now gets the move on Orjuela, and through comes Mario Gimonito in the same breath. So they have come up into 2nd and 3rd place, the teammates. Excellent work from the Polish and the Portuguese. So Mario Gimonito, this is the best start of her weekend so far. 3rd position, going well. And there's plenty more opportunities for the drivers to come through. Whoops, that looks like Emanuele Olivieri has gone off the road. Oh no, wait, that is going to be his teammate that's got off the road there. I do apologise, that's one of the Formula Ks that has drifted off the road, but it's not Olivieri because he's not in this race, I do believe. It's one of the others that has drifted off the road there. So Kaczynski is your leader, Petrovsky, Nito, Orjuela, Aksoy and Frankot. So I think it was Petr Agiv that actually drifted off the road there and managed to recover. So still going strong, but Guy Elbag, the Israeli, has picked up a warning flag as up to the lead. There comes Jan Petrovsky, and Nito is going to get through as well. So first and second for the Tony Kart teammates. And Jan Petrovsky and Maria Gimonito have already made a great start. Maria Gimonito getting a little bit defensive as she holds on to second place for the moment. And that's a nice move on the inside there from Alpecin Aksoy. Looks like the Tony Kart trio up in the top 5, really putting on a good display as Kaczynski wants to take back on terms with Maria Gimonito, who is not giving way. So Alpecin Aksoy trying to get through, and that is a disaster for Petr Agiv. His race is over. Kaczynski and Orjuela, and also goes through as Rene Frankot runs wide. That was Alpecin Aksoy getting through past Maria Gimonito. So I'm afraid Rene Frankot drifts to the back of the queue. And that's really gone terribly wrong indeed for the Birilat driver, but there's still good overtakes coming in as Petrovsky leads Kaczynski, Orjuela, Aksoy and Maria Gimonito. And then 6th place is Lucas Flusha in front of Costa, Schaufler and William Go. Diving in on the inside, that's Maria Gimonito getting back on terms with Alpecin Aksoy and dropping him down as Lucas Flusha goes through as well. Miguel Costa run on the curbs, nearly gets spat out wide there. Nicolas Schaufler decides to hang back a moment longer, and that keeps them both in the race. So lap 4, and Jan Petrovsky has half a second on Kaczynski and Orjuela, with Maria Gimonito getting back up the order as Alpecin Aksoy gets a little bit too close to Lucas Flusha. That's going to cost him a little bit of momentum. Alex O'Grady sets the fastest lap of the race, charging his way onto the back bumper of Dino Storescu. So great racing so far. Alex O'Grady running a good race here, 49.8 from him for the last lap. Nicolas Schaufler, though, trying to get away from O'Grady's teammate as we watch O'Grady battle with Dino Storescu. And the 249 in the mix there, of course, as well. That is Marcel Kasprzycki. But we also have William Go just in front of them, the young Filipino who is in 9th place. So Petrovsky, Kaczynski, Orjuela, Nito, Flusha, Aksoy, Costa, Schaufler, Go and Kasprzycki. They continue to charge forward. Maria Gimonito going a great race at the moment in 4th position in front of Lucas Flusha. Flusha's going to have a look for the inside line at the first available chance. So Kaczynski is doing his best to close up on Jan Petrovsky. Nicolas Schaufler, warning flag for the BWT driver. Didn't quite see what caused that, but certainly that is the result. So a really exciting challenge as the competitors continue to stroke forward. What an absolutely sensational run. So this is going to be an absolutely incredible battle to the end of the race for the last 3 laps, because you've got Kasprzycki, Orjuela, Nito, Flusha, Aksoy, Costa and Schaufler all queuing up, and it looks as though William Go's going to join the queue, and that's Louis Leveau. Louis Leveau in the Sony car has spun off there on the run to the hairpin. So I'm afraid that's game over for Louis Leveau. He will join Petr Agiv on the sidelines. So very disappointing indeed for Louis Leveau as his race comes through, and off the racetrack walks Louis Leveau. He's actually going to cross the ribbon of the tarmac there. So Jan Petrovsky is your race leader in the Tony Kart. And Petrovsky still looking very comfortable. Maria Gimonito is having the race of her life at the moment in 4th position, really going strong in the FIA Karting European Championship. She's never run as high as this before, but it's on merit, it's on pure perseverance and determination. She and the Tony Kart team have been working very hard, and now Maria Gimonito right up in 4th place. 2 laps to go. Kaczynski and Orjuela are not that far away from Jan Petrovsky, so there's still plenty of time for things to change as Flusha is falling into the clutches of Aksoy, Costa and Schaufler. So there's still a little bit of time to play with here, and still a little bit of battles to have. Petrovsky just running a little bit deep, and that's going to put Kaczynski right onto the back bumper of the pole. So with a lap and a half to go, there is going to be a great duel between these two, I'm sure. Kaczynski right in behind Jan Petrovsky. Petrovsky, of course, for the Tony Kart factory team. Elliot Kaczynski for the Ward Racing team. But not being able to get past at this first part of the lap means that now the parallel of Matthias Orjuela is closing in on them. Matthias Orjuela having a look, decides against it. Still a bit of time to go for the battle. And Maria Gimonito doesn't want to be too close to this if it all kicks off. She wants to leave herself enough space in case she can gain a couple of positions. Last lap. Petrovsky, Kaczynski, Orjuela, Nato. Flusha still running good in front of Aksoy, Costa and Schaufler. Go, O'Grady, Kasperichki and Andres Cardenas, who's made a good comeback in this race to be P12 for the moment. Luna Flusha has made an even better comeback. She's in 14th, making up 7 places, as has Kilian Josselin from the back of the field now in 18th. Oh, and that's a problem for one of the wild cards. I think that is Dino Storescu. So Dino Storescu, I'm afraid, is out of this race, or certainly out of contention for the top 10. Even if he can get going again, he's going to finish dead last. So one final charge, up to the final couple of hairpins. And is there going to be a bit of a defensive strategy here from Alpecin Aksoy? I think so. So the checkered flag will come out for Jan Petrovsky. He takes the win from Kaczynski, Orjuela, Nato and Flusha. And they are all covered by less than a second. That was great racing in OK Junior. And an excellent performance from Jan Petrovsky, the latest Tony Kart driver to pick up a race victory here at Franciacorta. After watching the fantastic performances from his teammate Enzo Deligny, he now gets a victory all of his own. And a really important race win to be taken there as well. So a really solid effort. But what a terrific battle it has been so far. Jan Petrovsky picking up a very solid win at a crucial moment in the race weekend. So plenty of reasons to be cheerful and happy about that one. But what a sensational battle. So a good performance then from the drivers in the field as they continue to make good work of it and continue to make good solid race of things. But a really perfect drive from Jan Petrovsky, just timed his moves to perfection, didn't really push himself further than he had to, and read the situation well. Jan Petrovsky taking the victory in front of Elliot Kaczynski and Matthias Orjuela. And then, of course, in Mario Gimonito in 4th place, Lucas Flusha from Alpecin Aksoy, Miguel Costa, Nicolas Schaufler, and then William Go from Alex O'Grady, Marcel Kasperichki and Andres Cardenas, Renaud Frankot and Kilian Josselin, Sebastian Garzon and Luna Flusha, and then we have Jens Truer and Isaac McNeil. 19th for David Kozma, the Romanian, in front of Nico Lanalati, then Alexander Bogunovic and Guy Albag, and then the retirements, Dino Storescu on the final lap, Petr Agiv and Luis Laveau, both dropping out of the race at various points through the 8-lap sprint. So fascinating stuff then from the competitors, and a really solid race for Jan Petrovsky. That really puts him into a good position as he continues to put on some good performances here. It's not going to be easy to see how this all plays out, but certainly we're going to have some great performances from the drivers as they continue to give us quality entertainment here this afternoon. But now our attention turns once again to OK Senior, the battle between Kia Nakamura and Joe Turney for the European Championship title. It's Alex Powell and Tuka Tarpanen that are on the front row of the grid for this one, though. The Kart Republic driver from Jamaica and the Finn for Tony Kart. Then Caspian Hagman for the World Racing Team and Britain's Harley Keeble in the Birolart. And then we'll have Albin Storesen, the independent driver for the JP Racing Squad in the X-Brit. The Swedish driver is going to be alongside the Latvian Thomas Stolchamanis, who really has made this place his home in recent weeks. Chuyan Pu, the Chinese driver, lining up 7th on the grid alongside Evan Gilter in the VDK Racing Kart Republic. And then the 5th row of the grid is an all Tony Kart affair with Juho Valtonen on the inside and the British driver Joe Turney, who is currently leading the championship. But as we can hear from his interview on Thursday, it's not as simple as it seems.
I plan to approach this race like I would with any other race. We're here to win the race, firstly. Yeah, we'll try and finish as high up as we can, like normal. Try to do the best work we can over the next few days and then see where we end up in the championship. I think the circuit doesn't have a particular place where it's really challenging, but overall it's a hard track to pass on. It's not too technical, but in the racing it's difficult to pass, so overall for the racing it's quite difficult. The opponents will always be challenging. I think there's no such thing as an easy weekend here, so yeah, the level is really high, and up at the front it's extremely difficult, so we'll try and do the best work we can, but I'm sure everyone's trying to do that, so it'll be difficult. Yeah, it will be difficult to manage the equipment, and it will be difficult to manage ourselves as well. It will be a really hot week, so we need to be drinking a lot of water and stuff, and making sure that the material is taken care of, because it's quite hard on the material when it's this hot. Yeah, I think it will have it will probably be fairly similar weather to Sarno, but I don't think it will be too significant because the track's completely different, and it will just be a different race in general. Every track we go to, even if we stay at the same track for 2 weeks, the track's never the same from 1 week to the other. So we could be here 1 week and then the next week it's completely different. So I don't think it will be too significant, but I think all the people who are at the front here will probably be at the front there as well.
So Joe Turney definitely with it all to do over the course of this weekend, starting from P10 on the starting grid for all of his heats. Not an easy situation for him to be in, to be fair, and certainly on the back foot. But Joe has this ability to bounce back from adversity, so it's definitely not all done and dusted for him by any means. He's certainly going about this the hard way, making us sweat to see if he can come through for the championship title. Just check out the drivers as they prepare for battle in this next qualifying heat. You can see that one of the biggest priorities here is just trying to keep cool at the moment, because obviously here at Franciacorta it's very hot indeed, a few miles from the famous town of Brescia, and very, very hot at this part of the world. So the drivers are obviously having to work increasingly hard to make sure that they are well nourished and well hydrated, and obviously keeping as cool as humanly possible, because the last thing you want to be thinking about is overheating in these sort of conditions. You have to be very, very focused on all of the different build-ups, and you have to be very, very careful about how you measure yourself through the course of proceedings. There's a nice little collection of karts from the junior race just before being retrieved by the rescue teams. Louis Leveau from Sony Kart, Peter Agiv of the Formula K, and obviously, of course, as well there, Dinos Turescu, the Romanian, who was bitterly, bitterly frustrated by the look of things when he got out of the kart and just trudged away, bitterly, bitterly disappointed. So now we come into the next battle. It's going to be Alex Powell and Tuka Tarpanen on the front row of the starting grid for the Kart Republic and Tony Kart factory teams, respectfully. Caspian Hagman, very talented superstar for the Ward Racing team. Third place for him in the Tony Kart, looking very comfortable and certainly taking on the authority of an amazing driver within the Ward Racing squad. Certainly plenty of confidence. Harley Keeble starting up in 4th position on the grid. The British driver in the Birolot looking particularly focused these days and looking very strong for it. Albin Studesen, what a great performance it's been from him so far this weekend. 5th position on the grid this time. He's right up there at the sharp end. Do not be too surprised to see him challenging for the victory in this one. He certainly seems to have got a good handle on the JP Racing Expert. Alongside him on the grid, Thomas Stolchemanis, who has had, the only way to describe this really, has been the weekend from hell as far as he's concerned. He really has struggled to put the decent results that he is used to having on this track on the board. So a very tricky situation for the competitors as they continue to find a little bit more speed. So now the competitors are there in position in the top 6. Chuyan Pu, the Chinese driver, is next up, 7th on the starting grid. The Mercedes F1 Junior, alongside the Frenchman Evan Giltier, who's going to be in position once again on the 4th row of the grid. And then the 5th row, the rounding out of the top 10 is done by Juho Valtonen and Joe Turney, the Finn and the Brit. And obviously, having just heard from Joe Turney, there is a championship battle on. So it's obviously going to be very tricky to see just how well he can come through. So an absolutely fascinating challenge for the competitors as he continues to put on a good display. But a very tricky scenario and a really tough race battle to come. Row 6 of the grid, we'll see Petra Bavichkova. She'll line up on the inside of row 6. Alongside Maxim Rem, who is there for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team in P12 of the grid. And then we will get to see, on the 7th row of the grid, Josh Erfen, as he runs there in the 125. He lines up on the Ward Racing Tony Kart, side by side with Keanu Blum, the Austrian, who is in the DPK Racing Kart Republic. Then we will have, on the 8th row of the grid, we will have Ella Stevens for the Richard Mille Talent Academy in her Birolart, and she will be lining up alongside Gustav Wisniewski, the Polish driver for the Forza Racing Expert team. And then we will have, on the 9th row of the grid, Rintaro Sato, the Japanese talent, in the Czech Republic. He lines up beside Dmytro Muravchik, the man who waves the flag for Ukraine in the international competition in OK. Then on the 10th row of the grid, it is Adrian Maliero, the CRG, who lines up 19th position on the starting grid alongside Kirill, who is there in 20th position on the starting grid. Jakub Raszki on the 11th row. The Polish driver lines up beside Marius Christiansen, the Dane. And then we have the Lithuanian Andrea Vibriantet, who is there 23rd on the starting grid. And of course, a lot of talking points coming into this last day of race action before the finals tomorrow, because a lot of drivers have been trying to get the ultimate fast lap times and the good overtaking moves that they can use to improve their standing position. But also, of course, this is good last-minute preparation for the World Championships, which will take place for the OK and OK Junior drivers at Sarno in Italy 2 months from now. Fabulous circuit, located just under the foot of Mount Vesuvius, pretty much, in the valleys that trail away from the Napoli city. And it is, of course, known as the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. And then, of course, we head into what is going to be a very busy season in 2023 when a lot of the drivers will return. They're going to be taking in 4 completely new circuits for OK drivers to compete on. So it really is going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out. So we're in for a fascinating and scintillating battle. So far in the rankings, Enzo Deligny has 0 points because he's got 3 wins out of 3. Nicolo Cuman has 2. Kianaka Roberta has 4. Zachary David has 9. He's been getting on with it very quietly there. Kaspian Hagman currently has 11. Max Orlov has 12. And Karol Pazovic has 15 in front of Christian Bertucca on 17. So it's still very even and competitive in the OK category. A lot of drivers still wanting to give us a good show. So for qualifying heat D versus F, we're definitely going to have another scintillating and exciting race battle. And the drivers are gearing us up, ready for it. Alex Powell and Tuka Tarpanen on the front row of the grid. Kaspian Hagman and Harley Keeble on the second. Albin Stureysen and Thomas Stolchimanis are on row 3. From Chuyan Pu and Evan Gilter, Juha Valtonen and Joe Turney rounding out the top 10. Petra Babachkova is along with Maxim Rem, then Josh Erfen and Keanu Blum, Ella Stevens and Gustav Wisniewski from Rentaro Sato and Dmytro Muravchik, Adrian Maliero and Kirill from Jakub Raszki and Marius Christiansen, and rounding out the grid, the Lithuanian talent, Andrea Vibriantet. So as the drivers gear up ready for qualifying heat D versus F, 23 drivers, all bidding to go from the front end of the starting grid to challenge forward for a race victory. Never easy on this circuit. Overtaking is definitely possible, but once drivers start defending up in front, you really are fighting to try and get yourself into a solid position as the drivers continue to make good progress around the course. So it's fascinating. A really good run as the drivers are obviously putting on a great show and a fantastic display. So we'll see how it all plays out here as the competitors are gearing up for another good showdown. And this one is the last one. Oh, that's a problem for Marius Christiansen. So before the race has even started, I'm afraid, Marius Christiansen is in trouble. And I'm afraid that's game over before the race even starts for him. So very disappointing for Marius Christiansen. And that pretty much sows the seeds of his demise. I mean, it's going to be hard for him to fight back from there, but I think his superheat on Sunday morning is going to be the last we will see of Marius Christiansen, barring unbelievable circumstances. But at least Marius Christiansen and the Falcon team have come here to play. They are doing a good job. In the Czech Republic, I should say, sorry. So now we wait for the lights to go out. They do, and we're racing up to the first corner. Good start from Alex Powell. Took a top and slots in behind Albin Stureysen. Then tries to go right round the long way to get up alongside Albin Stureysen, but Stureysen definitely has third place. So it is Powell, Hagman, Stureysen and Tarpanen as they run down to the braking zone. Thomas Stolchimanis is going to have some pressure as he comes through 3 wide, and a nice little cheeky manoeuvre from Joe Turney as he's made up a couple of places there up into 8th position, following in the wheel tracks of Juha Valtonen, I believe that is. So a good start initially, and Alex Powell has got himself into a good lead. Tuka Tarpanen down to 4th position in the hope that he can find a way to come past. But certainly Tuka Tarpanen really struggling with the elements at the moment. Kaspian Hagman going a little bit defensive to Albin Stureysen. 2 drivers that know each other very well here. But out in front, Alex Powell is taking full command of the situation. Hagman second, Stureysen is third, then Tappanen, and then it is Gilter, Keeble, Valtonen, Turney, Stottjemanis and Chuyanpu in front of Rem, Babichkova, Mariero and Josh Erfen. So the challenge is continuing as Turney goes wheel to wheel with Valtonen. He's got to be careful here. The last thing he needs is to ditch it into the drink. He's got to be very careful as he goes wheel to wheel with Juho Valtonen. So the drivers up in front still having a very technical and complex battle. That's Stottjemanis going wheel to wheel with Turney, and Stottjemanis knows that Turney can't afford to make a mistake. Stottjemanis is squeezed wide there by Chu and also by Maxim Rem. So Joe Turney, full of authority. He's not going to be pushed around today. As now Petra Babichkova tries to take on Thomas Stottjemanis. Up on the inside, this is for second as Caspian Hagman and Tuukka Tarpanen both get past Albin Stureysen. So Albin Stureysen is now going to drop down to fourth position, although round the outside, Harley Keeble is going to try and make an undercut maneuver here. But Stureysen really knows where to place the kart to cause maximum difficulty for the drivers behind. So Albin Stureysen still going relatively strong. As he goes through the hairpins, rolling off the power, just getting back in, doing his best to continue this incredible evolution for Albin Stureysen. But Joe Turney now finds himself in front of Evan Gilter, having got through, and that's a run wide for Petra Babichkova. Babichkova's got a problem. Babichkova's got a problem and gone right off the road. So I think she's got a problem of some kind. Game over for Petra Babichkova. Can't quite figure out what it is that caused that, but certainly at the end of the straight, it was very clear that Petra Babichkova was going no further. So she is out of this race, I'm afraid. Joining Marius Christensen on the sidelines as Joe Turney sets the fastest lap of the race. Welcome back, Joe. Brilliant pace from the Tony kart this early on, a 47.8 under the circumstances, showcasing that he's still in this fight. And all Joe Turney really has to do is keep within a few points of Kia Nakamura-Berta's total this weekend, and he should be able to pick up the title. Here's Chu Yanpu. A good run on the inside as Evan Gilter gets squeezed wide. So some good performances, some good solid pace at the moment. Still, the competition is very close. But Tuukka Tarpanen is taking his time to go for Caspian Hagman. Alex Powell up front is just loving it, out in the lead. Looking very solid and smooth. No major causes for concern as far as he is aware. Back up on the far side. Hagman, Tarpanen, Stureysen, Keeble, Turney, Valtonen and Chu Yanpu. But Evan Gilter is trying to shake off Maxim Rem and Josh Erfen. Thomas Stottjemanis in front of Rashki and Wisniewski. Here comes the move from Chu. Chu dives in on the inside, gets the overtaking move on Juho Valtonen. So that's another driver he doesn't have to worry about picking off. But Hagman, Tarpanen, Stureysen, Keeble, Turney is looking very tight. As there goes Tarpanen, and also Keeble and Turney both get their move done on Albin Stureysen. So Hagman is down to third, and Stureysen is down to sixth. So big movements there from the two Swedish drivers, but not in the direction they were hoping to move. Certainly going well at the moment for Alex Powell as the Jamaican continues to solidly work his craft around the course. It's not looking very easy to determine. But still, the race battles are very intense as the competitors continue to make trials. So we are running another spectacular race battle. The drivers are still giving us everything they've got, trying to find a little bit more speed, a little bit more time as well. So the competitors coming forward. Some good races from Joe Turney when he has had the opportunity this year. He's taken full advantage of every chance he's been given, but this time it's the biggest chance he's ever had to become European champion about this time tomorrow. 24 hours from now, he could get the job done, but he's obviously got to be incredibly calm. Work on what the kart is good at, work at what the kart isn't good at, try to improve it, and also work on his own mental discipline. But certainly now Joe Turney up into fourth place is a great position to be in, past Harley Keeble. Now he's going to try and take on Caspian Hagman. Have they found something in the latter stages of the weekend to suddenly transform this European Championship fight again? Because at one point we thought, well, Joe Turney's won it, hasn't he? Then he DNF'd. Or certainly dropped back through the field, we should say. And as a result of that, It's been clear to a couple of people, well, I think maybe Nakamura Berta might win this championship. Don't tell that to Joe Turney. That'll put fire in his belly. Certainly has so far. So he's looking pretty strong from his fourth place at the moment, but he needs to get a little bit more out of the kart in order to close and then pass on Caspian Hagman. Could do with being a tiny bit closer, but this is the difficulty with this OK category. The only way really to get a good run on the driver in front of you is to be in that slipstream zone. Right in behind, about 2 to 3 kart lengths back, is about as far back as you can afford to be. Now it looks like we've had another retirement. It's Maxime Rem, who has parked the Ricky Flynn machine up on the far side at turn 9. So Maxime Rem, I'm afraid, is also out of this race. It is Joe Turney putting pressure on Caspian Hagman. If he can get past, this is really going to help out Joe Turney's title aspirations. I mean, fourth place is not bad, but third position is even better. And certainly it would give us an indication as to just how Joe Turney is having to work to get himself up to the front end. It's still not quite right, is it? You can tell that Joe Turney, in his normal confident stance, he's having to twitch the wheel a little bit more often than usual. Just get himself into a bit more of a rhythm. So there is Joe Turney, tucked up behind Caspian Hagman. Tuka Tarpanen has gone up in front. He's now chasing down Alex Powell, and he's got time to catch him. He's got 3 laps and 4/10 of a second. So Tuka Tarpanen hasn't given up on this win yet. And that could get very interesting. Joe Turney just observing every move that Caspian Hagman makes, but he's got to get on with it quickly because Harley Keeble wants to get past him anyway. So still the drivers continue to press on. And Alex Powell running a very solid race from Tuka Tarpanen, Caspian Hagman, Joe Turney and Harley Keeble. Albert Storesen hasn't fallen away completely. He's still there in P6, as you can see, in front of Chuyan Pu. Here they come towards us. And then there's Evan Giltaire running ahead of Valtonen, Stochamanis and Josh Erfen. So terrific battles into the penultimate lap. Drivers are still trying to find that little bit of extra momentum, that little bit of extra speed that really gives them that motivation, that little bit of a boost. A lot of hard work still coming on though, as Alex Powell is trying to gap Tuka Tarpanen, but the gap comes down again to 0.318 of a second. All he's going to need, Tuka Tarpanen, is one audacious move in the hope that Alex Powell bails out of it, and he could snatch this qualifying heat away. If he does that, then he's almost unchallenged for pole. Not quite, but certainly Tuka Tarpanen running a very solid race battle here as he tries his best to close down on Alex Powell enough that he can have a go at him into the final lap. But Alex Powell is going to be in qualifying mode. So he's going to be pushing his way to get the perfect lap time out of the car. Make sure the car doesn't drift, it doesn't slow everybody up. Absolute ragged edge stuff this from Alex Powell, who's doing everything he can to get away from the reigning world champion. So Tuka Tarpanen giving a lot of pressure to our man at the front. But Alex Powell, the Jamaican sensation as they call him, doing a great job. And I'm sure that Gwen Legru and the Mercedes F1 Junior program couldn't be happier with the results he's delivering now in this second half of the season. He's looking very strong, very competent, and particularly authoritarian out there. Out of the final turn, despite Tarpanen closing right up, Alex Powell is going to take the victory. So Alex Powell wins it from Tuka Tarpanen and Caspian Hagman. Joe Turney, P4. Talk about saving your bacon in the last couple of races of the Saturday. So Joe Turney, 4th position now for him. That's 4 points added to his score, so there's still quite a bit of a way to do this. But that alleviates quite a lot of the damage that could have been done by Joe Turney. He could have well ended up with a decent couple of manoeuvres in the early stages to fight him up to the lead. But it is very tricky. So Alex Powell, 12 laps in, 15.6 kilometers of racing action. He really has been exceptional in this kart. And watching him put himself into a winning position time in, time out, it's a joy to watch, it really is. But Tuka Tarpanen can't quite beat him on this occasion. So we'll just have to see how today plays out. The drivers watching along. You can see there a lot of the juniors watching along. That's Enzo Deligny, Jan Peszrowski, Rene Lammers. They're all there watching along on the main straight. So a victory for Alex Powell in front of Tuka Tarpanen and Caspian Hagman. Joe Turney climbs to 4th place at about time 2. Harley Keeble Albin Stureysen in the top 6. Chu Yanpu in front of Evan Gilter, Thomas Stolchemanis in P9, and Juho Valtonen rounding out the top 10. Then it is Josh Erfen in front of Jacob Raski. We'll then have Adrian Mariero and Gustav Wisniewski from Rentaro Sato and Ricky Liu. 17th is Dmitro Moravchik in front of Andrea Webriantet, and the last driver home in the end was Ella Stevens. Retirements for Kiana Blum, Maxim Rem and Petra Babachkova, as well as a non-start in the end for Marius Christiansen. So some good battles as the drivers are getting themselves prepared for an exciting run here in the qualifying heats. We've had groups D versus F against each other now, but there is more terrific action still to come as we are in for an extraordinary challenge with the races that are still remaining. Good work so far from the drivers, but we're not done yet. There's still quite a long way to go as we prepare ourselves for action. You can see the OK Junior drivers gearing themselves up, ready for battle. So we have now got the pressure cooker rising, and for the man on pole position this time, Jimmy Helias, he's going to have the man who is seemingly unable to do any wrong, Anatoly Kavalkin, lining up right behind him on the starting grid. Kavalkin has been here a couple of times now and managed to come through to the victory from 3rd position on the starting grid on all 3 occasions. So it's certainly looking pretty good for Anatoly Kavalkin. He looks pretty cool and relaxed, actually. Just do the same thing twice over, and he'll be on the pole position for the Superheat tomorrow morning, which is exactly where he wants to be. But his main title rival, Nathan Tai, is under no illusions about how difficult it's going to be in this competition. He knows it's going to be challenging. We managed to catch up with him on Thursday ahead of his European Championship campaign.
I mean, yeah, it's a high level. It's the biggest level of karting in 2022. I think it's been a high competition this year, so yeah, it's been very difficult with how many drivers there is, especially been how consistent everyone has been. So yeah, I think it's very, very challenging this year. Yeah, I think it's quite a technical track, but also quite flowy. So I think it's really trying to get the chassis right, but also have the driver to try and be really, really smooth. I think it's definitely important trying to save the tyres around here, especially with a lot of races to do. I think, yeah, it's a very challenging track to try and finish the championship on, but it shows who will do the better job. I mean, it's a very flowy track. The first and third sector are very quite long and not many corners, whereas the second sector is more technical and twisty. So I think it's definitely difficult to race on, trying to find where the best position to put your car is. But yeah, I think it's a good fun and a good challenge. It's a good preparation for the World Championship, as you kind of know who you're going against and to gauge off who's going to be fast and who's going to be not so fast. I mean, yeah, I'm very confident in the team, that the team are going to do a good job this week. I think, of course, it's going to play a massive part into my hands, knowing I have to be very aggressive but also very consistent. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a good last race, but I'm excited to see what happens.
See, this is the fascinating dynamic coming into this weekend. Both Paralin Motorsport and Sodi Kart are on the verge of history, and both teams want to be the team that gets the job done first. Neither has been able to seal a European karting title in OK Junior in the past, and it's been pretty much shared around between the likes of the teams from Kart Republic and Tony Kart in recent years, as well as with kart chassis from the OTK group at the very least, as last year, of course, it was won by Freddie Slater in the European Championship for Junior when he was on the Cosmic chassis as part of the OTK group. So a fascinating situation this year as Maxim Rem walks away from the scene of his slightly worse for wear Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart. And there's Petra Babachkova having come in for the TEPZ racing team as well. Not the greatest of situations for her after having had what looked to me like a mechanical failure in her kart. I don't think that was driver error from Petra Babachkova. So tricky situations then for her. The youngest of the 3 Babachkova sisters. I believe she's 15 years of age now, with her older sisters, Eliska 17, and Teresa, who is in the W Series, now 19 years of age. So a fascinating battle for all of the contenders, but not for everybody in OK Senior. It doesn't always work out according to plan. It's getting busy here on the start-finish straight as competitors are keeping an eye on things. Good to see race driver Luca Griggs there on the main straight, I think. He was had a bit of a light arm injury in recent weeks, wasn't able to compete with us for the last couple of meetings, but now it looks to me as though he is almost back to full fitness again. So by the time we get to the World Championships at Sarno, watch out for Luca Griggs. If he's there in a Falcon, as good as he deserves it to be, then none of the other drivers will see which way he went. So it could be a very interesting battle out there as we watch a couple of the other drivers who are there with their parents and their mechanics and their families as they watch along on the main start-finish straight here on this fantastic of spectacles, the European Championship. So many great drivers have won this in the past. Certainly in the junior contingency, it's been very competitive all the way throughout. And we've had some amazing competitors who have come through to be European champion in the junior categories over the years. You've only got to look at the Hall of Fame since 1988, when a junior class was first introduced for Junior A. Wim Eijkmans was the winner of that European Championship back in 1988, and he is here, of course, helping to mastermind young Ian on the starting grid in the OK category. But if you look at the names of drivers that have won in Formula A and Junior A in the late 80s and through the 90s at this same sort of level, it really does read like an incredible list of astonishing drivers, the likes of Alvaro Parente, Cesar Campaniso, Antonio Garcia, Giorgio Pantano, even Jos Verstappen, who won the title for Formula A back in 1989 ahead of Mike Hezemans. Even the drivers that are on the podium that didn't actually manage to win the title. You look at the likes of Emmanuel Collard, Guy Smith, a Formula Le Mans 24 Hours winner with Bentley, David Terrian, Baz Linders, Anthony Davidson, and some chap called Fernando Alonso. He seemed to do quite well for himself. So there are some amazing drivers that have come through this European karting scene over the years. OK Junior Qualifying Heat A versus C. And in the OK era, it has been absolutely astonishing since the class was first introduced in 2016. All but three of the years has seen a British champion. Jimmy Helias and Kirill Kutskov from Anatoly Kevalkin and Dmitry Matveev, then Gerasim Skudunov and Kirill Kutskov. Edu Robinson and Tibor Ramakas from Salim Hana and Maciej Gladys. Then Guillaume Bouzard and Andy Konsani, Bradley Mashman and Kian Fardin from Ivo Besterda and Chi Newman. Then Dylan DeVos and Jacob Kamenik. Tobias Clausen and Thomas Stralven ahead of Arta Dorisson, Kimi Tani, Timofey Mikolov, Zoe Florescu from Oliver Kinmark and Marcus Sater. So as the drivers warm up the tyres and brakes again to optimum temperature, I mean, reading this list of drivers who have won titles in the junior categories, it really is absolutely fascinating. In the days of the Intercontinental A junior category, you're looking at the likes of Alvaro Parente, the 1999 champion, Reinhard Kofta, actually had Lewis Hamilton and Alessandro Bonetti just behind him on the podium. And then you look through the list of ICAJ drivers, Michael Amamula, who won the European title in 2000 ahead of Jean-Philippe Guignet and Francesco Antonucci. Then you look at Sebastian Vettel, 2001, he got the title won. 2002, it was Sebastian Buemi. Then you had 2003, it was Nicky Risitano ahead of the likes of James Calado and Atta Mustonen. And then, of course, in 2004, we had Stefano Coletti in front of the late, great Jules Bianchi and James Calado. With 2005, the title going the way of Michael Christensen ahead of Nigel Melker and Charles Peake. And then, of course, in 2006, it was the last running of it in Intercontinental A Junior rankings. Mikel Monras was the title winner ahead of Scott Jenkins and Felice Tieni. So in Junior, there really have been some amazing competitors through the years. But in the OK era, it's been all Brits except for Paul Laurent, Marcus Amond and Yuga Wuga Chukwu over the years. So are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we do. Up to the first corner, good start from Jimmy Helias and Anatoly Kevalkin, just as it always has been. And they skate their way through the hairpins, trying their best to move a little bit more forward as the competition continues on its way. Down into the braking zone. They come through the hairpins, putting on a terrific showcase. So, some amazing drivers. Maciej Gladys diving through and making an overtake there on the inside of one of the Paralins. I think that might have been wheel-to-wheel drama between him and who was that who could have been going along there with? I think that was Ivo Besterda having made a decent start. Oh no, wait, that looks like it could have been one of the Leclerc by Lennox drivers actually dealing away. Meanwhile, Kavalkin does not take too much longer to get through, but this time he's going to have opposition straight away from Kirill Kutskov. So this is where the race is really going to be fought for between these two drivers. Kavalkin and Kutskov could actually prove to be a thorn in each other's sides here, and watch out for Dmitry Matveev in 4th place. This could be a really interesting challenge between those 3 drivers. So Kutskov was all over the back of Kavalkin. He's definitely getting closer. So now this is all about Kutskov just being very smooth behind Anatoly Kavalkin. But Kavalkin is without a doubt one of the smoothest drivers in FIA Karting, so he's got to be really careful about how he times these moves and how he makes his bid to come through into position. So far so good though. Everybody has kept it together and on the racetrack in the first couple of minutes. Here's Kutskov on the inside of Anatoly Kavalkin. Kavalkin tries to turn in for him, but Kutskov has got through. So Kirill Kutskov makes the move then on Anatoly Kavalkin. And then they're off to the first corner. So that's the first time all weekend that the first time all weekend that Anatoly Kavalkin has not been in the lead of the race by the end of lap 2. So Anatoly Kavalkin definitely looking for an interesting response here to get back through on terms with Kirill Kutskov. But in all 3 of the previous races, Anatoly Kavalkin was leading by the end of lap 2 and didn't lose the lead again. So this time it's different. There's the move on the inside from the Birolot of Kirill Kutskov. He gets past Jimmy Helias. And Oliver Kinmark is there or thereabouts as well. So an astonishing run from the drivers up at the sharp end of the field. Jimmy Helias trying to shake off Dmitry Matveev. As there is Edu Robinson running in P6. He's got pressure from Skudanov, Ramakers, Buzar and Salim Hanau as they come through over the line. But Kutskov is your leader in front of Kavalkin. Now, if you're Nathan Tighe sat on the sidelines and you're watching this, you're thinking, okay, he can be beaten. He is beatable. So do not panic. This race weekend still got plenty in it. There goes Matveev on the inside of Jimmy Helias. So they continue on their way through. But Kirill Kutskov is out in front of Kavalkin, Kutskov and Dmitry Matveev from Jimmy Helias and Edu Robinson. Then Gerasim Skudanov and Timur Ramakers. Bit of a run wide there from Ramakers. But it's still very tight and very closely knit together at the moment. But Kirill Kutskov has the advantage over Kavalkin. Then Kutskov, Matveev, Helias, Robinson, Skudanov, Buzar, Hanna and Timur Ramakers. So along the main straight once again. 4 laps completed and 4 to go. Still a lot of stories to be written in this one, as the drivers are trying to give us a little bit extra momentum to finish us off with. But Kirill Kutskov holds the lead here in front of Anatoly Kavalkin. It's the first time all weekend that he has been bettered. But Kavalkin doesn't need to panic about this. Just needs to keep himself in a fascinating situation. So now there is a real chance for the competition to continue in fine fettle. So now we're going to be in for a really exciting and very intense showcase. So let's see how it's all going to continue on from here. Matveev is going to try and close down on Kutskov. But there's the move from Robinson. He gets through on Jimmy Helias now. So Jimmy Helias drops back into P6. The Frenchman working hard to stay in the top 10. By the way, this race is going to continue to play out. 3 laps to go. And there is Dmitry Matveev all over the back of Kirill Kutskov. Going to come up to the braking zone. It's very tight to see these 2 drivers battling wheel to wheel. They're really going to have an interesting push of it when the other drivers come to battle. So a very tough situation as the drivers continue. So this is a really solid battle for the competition again, as Arthur Dorisson picks up a warning flag. Now, where is Dorisson on the track? He's had a really tricky weekend. He's 19th at the moment in front of Timofey Mikhailov in the Paralin. But Guillaume Buzard running very well here in front of Gerasim Skudanov as they continue to drive forward. 2 laps to go for Kutskov and Kavalkin. As Dmitry Matveev looks for his chance to close up on the 2 leading drivers in front. Kutskov is in 4th place. 5th place is Edu Robinson from Jimmy Helias and Guillaume Buzard. So the competition is really high and still pushing very strong. But Kutskov, Kavalkin, Matveev, Kutskov and Edu Robinson from Jimmy Helias, Guillaume Buzard and Gerasim Skudanov. From Salim Hanna and Timur Ramakers, then Chi Newman and Thomas Straven ahead of Marcus Sater. And we have Jakub Kamanik, who is next up. And Jakub Kamanik is in 14th position, the young Czech. Guillaume Bouzard running wheel to wheel there with Jimmy Helias, and then we've got a great battle further back. That's Salim Hana, Gerazim Skudinov and Tibor Ramakas as we go into the final lap. And for once, Anatoly Kavalkin looks like he's not going to pick up a race victory. That looks like it'll go to Kirill Kutskov, but very sensible manoeuvring from the race leader in the interim, Anatoly Kavalkin. He has not panicked by dropping to second place. He's just decided to sit in behind Kirill Kutskov and run down the laps, because essentially there's a lot more still to come from this weekend, and he knows he doesn't want to cost himself a decent finishing position in the closing stages. So second position will do, when it'll be the only 2 points he's picked up so far in the weekend. So for Kirill Kutskov, it's another big step forward for him, as he's going to come through with a race victory, and that will put him third in the interim rankings on 8 points. But for Anatoly Kavalkin, he finishes second behind Kirill Kutskov for the first time all weekend. So Kavalkin is still your interim leader on only 2 points, with the next best being Jan Pestrovsky on 4. But it certainly makes things interesting for the remainder of the day, because Anatoly Kavalkin is now not going to be at the sharp end with a perfect score. He ends up second behind Kutskov. So a good run from Kirill Kutskov, and obviously there is more to come from him as we continue to make the preparations through the course of the rest of the day. But for these races where you're going to have so many talents with so much skill, it's nice to see Kirill Kutskov putting himself into a race-winning position to topple the man on top form, Anatoly Kavalkin. You can't win them all, they say. And certainly the only one Anatoly Kavalkin is really interested in winning is the final on Sunday, following a good run in the pre-final, or as is now known, the Superheat on Sunday. So some good work there from Kirill Kutskov, and also from his rivals out there on the course to put him under a lot of pressure. It is Kirill Kutskov for the Ward Racing team that takes the victory in qualifying heat A versus C, in front of Anatoly Kavalkin and Dmitry Matvey from Kirill Kutskov, Edu Robinson, Guillaume Bouzard and Jimmy Helias from Salim Hana, Gerazim Skudinov and Tibor Ramakas. G. Newman in 11th place in front of Thomas Strauven, then Marcus Sater ahead of Jacob Kamenik, Dinan DeVos ahead of Kimi Tani, with Oliver Kinmark in 17th place for the Koski Motorsport team, and Ivo Besterde of Parolin finding himself in 18th place. This was a race that had absolutely no retirements. Adi Konsani in front of Maciej Gladish, who really didn't get the result he wanted. Timofey Mikolov ahead of Bradley Majman, Tobias Clausen, Kian Fardin, Arthur Dorisson and Zoe Florescu. So all 26 drivers that started were able to come through for the finish. So some good situations around the course then in the OK Junior Heat there, and obviously after this race we're going to have one more for the OK Seniors, and then it will be just one race each per driver in the competition. It really will be very close indeed for all of the competitors as they run in close proximity. So the battle is going to be very, very intense between them. And we're going to have a really exciting challenge as we continue with the race day. So I have one more guest with me up in the box, and it's one of the TEPZ racing drivers, Eliska Babichkova, a wild card this weekend, and all three of you are doing a fantastic job. And just tell us about the challenges of being here for the first time with not a lot of preparation coming into this weekend.
Yeah, it's surely difficult. We did a race in here in X30, which I think helped us a lot. And so far, we've been enjoying the weekend a lot. We've been gaining a lot of new experiences. And the challenges were probably the most with the engine so far, because I had a big engine problem and Petra did as well in the last heat. So yeah, so that's that.
But in terms of the raw pace that you guys have shown straight out of practice and qualifying, I mean, are you guys surprised that you've been able to be as fast as you have, and you're only about 0.2 of a second tops away from the top drivers at the moment? That's an amazing debut.
Yeah, I think we're a bit surprised, but all of us have worked like very, very hard for this, and we also try to get the best materials we could. The team is working really well. The drivers are doing their best, so I think that's just the result of our just like effort that we put in. Yeah.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about this progression, because obviously you come in here as a wild card in the European Championship, along with your two teammates and sisters. The World Championship's coming up in 2 months' time. Is that something that is on the radar for the team at the moment, or is this literally just an experiment to see what works next?
It is something that we're thinking about. We're not too sure about it yet, but we'll see how the finals go tomorrow, and I think that will help us decide what we do next.
Of course, the other thing that I think it's quite interesting in terms of timing for you guys, obviously being a Czech team and Czech drivers, you've got a Czech round of the championship next year for FIA Karting's European Championship at the Steel Ring, which you guys, I guess, will probably know. So is that obviously perhaps a little bit of an influence in the decision to come in now so that you guys can get a little bit of understanding ahead of next year?
To be honest, no, not really. It isn't, because we don't know our plans for next year yet. It is something we'll think about at the end of this year. But we just wanted to do this race to see where we stand for the World Championship, if there's any point in trying to do that. But yeah, so far it's been going well, but it's not like the calendar for next year that influenced our participation in this race.
Okay, so now that the three of you have been able to get a little bit of an understanding of Franciacorta in these OK senior karts, I mean, this is clearly the toughest class that drivers of your age have been able to get to at this point. It's the pinnacle of the sport, and certainly, I guess, the most physical challenge that all three of you have ever been put under in karting. So just how big a difference is it compared to what you've been racing previously, and how have you been able to find the Franciacorta circuit in the middle of all of that?
I personally love this circuit, so I'm really happy that we decided to do this race on this circuit. But physically, it's not that challenging for us, I think, because we do get a lot of testing days and stuff, so it's something that we're used to for sure.
Fantastic. Well, you've put a lot of people out of position in the established running, and it's great to see, you know, 3 wildcards come in and do such a fantastic job in the first weekend. So congratulations for that. Hope it keeps up, and hopefully we'll see maybe 2 or 3 of you by the time we get to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. I hope so too.
Good job.
Thank you.
Contact and away we go. Absolute pinnacle of medal.
How stoked are you guys for the FIA Motorsport Games at the end of October? I am absolutely fever pitch for it. I think it's going to be an amazing week from October the 26th to the 30th, 2022. A combination of multiple disciplines of racing, touring cars from the TCRs, GTs from GT3, single-seaters from the F4s, rallying, rallycross, both modern and historic. You're also going to have karting, slalom, endurance and sprint events. It is going to be an amazing week, and that'll all take place from the city of Marseille, based as it will be at Le Castellet, or the Paul Ricard circuit. I can't wait for that. It's going to be the most amazing week of motorsport you could ever cram into 5 days. There's also going to be everything from esports in there to the world of hill climb, I do believe, as well, involved in that one as well. So all sorts of incredible competitions that you'll get to see in the second ever FIA Motorsport Games. The first, of course, took place on the circuit at Vallelunga 3 years ago, before we had the worldwide pandemic. So it's wonderful that we are going to have the event come back, and proof that the world is in reboot mode after the world stopped for the worldwide pandemic. Thank goodness it is coming back, and we can't wait to see how that's all going to play out. Right, let's get on with the OK qualifying heat for A versus C, and this is going to be the last group of drivers this weekend to go into their 4th heat. From this point on, this will be the 4th and last race for this rotation for all of the drivers, and then the races after this one, there will be 6 races remaining. That is going to be for every driver their last race to prepare for the big show. It's going to be a really interesting battle and a great challenge for all of the competitors as they gear up for a good show. And Enzo Deligny is going to line up on the front row of the grid alongside, get this, Kian Nakamura Berta. If Enzo Deligny hasn't been pushed too hard so far this weekend, he's definitely about to be. Kian Nakamura Berta fighting for the European Championship title, and he has not really been off form at any point through the course of this weekend. Kian Nakamura Berta right up there at the sharp end. Deligny has been unbeaten, but Nakamura Berta has this inner strength and this inner ability to dig deep and find something magic to push himself further forward, so that's going to be fascinating to watch. It's an all-Italian second row as 2 of the young chargers who could become legends of the karting world if things continue on their way and current trajectory. Cristian Bartocca on the inside and Luigi Coluccio on the outside, running on the second row of the grid. Watch out for Zachary David in 5th position. He has been quietly getting on with the job and just getting himself into a relatively good position every time. He suddenly finds himself 4th in the interim rankings. He has been so calm, so quiet, and so under the radar that he could actually end up on the front row of the starting grid for the superheat tomorrow morning, just by being in the right place at the right time and not getting into hot water. Really is fascinating to see the hard work that he's been putting in, and this could all definitely go according to plan as far as he's concerned. Then alongside him on the grid is the Polish driver Karol Pazovic. So Karol Pazovic with a really strong chance of something quite spectacular here as well. Teresa Babachkova, the older sister of Eliska, who we just heard from, alongside Ian Eichmans on the 4th row of the starting grid. Then Rafael Modenese on the 5th row alongside Akshay Bora to round out the top 10. So the competitors are gearing ourselves up and ready. This is the last of the 4th heats, qualifying heat A versus C in OK Senior. So who's going to get the most of this one? Now we're getting into the business section of the day, where drivers cannot afford to make a single mistake. Enzo Deligny and Kian Nakamura Berta from Cristian Bartocca and Luigi Coluccio. Zachary David and Karol Pazovic from Teresa Babachkova and Ian Eichmans. Rafael Modenese and Akshay Bora. Nico Lemberg and Due De Decker. Keanu Alazzari and Joel Bergström. Oscar Wurtz and Olin Galli from Simone Bianco and Bruno Mulders. Kevin Lantinga beside Menahert Krozja. Shimo Zhang and Jacobus Bogdanovicius from Miroslav Mikesh and Max Hebicht. Now, I think Max Hebicht may have had to end the weekend slightly early, because for the 2nd race in a row, he is not out there on the circuit. So I have a feeling there might have been a slight issue for Max Hebicht yesterday. Certainly haven't seen anything to suggest anything, but if we pick up the news story a little later and it becomes relevant, then we will, of course, do our best to provide that. But all of the drivers competing in OK Senior should be able to go through to tomorrow's Super Heats, which is going to be even more bitterly frustration than usual for Gabriel Gomez, the CRG driver, because of course he would be racing here today had it not been for a slight hand injury that he picked up in the opening heat of the weekend. So in terms of racing, unfortunately, Gabriel Gomez in the CRG, his race didn't even last 400 meters, because he managed to come off the road on the exit of turn 2 and damaged his hand in that incident. So very unfortunate. Hopefully he'll be back in time for the World Championship at Sarno in September. He's got 2 months to rest and recuperate, so I would not at all be surprised if he comes back stronger and maybe even faster than ever. So at the interim, it is obviously Deligny who leads the way, 3 wins out of 3. Cuman has 2, but Nakamura Berta has 4 in 3rd place. So this is an important one for Nakamura Berta to get one over on the man on pole position. Are we racing? No, false start, false start. So it's not going to be a false start. It's not going to be a good start, I should say, on this occasion, and the drivers will have to go around one more time. So they will once again get themselves into a good position off the starting line. We're not under racing conditions at this moment, for the starting gantry lights went on to the yellow repeater light once again. But a very interesting and tough challenge for the drivers as they gear us up for another incredible show. And it's definitely going to be an exciting one right from the outset, as the drivers are now weaving side to side again. Temperature in the tyres and brakes, and getting themselves ready for an exceptional showcase. So let's see how it all plays out and who is going to get the best of it, Enzo Deligny or Kian Nakamura Berta. We will find out as they come off the final turn. 2 tram lines, and we're going to go racing this time. Yes, we do! Up to the first corner. Good start from Enzo Deligny. Nakamura Berta's going to have to slot into 4th position at best, but round the outside, he may have a little bit more to do. He's got to stay out of trouble. He doesn't want to get himself into the war zones. Otherwise, Joe Turney's position at the top of the championship is going to be incredibly strong. So Nakamura Berta has dropped back to about 7th position, but he doesn't want to panic too much here. Still got plenty of time to move his way further forward, so it really isn't going to be too big an issue as far as he's concerned. He's just got to take it one step at a time. So out in front, Deligny leads the way. Bertuka 2nd, Zachary David 3rd once again. 4th position, that looks to me like Teresa Babachkova has come forward once more. 5th place for the Leclerc by Lennox machine. That is going to be Rafael Modanese, the Peruvian. And then it is Kian Nakamura Berta in P6. So the field working its way through onto the home straight. And the top 5 drivers are all from the odd side of the grid on the inside line from the start. Then it is Nakamura Berta from Galuccio, Pazovic, Wurtz, who's made a great start. Nico Lemberg, Kevin Lantinga and Olin Galli. And then we have Bianco, Eichmanns, Keanu Alazari, Akshay Bora, Due de Decker and Joel Bergstrom. A lot of interesting challenges, and there's an investigation into the start, I believe, for Joel Bergstrom. So not entirely sure what he has done or how he has transgressed, but certainly he's under investigation. There comes Nakamura Berta, 5th position. This is what I was talking about. He doesn't want to rush this. He can take his time to get himself back into a competitive position once again. So P5 for Nakamura Berta. That will do very nicely indeed. And now that he's in front of Karol Pazovic, who is having a great duel with Oscar Wurtz, Nakamura Berta can focus in on the top 4 drivers. Deligny, Bertuka, David, and of course Teresa Babachkova in 4th place. So a really interesting race battle, still kicking on a pace. Zachary David looks to get his move on the inside of Christian Bertuka. Enzo Deligny is having an amazing run in the lead, and so far is the only driver left this weekend who has not been beaten in any race over the course of the last 2 days here on the Franciacorta circuit. So Enzo Deligny clearly very much in love with this race circuit up in front. But it looks like the European Championship is going to be won on how many points are accumulated by the top 2 men in the championship, because it could go very close and very tight down to the wire. Deligny, Bertuka, David, Babachkova, I should say, sorry, and then it is Kian Nakamura Berta. So let's see when Kian Nakamura Berta is going to get close enough to make his bid on Teresa Babachkova, but Teresa really wants to get her way through into 3rd place if she's got half an opportunity on Zachary David. Zachary David still hunting down Christian Bertuka. And Due de Decker gets the fastest lap of the race under his belt at the end of lap 3. So we're on lap 4 at the moment, and Bertuka still holds 2nd. This is going to be a late opportunity and a good move. Fantastic situation and a great battle. What a sensational run from Enzo Deligny. Zachary David. And there comes the move from Kian Nakamura Berta. He dives through. So an excellent display and a really good showcase there. So some superb racing as the contenders battle away for supremacy once again. So a really strong challenge as the drivers continue to give us lots of exciting battles out there on the course. So a really solid opportunity and a very exciting battle for all of the competitors. So we are going to continue in fine fettle as the drivers run in close proximity. But Kian Nakamura Berta trying to chase down Christian Bertuka. So a really good battle and a fantastic tussle as they continue. But what an incredible challenge it has been. So the drivers continue on in fine style, and a great performance from the junior drivers still incoming. We have got ourselves in a fantastic battle. So we are going to continue in a brilliant battle as Kian Nakamura Berta eats into the road from Christian Bertuka. He's going to eat the inside gap up for breakfast. Lovely move. Gets up into 3rd position. A really, really nice charge forward there. But an absolutely terrific run as the competitors continue to give us plenty of excitement out there. And look at the lead that Enzo Deligny has been able to build up. That is monstrous. Absolutely fantastic how he has just stretched away from the rest of the field. And now we've got ourselves some incredible performances to come. But it looks pretty heated out there. The clouds are starting to come over the circuit a little bit now, which is an interesting dynamic. The last time they did that last week, we ended up with a thunderstorm. So a very interesting battle continuing on the way as the drivers are still preparing for an exciting show. So it could be a really interesting run for the competitors as we continue in fine style. More great driving to come. But down the back straight, sorry, and there's Pertuca making the bid on the inside of Rafael Modenese, and watch out for Oscar Wurtz. He squeezes through as well. Good run from Oscar Wurtz in this one. 5 laps to go. And with Deligny 2 seconds clear, Kia Nakamura is doing his best to go for an exciting move on the inside line to get into second place past Zach David. So we'll wait and see what Kia Nakamura is able to produce from this. He's got plenty of time to catch and pass Zachary David. I don't think he's got time to go after Enzo Deligny, though, who has now pulled 2 seconds clear of the Maltese driver in second position. So Kia Nakamura doing his best to get himself into the showcase here. But it's absolutely flawless from Enzo Deligny up front. What a performance from the Frenchman. Just taking it nice and easy, one race at a time, and having an exceptional run of it. So a terrific battle continuing on their way. Off the course, off the corner. Kia Nakamura definitely catching back up to Zachary David. Looking for the chance to come by. So let's see if there's going to be an overtaking move. Certainly Oscar Wurtz is lining up a move on Christian Pertuca. Enzo Deligny's long gone up front. 2.1 seconds now clear. But Nakamura trying to take on his teammate. They have different colour schemes, but they're both in the Kart Republic awning and both from Formula One junior programs. Zachary David for the Sauber Academy and Kia Nakamura for the Alpine Academy. Both showcasing a fabulous display. So it really is going to be a fantastic one. Look at Enzo Deligny's lead with 3 laps to go. 2.2 seconds. Oh, and that's an off. That's an off from one of the World Racing karts has dropped out. That is Menehert Kroja, the Hungarian. So Menehert Kroja, I'm afraid, appears to be out of this race. And that's very unfortunate for him. Not sure exactly where he's dropped it. It's somewhere on Sector 2. I think that's actually on the part of the course the drivers are just coming through now. So Deligny, David, Nakamura, then Pertuca, Wurtz, Modenese and Babichkova. So it's certainly going well. But Kia Nakamura can't quite seem to get close enough to the back of Zachary David's kart in order to challenge him for the victory. You've got to remember that they're both going to have exactly the same Kart Republic chassis and Ayami engines. So it's not going to be very easy for them to be separated from each other. Kia Nakamura-Berta's just got to hope that he's got good slipstream and good run out of the previous corners in order to get the move on Zachary David. But David is racing for himself. You don't just race for the pride of your nation and for the team. You really do race for yourself. There are no team championships in the FIA Karting Brigade. And it's definitely going to be very tight all the way through the proceedings. As a result of that, you've got the high pressure from Kia Nakamura-Berta on Zachary David all the way through. So trying to find a performance advantage when basically these two drivers are on exactly the same equipment is going to be very interesting to the end. Pertuca has closed and pulled away from Teresa Babichkova. So Nakamura-Berta has just 1 lap to try and get back past Zachary David. Otherwise, he's going to drop to a score of 7 points and fall dangerously close to the clutches of the likes of Zachary David, who's only going to have 11 after this one if it finishes like this. But Enzo Deligny up front is once again going to lead every single lap of every single race he has started. That really is extraordinary performance and an incredible amount of pace. So a fabulous performance from the drivers. And we are going to come through in fine style. Look at Enzo Deligny. He has streaked away, just chilled out in the last lap. looks behind him, doesn't need to put pressure on himself at all. Goes through the hairpin, just keep it nice and smooth. Out of the final turn, and for the 4th race in a row, Enzo Deligny is dominant here at Franciacorta. Perfection from the Paralympic driver from France. What a display, an amazing performance from Enzo Deligny in front of Zachary David and Kian Nakamura-Berta. Christian Bertucca ahead of Teresa Babachkova, then Rafael Modenese, Karol Pazovic and Due de Decker in front of Ian Eichmans and Luigi Coluccio. That is just extraordinary. 97.58 kilometers per hour. Average speed for Enzo Deligny as he just eats up the road. I don't think he has failed to lead a single lap of racing over the course of this weekend up to this point. So Enzo Deligny just absolutely extraordinary. I'm fairly sure he has led all 48 racing laps that he has done since yesterday afternoon. And that really is quite extraordinary. You don't get that too often in the world of OK Senior. So we will speak to Enzo Deligny, no doubt, this evening when racing is done and figure out what on earth he had for breakfast this morning. 4 wins out of 4 from Enzo Deligny, Zachary David and Kian Nakamura-Berta, ahead of Christian Bertucca, and the leading wild card, Teresa Babachkova. Rafael Modenese ahead of Karol Pazovic and Due de Decker. Ian Eichmans is ahead of Luigi Coluccio. Joel Bergström just outside the top 10 ahead of Nico Lemberg and Akshay Bora. Oscar Wurtz, after starting strong, fell away sadly to 14th. Kevin Lentinga ahead of Keanu Alazadi and Bruno Mulders, who are very close across the line. Then Shimo Zhang in front of Olin Gali and Jokubas Bogdanovicius from Ministav Mikesh and Simone Bianco. The only driver that failed to finish was Menahut Kroja. The driver that failed to start was Max Hebicht. So another brilliant battle then in FIA Karting's OK Senior race, and now we have just 6 races to go. So for every single driver in the field, they all now have just 1 race remaining before we get to the superheats. So it really is crunch time now for the drivers in position, and it has been a truly extraordinary battle. One of the drivers that's really given us an amazing amount of exceptional displays this weekend is Maria Gimonito. Maria, all through the season you've been working with the Tony Kart racing team, part of your scholarship from Girls on Track, and you've come in this weekend and you are on the front row of the grid for every single race. I mean, what an amazing turnaround this year.
Yeah, I improve a lot every race, and now we arrive in Franciacorta and it's coming better.
And the speed is really, really strong this time, but you've had some very difficult weekends in Portugal, in Spain and in Kristianstad. What has been the big change coming to Franciacorta? Why is it suddenly a much bigger step forward from you in terms of development?
I don't know, but I like Franciacorta. And when I come here, in the last year, I win here the Girls on Track, and I was very fast.
Fair enough, it sounds simple enough. So obviously now that you're at this particular point, the next race weekend in FIA Karting is obviously going to be the World Championship when we go to Sarno, a circuit that you know quite well now, so it's going to be an interesting one to see how well you can go there. Perhaps you might have a chance to even push for the championship there, do you think?
Yes, I will do my best this weekend and in Sarno.
And this is really your first FIA Karting program, of course, as well. You've been racing in European Series before this, but now coming in with the Tony Kart Factory team, how big a difference has it been racing in OK Junior with so much more speed, so much stronger drivers to race against? It must have been very tough all year.
Yeah, it's very different than the Mini. I prefer because more speed and is more difficult, and the races are more interesting.
Fantastic. So having done this for the first year, obviously everybody is already starting to talk about 2023 now that we come to the end of the European Championship. I guess maybe it's a bit early to know whether you're going to be joining us again next year, but with 4 completely new tracks on the calendar next year that nobody in OK has ever driven before, perhaps you will have even more of an advantage because everyone will be on a level playing field in 2023.
Yes, yes.
Simple enough. Maria, it's great to see you at the front. Keep it there. We would love to see you on the podium tomorrow if it can all happen. So keep it up. Good to see it.
Thank you.
An amazing effort from Maria Gimonito this weekend. I'm trying to remember the last time a lady driver was on the front row of the starting grid for every qualifying heat in OK Junior. It's been a while, let's put it that way. So a fabulous performance from her, and hopefully it's the start of a real bandwagon of strong performances from her and the Tony Kart Factory team. But as I mentioned before we caught up with Maria Gimonito, we only now have 6 races left today. And that means that every driver in the race battle in OK Junior and OK has just one chance left. They're all going to try and get themselves into a good qualifying position on the grid for the Super Heats tomorrow. The top 2 drivers after these final races are completed will be the ones that start on pole position for a Super Heat. The most least points, I should say, scored, and the person who is at the top of the rankings is going to be the driver that will start in pole position for Super Heat 1. The driver that is second in the rankings is going to come through for Super Heat 2 pole position. But then they are staggered all the way through, so the drivers that will finish 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th and so on will be the drivers in positions on the starting grid for Super Heat 1, and the drivers who are 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th in the rankings and so on will be the drivers starting in Super Heat 2. So it's very interesting. It'll be staggered again, and then the results of those races are going to be added to the accumulated scores from these qualifying heats. So it really is a long drawn out process for the drivers, but they do figure out who has been consistently the 36 deserving drivers to go through into the final. At this moment in time, it is still very strong indeed for Anatoly Kavarkin, who has only 2 points accumulated from the first 4 races of the weekends, 3 wins and a second. Then Jan Peszkowski, who has 4, Kirill Kutskov has 8 points, Tarvanitschko has 9, and Kutskov has 10, ahead of Jimmy Helias on 15, Guillaume Bouzard on 20, and Lewis Werrell on 24. So it really is going to be an interesting battle right to the end of the weekend, right to the end of Saturday, I should say, for these qualifying heats. But this is the last chance for everybody to get a decent position on the grid. And it's the Colombian Matías Orjuela that will go from the front of the grid alongside Alfie Slater. This is going to be a really interesting battle for both drivers, as they both need to gain a little bit more time and a few more positions to get into the best possible starting place for the Super Heats. So let's see how it plays out. Matías Orjuela and Alfie Slater on the front row of the grid from Elliot Kaczynski and Zach Drummond. Jan Peszkowski and Adam Hideg from Marcel Kasprzycki and Martin Molnar, with Alp Hassan Aksoy and Jensen Burnett. Then Miguel Costa and Emanuele Olivieri, William Go and Taim Saleh from Guy Albag and Giacomo Padrini, Alexander Bogunovic and Marcus Selkunas from David Kozma and Griffin Peebles, Luna Flusha and Augustin Sepulveda, then Peter Agiv, Francisco Macedo and Kilian Josserun. So with the 25 drivers gearing themselves up around the course once again, this is the last chance. And you tend to find in these last 6 races of the day that if a driver is going to take a gamble and make something special happen, it's in this race. So there could be quite a few drivers who are hunting a decent overtaking move or 2 or 3 or even more as they try and get themselves into a competitive position. But drivers will always try to leave the very best until last if there's no other option. And they'll try and produce something special out of the bag when the opportunity arises. Qualifying heat, D versus E. Matías Orjuela and Alfie Slater front row of the grid. Really is going to be interesting to see who gets the best of it from that, as Alfie Slater has only had the chance to be in pole position on 1 occasion over the course of this weekend, and that was able to be converted into a victory. But starting on the outside of the front row, much more complicated and definitely leaves you in a position of vulnerability. And in fact, he ended up getting into a tangle with one of the Paralins in the previous race, Rene Lammers, when the two of them ended up going off the road together. So the hope is that that's ancient history and it's not going to happen again, as Alfie Slater goes alongside another Paralin on the front row of the starting grid, and with yet another Paralin just behind him on the starting grid. He's alongside Matías Orjuela. He's just in front of Zach Drummond, the Scottish driver, who is alongside Elliot Kaczynski. But Jan Peszkowski is down in 5th position, and he is 2nd in the rankings at this point. So how's it going to go? Let's find out. Up to the start. And if Jan Peszkowski comes through to win this race, he's already up to 3rd place. But if he comes through to win this race, he's guaranteed at least a pole position in one of the Super Heats. So for Peszkowski, nothing less than a victory is going to be good enough. So diving through, oh, not a lot of room left for Alfie Slater, but he manages to get through without going off on the grass. And Martin Molnar managed to squeeze through just in the nick of time. And a couple of drivers did go off on the grass, but it looks like everybody is still circulating on the road. And here comes Petrovsky trying to take on Kaczynski nice and early. But he didn't make the overtake stick in the end there. So Matthias Orjuela continues to lead in the Paralin. Then Kaczynski in the Ward Racing Tony Kart. And up on the inside, that's Adam Hideg making his bid on the inside of Alfie Slater, and he's got through. So a nice overtake, but it's Matthias Orjuela who leads from Kaczynski, Petrovsky, Drummond, Molnar, Hideg, Slater, Kaspricki, Aksoy and Olivieri. So still they battle away. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian, now finds himself in 11th in front of Tame Soleil and Guy Albag. Then Miguel Costa in front of the 235. That is Luna Flusha, gaining 6 places off the start. Here comes the move on the inside. Does it from Petrovsky. He was having a look there on the inside of Kaczynski. Kaczynski really desperately wants to make the overtake on Orjuela before Petrovsky gets his chance. He's holding the field stationary to ransom here, Kaczynski. He does not want Petrovsky getting through. So they go down the back straight, and Petrovsky is going to wait no longer. Up on the inside, that'll do, takes the place. Drummond goes with him, so too does Martin Molnar. So Kaczynski, unfortunately punished by Petrovsky for holding him up a little bit there as he makes the gap open, and he takes 2 or 3 of his friends along for the ride. And a bit of a run wide from Zach Drummond. That's enough for Martin Molnar to get through into 3rd place. And that would have been just a miss of a braking point by about half a metre. And he drips out wide. Manages to catch it before too much damage is done, as Alfie Slater goes wheel to wheel with Marcel Kaspricki further back. So a very interesting challenge for the 2 drivers as Alfie Slater puts himself into a good position there. So Orjuela and Petrovsky still going strong. Molnar and Drummond, then Hideg and Kaczynski from Alfie Slater. And then it is Alparslan Aksoy who's managed to get through. And then we have Marcel Kaspricki in front of the Formula K that were coming towards us now, Emanuele Olivieri. So those 3 drivers battling on the outer rims of the top 10. But certainly Petrovsky is going to make his bid on the inside of Matthias Orjuela, and he takes the lead. And that's Zach Drummond into 3rd position further back, but he's got to be careful because round the outside comes Adam Hideg, the Hungarian in the Sony car. He wants to get into 3rd position nice and quickly, and he's got pressure from his countryman Martin Molnar and also from Elliot Kaczynski and Alfie Slater. But if this race finishes like this, Petrovsky is going to be on the top spot for at least one of the superheats. We don't know which one it's going to be, but if Petrovsky stays there, he will be in Superpole. So a fabulous position for Jan Petrovsky, who has fought his way through into 2nd position for the time being. Into the lead, sorry. And there's Adam Hideg. He dives in on Orjuela. So an excellent run there. Oh, sorry, that was his teammate, Drummond. I do apologise. So Hideg gets through on Zach Drummond up into 3rd position. A very good run. So it's definitely going to be a very close proximity race battle as Hideg runs 3rd from Drummond, Molnar, Kaczynski, Slater, and the 249 of Marcel Kaspricki. So now it's going to be very, very close as they continue their challenge forward. So now they continue. A really exciting tussle and a great battle. So this is going to be a really close proximity race battle as down the back straight, Matthias Orjuela is not giving up on Jan Petrovsky. He still feels that there's a chance to get past the Tony Kart driver with 3 laps to go. And Petrovsky is going to be under massive pressure not to lose too many points here. He may have to concede the victory. Matthias Orjuela is coming back at him. So great work so far. Excellent performance then from the competitors as they continue to make good work of things. But this is a really strong battle. So now it is going to be very tight. Petrovsky still hanging on in front of Orjuela. Then Hideg, Drummond, Molnar, Slater, Kaspricki, Kaczynski, Aksoy and Emanuele Olivieri. So they are really going to have an exceptional battle out here to the end of the race, and they've only got 2 laps and a little bit more to get to the end. But Zach Drummond really wants to put pressure back on Adam Hideg, the Paralin driver from Scotland, 4th position at the moment behind the Hungarian. And in front of another Hungarian, Martin Molnar in the energy course, finds himself in P5 ahead of Alfie Slater in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Lando Norris kart. So Jan Petrovsky just hanging on in front of Matthias Orjuela. Here up on the inside comes Molnar. Very nicely handled, considering he almost ran off the road in the earlier part of the races. Well, here comes Drummond back again. And now Slater's back through. So Drummond and Slater work together there to get through into 4th and 5th positions respectfully. So nice work from Drummond and Slater as they managed to get the job done to get past the energy course of Martin Molnar, who is now in P6 in front of Kasprzycki and Kaczynski. So the two teammates running together, and they had a bit of a moment in yesterday's first heat, I should point out, as the two of them ended up accidentally tangling with each other. Certainly an awkward situation as they came in the back end of the field. So now Zach Drummond leading Alfie Slater in the battle for 4th position. We're on the last lap, so they've got to settle this out between them. But certainly for Jan Piotrowski, this is a perfect race to win, because it will mean that after 5 races, he would only have accumulated 4 points in 5 races, so 3 wins and 2 seconds, and that guarantees him pole position for at least one of the superheats. For the Polish driver for the Tony Kart Factory team, it couldn't really have gone any better if he'd asked it to. So the drivers in juniors still battling all the way to the death, but Piotrowski looks behind him, knows that Orjuela is there, but not close enough to challenge in the final couple of corners. And it's a brilliant run as Jan Piotrowski is going to seal pole position for one of the 2 superheats tomorrow. Great work. He cannot be caught now for 2nd position. So he is going to be at minimum pole position for Superheat 2. At best, he could be the interim winner. Great work from Piotrowski. Excellent display from the Polish driver in the Tony Kart. Absolutely magic. Wow, absolutely amazing. A very exciting battle so far, and it's been absolutely amazing. So a great result. And for Piotrowski, it really is the perfect situation. So a very interesting tactical battle there from Jan Piotrowski. Just got himself into a decent position as far as he could go throughout. But what a sensational battle it has been, and some exceptional battles for all of the contenders as they continue in fine style. So a great run and a really exciting battle. It's a finish to the race after the checkered flag for Alfie Slater. That's weird. Jan Piotrowski in front of Mateusz Orjuela and Adam Hideg. Zach Drummond and Alfie Slater do breaks down on the final lap. Martin Molnar and Marcel Kasprzycki, Elliot Kaczynski and Alpasana Soy, Emanuele Olivieri from Miguel Costa and Guy Albag, Luna Fruscia, Kilian Josserin, Marcus Serkunas in front of Francisco Macedo, then Petar Agiv in front of Alexander Bogunovic, 19th for William Go in front of Griffin Peebles, and then it is Giacomo Pedrini ahead of Jensen Burnett, Tame Saleh, Augustin Sepulveda and David Cosma. They all came home, despite a little bit of a moment for Alfie Slater, post-checkered flag. Well, that was interesting stuff, wasn't it? Great battles all the way through, and a fascinating end to proceedings as the competitors have been able to give us quite an interesting showcase there, right up until the final couple of positions that we find ourselves in. So back to the attention-seeking OK Seniors in groups D versus E. And one of the drivers that's going to be entertaining us in this one is a driver who is no stranger to silverware in FIA Karting. Certainly in the European Championships he has triumphed before. But for this weekend it's a very tough return for Pedro Hiltbrand, the Spanish driver who is in the Birolart Racing team, doing a lot of coaching these days alongside his KZ practices. But here he is, battling away for position in fantastic fashion. But Pedro Hiltbrand has had a very tricky return to the world of OK, whether it's data consideration or whether it's an extra bit of motivation to spur him on for a push for the World Championship in a couple of months' time. Well, we'll have to listen to what we said to him and what he said to us on Thursday to find out.
I used to race always every year since last year, OK and KZ, switching categories. This year we decided to focus more myself on KZ. But I say to my team, honestly, I want to make the Worlds in Sarno. But to be honest, to go there without doing a race during the year in OK, it's gonna be quite difficult. So we try on this one to test how I feel with the chassis and everything. And then we want to prepare good for the World Championship. I did this in the past, switching categories one week to another week. It's real this time since Campillos. It's gonna be my first my first test. But to be honest, it's not that race the one we want to make really good. We're gonna try our best, but we are clear. We are not here to win. Even last year, I struggled a little bit, but I struggled more about the weight, because it's quite hard to me, because I'm already 26 years old. I'm lucky I'm not that tall, but now I'm okay. I lose some weight this year. Now it's okay. I do also some races in X30, so which it helps me. But we see. As I say, I'm here to see how I feel and how much I miss. I've been here for the other races, helping the team, coaching, whatever, and I like the track. I'm not gonna say it's easy because no one of the track is easy, but I like the lines and everything. I come here to test, to see how is the material, the engine, the chassis, and how I feel for myself, but it's a preparation for the race.
Well, a fascinating return to form for Pedro Hilbrand and the Birolart Racing team, obviously with a lot of wealth of experience in that particular awning as a result of Pedro being back in the racing world in OK. Here is the phenomenal Franciacorta karting circuit, still very new, of course, in this particular category. So obviously it's been a very, very welcome addition to the karting calendar. I'm told that tomorrow is actually the marking of the second birthday of the Franciacorta karting circuit. It was actually finished on the 10th of July 2020, so during the pandemic, which is quite extraordinary if that is the case. So amazing to see that this is only the second birthday of the Franciacorta karting circuit, and a great addition to the world of international karting. And of course it has only just recently been announced that the circuit will host next year's World Championship in the OK and OK Junior categories. So this is a nice test run, I guess, for them ahead of next year's European competition. So it'll definitely be a really exciting challenge and a great showcase for the competition once again as we gear up for the FIA Karting European Championship to conclude. And now, once again, for all of the drivers in this race, this is their last chance to book themselves a decent starting position on the grid for tomorrow's Super Heats. So they're in exactly the same position in these classes. Alex Powell will be alongside David Walter on the front row of the starting grid. Two drivers who are no strangers now to silverware in FIA Karting. Both of them have collected it on more than one occasion in the various categories. So alongside that on the front row of the starting grid, Caspian Hagman and Oscar Pedersen, the teammates for the Ward Racing team, are going to be together on the second row of the grid. Caspian Hagman in fighting spirit there on the starting grid. Quite happy to be right up at the sharp end of the field and hunting down for victory. Yes, we can see you, Caspian. Third row of the starting grid, it is Albin Stureysen alongside nobody, because it should be Gabriel Gomez, but unfortunately his incident yesterday means that he is now going to have to spend his remaining weeks ahead of the World Championship recovering from his damaged hand. Chu Yanpu running in fourth row of the starting grid, the Chinese driver on the inside row, and then the outside row, it's Matias Morgato, the Brazilian for the DPK Racing team in the Castro colours of his Kart Republic chassis. Then rounding out the top 10, it is the Finn Juho Valtonen, the original flying Finn in the Tony Kart Factory team. And then alongside him on the starting grid, it is the Spaniard Nacho Tunion, who is definitely going to be there in position once more for the DPK Racing team, just in behind his teammate Matias Morgato. 11th on the grid is young Petra Babachkova, the TEPZ Racing team, the third of the three sisters, and she is there 11th on the starting grid on row 6, alongside Rashid Al-Daheri, the young man from the United Arab Emirates for the Forza Racing team. Really enjoying having his father at the scene of the racetrack for the first time since he was racing in Mini, would you believe, all the way back in 2019. So quite an amazing reunion that Rashid Al-Daheri is having with his father this weekend. Josh Erfen, 7th row of the starting grid. On the inside of that 7th row, James Zigozzi, the Italian, running in the 7th row of the grid. I say Italian, he runs under an Italian license, but of course he is originally from Florida in the United States of America, in the gorgeous Formula One city, I finally get to say that now, of Miami. Then on the 8th row of the grid, it is Ella Stevens, the British lady who has been fantastic in her native Great Britain and has won countless titles, including that of the Birolart UK Series back in the day. And she is there with her faithful Birolart squad in the Richard Mill Talent Academy. So great to see her doing a much better job in qualifying than in previous weekends as well. This is a real turning point as far as she's concerned. Alongside her on the grid is the Finn Emili Koivisto. And he has put on a good show over the course of the weekend as well. So Emili Koivisto now finds himself in the Koski Motorsport Tony Kart in P16 on the starting grid. The row 9 of the grid is actually quite a good one with some big names on the starting grid. Rintaro Sato, the Japanese ace who races under a British license these days, whose father is the two-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato. Rintaro starts on 17th position on the starting grid on the 9th row, alongside Pedro Hiltbrand, multiple champion, who has won pretty much everything except the KZ title over the years and is certainly looking to do that when we go to the World Championships at Le Mans on the first weekend of September. Adrian Mariero, the Spanish talent, will line up alongside his countryman Eric Genet. The CRG and Paralin drivers will share the 10th row of the starting grid, and that will put them 19th and 20th on the grid. Then it is Jakub Raszki, the Polish driver, who lines up on the 11th row of the starting grid on the inside line, alongside Adrijus Rimkevičius, one of the Lithuanian wildcards this weekend, who finds himself in 22nd on the grid. And then we have Andrea Vebriantit, who is a Lithuanian but is not a wild card. She is there in the Leclerc by Lennox racing team, as she has been since the start of the season. And then Yovan David, who had all sorts of nightmares yet again on Friday. Friday is not his day when it comes to karting. He just never has any luck in it at all. In terms of qualifying, he may as well just start from the back of the grid and cut his losses, some might say. But he's been charging his way back through the field, making up a lot of good overtaking moves. So there is still a chance that the Sri Lankan superstar, who has become a bit of a celebrity back home in his native Sri Lanka, could well charge his way through to the grid for the final. And it would definitely be deserved if he was able to do that. So 5 races to go, 12 laps of this particular circuit, 15.6 kilometres to go. And certainly the pressure is going to rise once again as the competitors want to be in the best possible situation as they continue to move forward. So let's see how the competitors continue on their way forward. It's definitely going to be in a strong challenge and a good battle. Let's see how it all plays out. Great run as the drivers come out onto the circuit once again. Qualifying heat D versus E as Alex Powell and David Walter run together on the front row of the starting grid. And then it is Caspian Hagman and Oscar Pedersen. Is Nacho Tunion going, or has he got a problem? I have to double check. No, he is moving. So Powell and Walter, Hagman and Pedersen, then Albin Stureysen alone on row 3, Chuyan Pu and Matthias Mogato from Juha Valtonen and Nacho Tunion. Petra Bavichkova is alongside Rashid Al-Daheri, then Josh Erfen and James Agozzi, Ellis Stevens and Emili Koivisto from Rintaro Sato and Pedro Hiltbrand, Adrian Mariero and Eric Genet, then Jakub Raszki, Adrijus Rimkevičius, Andrea Vebriantit, and at the back of the grid, Yovan David of Sri Lanka. So the drivers continue to make good work of things. It's a tough battle out there. It's a tough race circuit. Franciacorta, the newest venue in FIA Karting for 2022. And certainly some good battles and some really intriguing race action. Who's going to get the victory in this one? Alex Powell. He's going to have pressure right from the start from the likes of Caspian Hagman and Albin Stureysen. We've got some decent drivers in this field, some really decent drivers to give Alex Powell a little bit of extra pressure coming into these last couple of races before the superheats. We certainly know the identity of one of the pole position sitters in one of the Super Poles. Oh, that's Ella Stevens! Ella Stevens with mechanical problems before the race even begins. That is devastatingly bad luck. She has been so much stronger this weekend than in previous events. And she was actually on the 8th row of the starting grid for every one of her qualifying heats. I really, really hope this doesn't take her out of the equation for this weekend, because it would be absolutely catastrophic if she was denied the chance to get through to the finals based on that retirement, because she really has been an exceptional developer and a really strong competitor so far this season. So really hope she gets the chance to make it. But here we go. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Good start from Alex Powell into the first corner. Already good pressure from Hagman and Stureysen as they run through. Looks like a reasonable start for David Walter, although Juyan Pu is trying to get his way through up into 4th place. That doesn't work out. He's going to drop to 7th place. He almost loses the place again to Luigi Coluccio, as right round the outside, Juho Valtonen runs the gauntlet, and it works, as off the road goes Andrea Vibriantit. So Andrea Vibriantit, I'm afraid, runs wide in the declared by Lennox car. Manages to get going again, but certainly the outside line was utilised there by Juho Valtonen, and it's worked. 7th position for him. He's made massive gains. So this could be a really interesting challenge for him as he continues to make the moves. But Powell still has Hagman and Sturesen right in behind, as Matis Morgato is going to make his dive on the inside in the hairpin and gets through on Valtonen. A couple more drivers making moves at the end of the lap as well. But as they come through, it's Powell from Hagman, Sturesen, Walter, Pedersen, Chu, Morgato, Valtonen, then Margero, who has come up 10 places. James Agoto, oh, and there's problems there. The 122 has gone slow. Didn't see what happened, but that looks to me to be a problem for Emilio Koivisto. Yellow flags up at turn 1. I think we've had a couple of problems there. Rintaro Sato failed to start the race, I noticed as well, actually, so there's no Rintaro Sato in this race. But Emilio Koivisto definitely having a spin at turn 1. I'm not entirely sure whether that was game over for him in terms of the race, but he's certainly still circulating, albeit down at the back of the field. So Powell, Hagman, Sturesen and Walter from Pedersen and Chu. Morgato, Margero, Igozzi and Valtonen. So a very tough race battle, and certainly for Emilio Koivisto, who has a warning flag as well to boot. Doesn't help because he drops to the back of the field bar Rimkevicius and Vibriantit. So only the Lithuanians are now behind him. So that's been a very interesting challenge for the competitors as they continue to make light work of the situation around them. But certainly for Alex Powell and Caspian Hagman up front, it's still going to be tight all the way. Albin Sturesen driving a beautiful race in 3rd position. Then Walter and Pedersen, Chu, Morgato, Margero, Igozzi and Aldeheri. There goes Morgato on the inside of Juyan Pu. So Juyan Pu, the Chinese driver, has to let him go. But a really solid race battle. Matthias Morgato now P6 in front of Juyan Pu. But we're going to see what happens a little bit lower than 1st place. This is Walter, Pedersen and Sturesen having a really impressive run, the Scandinavians, as they all run in close proximity. Walter, the Dane, Pedersen, the Swede, Sturesen, also the Swede. So a fabulous combination of drivers as they continue to make good progress here. So now we get to see if David Walter has the raw pace to try and chase down Caspian Hagman, who is currently running in 2nd place. There is Walter, ahead of Oscar Pedersen. But Alex Powell leads from Hagman, Walter, Pedersen, Sturesen, Morgato, Chu, then Margero, Igozzi and Aldeheri. So a lot of things can still cook up, a lot of things can bubble over here. A lot of change, potentially still in the air. But certainly for the race lead, Alex Powell, after 4 laps and with 8 to go, doesn't appear to be sweating too much. He's certainly not breaking too much of a sweat out there. So he's definitely going to have an interesting time of it as the race battles continue. And up the inside, that is Rashid Aldeheri, I do believe. Yes, he makes his move there on James Igozzi, and that puts him into 9th position at a critical moment in the race. Meanwhile, behind them, you've got Petro Babachkova 11th. Pedro Hiltbrand is 12th. Up to 13th. There's come Yovan David. Just charging his way through like a cat in a wet paper bag. Just breaking straight through the field. Absolutely sensational. So Powell, Hagman, Walter, Pedersen, Sturesen and Morgato. And then the field continues to provide some good performances. Rashid Aldeheri, fastest lap of the race now behind Chu and Margero, but ahead currently of Igozzi, Babachkova and Hiltbrand. So now we've got an interesting tussle as Rashid Aldeheri has another think about the move on Adrian Margero. I've probably got the speed to pass him, but I may not have the stopping power or the momentum for the next corner. That could really compromise me. Got to make sure you leave it till the last possible moment, so there's not any time for retaliation. But certainly for Alex Powell, it's pretty neat and tidy and fairly comfortable at the moment. Doesn't have to worry too much about where things are currently projected to be. So Alex Powell just keeping it nice and tidy at the halfway point in this heat with the retirements Ellis Stevens, Rentaro Sato and Gabriel Gomez all out before the start of the race. So all 21 of the other drivers involved in this qualifying heat for groups D versus E are all still circulating. Is this going to be the move on the inside from Rashid Al-Daheri? It is on Adrian Mariero. And here comes James Igozzi. He wants to join the party. So there is Alex Powell running a rip-roaring race as the competitors continue down into the braking zones. And still the drivers rumble on. So here's Rashid Al-Daheri in front of Adrian Mariero and James Igozzi. Here comes Mariero making his bid, but Al-Daheri shuts the door. They both drift a little wide, and that's enough of an invitation for James Igozzi. If only he was a tiny bit quick enough to get on terms with them. But how about this? James Igozzi is going to get past Mariero. Mariero's going to be squeezed here. And watch out for Coluccio. The back end steps out. He just saves it as Yovan David cuts through. And now Coluccio goes wheel to wheel there. Wow, that was a very close battle there. Sorry, that's not Coluccio. That is Petra Babičkova. I do apologize. Battling there wheel to wheel with Petra Hiltbrand and Josh Erfen. So Petra Babičkova, unfortunately, ending up dropping down to about 14th position there as the back end stepped out. But from a distance, Babičkova's helmet design is very similar to that of Luigi Coluccio's. As on the inside, there's Caspian Hagman. He gets the move to defend the position. Or is that Oscar Pedersen getting through? Apologies. Yes, it is Pedersen ahead of Hagman now. So Oscar Pedersen in the 151 gets past Caspian Hagman for what is now third position. But Alex Powell is finding some qualifying laps. He's trying to pull away from David Walter. And it's certainly going well at the moment. He's extended the gap up to 9/10 of a second. Meanwhile, Adrian Mariero has picked up a warning flag from the officials. So Adrian Mariero with a warning flag once again. Not the first time this season that has happened for the Spanish driver from CRG. But it's Powell, Walter, Pedersen, Hagman, Stureysen and Matthias Mogato from Chu, Al-Daheri, Igozzi and Yovan David in 10th position. Another amazing drive from the Sri Lankan star. Such an unbelievable run. So Powell, Walter, Pedersen and Hagman from Stureysen. And then it is Mogato from Chu, Al-Daheri, Igozzi and Yovan David. Then Adrian Mariero even. Got so many drivers to talk about, and in the heat I'm struggling to concentrate. I do apologise. Josh Erfen, 12th position in front of Petra Hiltbrand and Petra Babičkova from Emili Koivisto and Jacob Rashki. Then Eric Genet, Juho Valtonen, Nacho Tunion, Andreas Rimkevicius and Andrea Viviantit. So still some good battles everywhere. 2 to go for Alex Powell. He's managed to open up 8/10 of a second on the rest of the group as there is Mariero battling away. 4th position with Josh Erfen. That's for 11th position, so the top 10 is pretty much settled. But there could still be 1 or 2 hiccups on the way to the checkered flag. So there is the treble one, Matthias Mogato in the Castrol colours, the green and white. Getting after Albin Stureysen, the 146. Hoping for an opportunity to overtake, but Stureysen is not really giving a lot of ball to Matthias Mogato. The Brazilian trying to get through into position, which would put him into 5th place. And look, the great battle going on further back. That is the 157 going through. That is Eric Genet at the expense of Adrian Mariero. And there's a real shuffle of the drivers in the deck here as they come up to the position. A big lunge on the inside for Pedro Hiltbrand, and Juho Valtonen goes with him. 2 drivers that should really be 1st and 2nd in this race, but they have had all sorts of technical difficulties through the weekend. And sometimes you just can't be as flat out fast as you deserve to be. But Alex Powell certainly deserves to be leading this race. He has opened the floodgates for interest in karting, not just in his native Jamaica, but all throughout the Caribbean. Fabulous to see the support that he gets from all over, from the likes of Trinidad and Tobago, where he was raised. He's not just a Jamaican lad, he's got roots all over the Caribbean. And it's wonderful to see him continue to make these massive steps forward. There is a reason why Mercedes F1 Junior took him on board, and this is why. Checkered flag for Alex Powell for the 5th race of the day, and he comes away with a victory at a perfectly timed moment to really step up his attack this weekend. He really has been super smooth as Alex Powell, and he's now really unlocking this amazing speed. He's a bit like a hungry man trying to get into a fridge at midnight. Once you figure out how to get the door open, you're never coming out. Excellent work from Alex Powell. And an amazing job from the Jamaican, from David Walter and Oscar Pedersen. Caspian Hagman, P4 from Albert Stureysen and Matis Mogato. And this is a really, really strong performance from Alex Powell. And having this string of success and having the Mercedes F1 Junior program must be the equivalent of a Hollywood actor signing a Marvel contract. You know you're going to be set for a while. Excellent work. And a great job from the Jamaican. Excellent performance there. So the competitors have come through. And as far as Alex Powell is concerned, he's not going to be top 8 in the rankings after the difficulties yesterday, but he's back where he belongs, on the top. David Walter second, from Oscar Pedersen, Caspian Hagman and Albin Stureysen, a Scandinavian 2 to 5. Matis Mogato in front of Chuyan Pu, Rashid Adaheri and James Agotzi, and Yovan David. Take a bow yet again. That man is wildfire. Emili Koivisto in front of Petra Babachkova from Jacob Rashki and Eric Janet. Pedro Hilbrand in front of Juho Valtonen, then Adrian Mariero ahead of his countryman Nacho Tunion. 19th place for Josh Erfen in front of Adrijus Vimkevicius, and the last finisher was Andrea Vebriantit. All the drivers that started the race were able to finish it. There were non-starts for Ellis Stevens, Rintaro Sato and Gabriel Gomez. So a fascinating race once again, and Alex Powell bows out of Saturday on his terms with a race win and definitely a potential podium coming his way over the course of proceedings. So he has every opportunity to fight tooth and nail for his position. Now, Anatoly Kivalkin is the next man in to give us an interesting challenge from third position on the grid. It's Jimmy Helias that goes from pole position, the Frenchman, after an exciting run. But Anatoly Kivalkin is there in third position on the starting grid, and coming into the weekend he may have been second in the point standings officially, but on dropped scores he is currently the leader of the championship. So how confident is he coming into this weekend?
Here in Franciacorta is the last round of European Championship, and here is too much sun and too hot. This is the last round, everybody looking at you, so how are you driving? So I have 4 points for the leader in the championship, and I must win or finish in front of the first one. The first sector of the track is really fast. The first corner is going in a full gas after you have one brake and one left corner, so you need to drive cleaner in the second sector. And third one is the last. You must going well on the last corner, only one last corner. This is the last race before the World Championship in Sarno. The condition of the track and the weather will be the same. This is too hot and too much grip on the track. My team, Parolin Racing Team, is a good team, and I think that we can finish this year like satisfied, and we can do it. Because our chassis is working this year, very good, and also me, I'm trying to do my best in every race, and we will try to win what we can.
It's a big weekend for Anatoly Kivalkin and the Parolin Motorsport team. How's this for a statistic? The last time any manufacturer in karting won an FIA Karting European title in the OK and OK Junior classes that wasn't in the OTK Group or Kart Republic was 2016. That is quite astonishing, isn't it? It's been 6 years since anybody other than the Tony Kart Group or Kart Republic got a look in the European title fight. And interestingly, in the junior category, it's between Parolin and Sodi Kart as to who's going to get it. Anatoly Kivalkin in the Parolin and Nathan Tai in the Sodi Kart. But I wonder if anybody is quick-witted enough to know who the last person was to give the OK fraternity a European title. Anybody other than a Tony Kart or a Kart Republic? Anybody? Yep, it was Pedro Hilbrand, CRG driver back in 2016. A lot has changed since then, but he's having a fantastic run of form as he continues to make his progress through. Before that, the only other chassis that managed to do it was the Mad Croc of Ben Hanley in 2015 in the KF2 days. So there has only been one occasion that any chassis other than an OTK or Kart Republic has won an OK title in FIA Karting, and that was Pedro Hilbrand back in 2016 when he got the title done in the European Championship of 2016 ahead of Tom Joyner and Karol Baj. So it's definitely going to be an interesting situation as the competitors are gearing up for an excellent show. But how is it all going to unfold? Who's it going to be? Will it be the British driver, Nathan Tye, who will become the second British junior driver in a row to win it after Freddie Slater won the title in the Cosmic for Ricky Flynn Motorsport last year ahead of Matthias Ferreira and Ian Eichmans? Or is it going to be a completely new driver, a new nation, I should say, to get so, although technically, of course, due to the current circumstances in the world of motorsport, his flag is and nation is not recognised. And that is, of course, Anatoly Kvarkin for the Paralin Motorsport team. But it would certainly be a fascinating situation for Anatoly Kvarkin. And certainly Paralin looking for its first European karting title at this level. They've won titles before, though. Last season, of course, they won the International KZ2 Super Cup with the team's mentor, Lorenzo Travasanuto, who has now since stepped up into the world of KZ, and he's finding it very exhilarating. But it's obviously going to be a very interesting road as the competitors continue to make their way forward. Here for the OK Junior qualifying heat A versus F, though, it is two drivers from the same team who will get to battle up at the front end of the starting grid. Jimmy Helias in pole position alongside Maria Gimonito, the Portuguese lady who has been part of the team since the start of the season, having won her scholarship to the team from the FIA Girls on Track program, I should say. And wonderful that she was part of that and won her scholarship through it. Anatoly Kvarkin and Nicolas Schaufler together on the second row of the grid. Gedizem Skulinov and Dino Storescu are together there on the third row. Then Edu Robinson and Renaud Francote will be on the fourth row of the starting grid together. To round out the top 10 on row 5, it's going to be Salim Hanna and Sebastian Garzon. Now, one of the things we need to take into account coming into this race is that we already know that for absolute guarantee definite, Jan Piotrowski, the Polish driver in his Tony kart, has been able to book himself a pole position in one of the super heats. He cannot be caught for second place, but there's a good chance he could get into first place if something terrible because for Anatoly Kvarkin, who finds himself in third position on the grid, which seems very unlikely. He has had 3 wins and a second so far in this competition. And all he has to do, essentially, is do exactly what he's done in the previous 4 races this weekend. But the only other man who could challenge him, well, no other man could really challenge him on the top spot other than Jan Piotrowski. But if Kvarkin were to have a nightmare race, then the second pole position would suddenly become an opportunity for Kirill Ditiev, who is currently running in third in the rankings. But if Kirill Ditiev were to have a bad race in the last one, and Enzo Deligny, for example, were to have a good one, then that could transform things again. This race will be very telling. We'll find out if Anatoly Kvarkin can seal pole position in tomorrow's super heat. Jimmy Helias and Mario Gimonito from Anatoly Kvarkin and Nicolas Schaufler, Gedizem Skulinov and Dino Storescu from Edu Robinson and Renaud Francote, Salim Hanna and Sebastian Garzon from Guillaume Bouzard and Lucas Flusha, Bradley Majman and Alex O'Grady from Ivo Besterder and Andres Cardenas, Dylan De Vos and Jens Trua from Tobias Clausen and Nico Lanalati, then Arthur Dorisson, Isaac McNeil, Timofey Mikhailov, Luis Deveau, and rounding out the field is Oliver Kinmark. So the OK Juniors giving us plenty of excitement so far, but this is the race where we will determine if Anatoly Kvarkin is going to be starting from the super heat pole position. All he has to do is essentially do what he's done already. Even if he falls behind Jan Piotrowski in the rankings, he's still going to have a great chance to get pole position. All he has to do to secure it is finish in the top 5. If he finishes in the top 5, it is guaranteed and a done deal for Anatoly Kvarkin. He doesn't even have to win the heat, but if he finishes in the top 5 places in this final qualifying heat for the Paralin driver, then he will be guaranteed to start one of the super heats from pole position. If it's outside the top 2, then it's going to be the third one. No, sorry, it's going to be the second one. If it is first or second, then it's obviously going to be the first one. So the drivers filing up into their positions. Jimmy Helias, pole position. Maria Gimonito in the second position. And then Anatoly Kvarkin. My, this is going to be an interesting start as Kvarkin looks to continue his rough of dominance this weekend. But can the Paralin driver get himself into a strong position? They come off the final turn, and this is all going to be about Kvarkin on the start. The Paralin is going to want to try and push forward. A false start, false start. That was quite early a call. as Kavalkin managed to dive his way through there. So that's an interesting one. Anatoly Kavalkin running in third position. I think the excitement of the occasion just got the better of them all there. So Jimmy Helias once again will start alongside his teammate Maria Gimonito, the Frenchman alongside the Portuguese. And then Anatoly Kavalkin in the Paladin Motorsport alongside the BWT driver, backed driver I should say, for DBK Racing, the Austrian Niklas Schaufler, who really has been a bit of a superstar this weekend, right up at the sharp end of the field. The BWT colours very prominent in OK Junior, as they are in OK Senior now, with Douwe de Decker climbing up to the ranks of the OK Senior category as a wild card. So, time to see if this is going to be a race win for Anatoly Kavalkin to book himself a place on pole position for the Superheat. They come off the final turn and we'll see how it's all going to play out. Here we go! Good start from Jimmy Helias. Perfect start from Anatoly Kavalkin, right in behind him. And as they go through the hairpin, oh, there's been problems in the middle of the pack. 5, 6, 7 karts involved. Several drivers involved in the last race of the day then for these drivers. There's 5 of them in trouble and that are not going anywhere. Sebastian Garzon, Ivo Besterda, Dylan de Vos, Nicolo Cuman, Timofey Mikhailov and Oliver Kinmark all involved in that one. Next to me is though Tobias Clausen, Dorisson, McNeil and Louis Laveau have all been held up in it, but have got going again, as has Sebastian Garzon. But now Anatoly Kavalkin is already starting to think about his next overtaking move, which is going to be on the leader, on the race leader, Jimmy Helias. So as they come through on the first lap, there's going to be yellow flags up at turn 2. Drivers are still trying to bring themselves back into the action once again. And there's a lot of karts there that are out of position. Oh, that's not good timing. Blue flag as there's a kart in the middle, and that's caused absolute pandemonium for a lot of the drivers who are trying to take avoiding action. Well, thank goodness nobody clipped the kart as they went past it there. I couldn't quite make out who that was getting going again. I think it was Timofey Mikhailov. So big problems, but it looks as though everybody's got away with that one. So Jimmy Helias still leads the way. Anatoly Kavalkin in front of Gerasim Skudunov and Edu Robinson. Then Guillaume Bouzard and Salim Hanna from Bradley Mashman, the Australian wildcard. So Jimmy Helias in front of Anatoly Kavalkin. This is the longest it's taken Anatoly Kavalkin to get into the lead of a race. But watch, he's going to have another crack in here, certainly into the first corner. He's going to try, and he's not going to be the only one. Kavalkin gets through, Skudunov gets through, Helias down to third, and that could be game over. Up on the inside, Robinson gets the move on Helias, and here comes Guillaume Bouzard, but he has to hang back. So that could be it for Anatoly Kavalkin now that he's into the lead. It's going to be very hard to see if anybody can keep up with him. Gerasim Skudunov, he's going to try his best, really trying to make good opportunities come to him. But this is all going to be about Anatoly Kavalkin trying to stretch away from Gerasim Skudunov. Third place for Eddie Robinson, then Jimmy Helias as Guillaume Bouzard tries to line up a move into the top 3. But it's going to be tough to get past both Robinson and Helias. Neither of them are slow drivers, and both of them are very capable. Bit of a twitch there from Helias. That could be enough for Bouzard, but no, Helias drifts back across the racing line to thwart the inside opportunity cooking up for Guillaume Bouzard in the Koski Motorsport machine. So still they give us plenty of drama and a lot of excitement. Lucas Flusha sets the fastest lap of the race as he finds himself currently down in 15th place. Probably courtesy of the incident that we had on the opening lap. Timofey Mikhailov is still going, by the way, but he's now down at the back. So it was Ivo Besterda, Dylan de Vos, Nicolo Cuman and Oliver Kinmark that were all out of the race on that opening lap. Everybody else who was involved. There are the karts all queued up there in position. Lanolati, Kinmark, de Vos and Besterda all in position, all not where they want to be at all. So here comes Jimmy Helias trying to get his way back through on the inside of Guillaume Bouzard. But Guillaume Bouzard in the Koski Motorsport machine, the Tony kart, is trying to stay in front of anyone who comes near him. Gerasim Skudunov from Anatoly Kavalkin, who leads the race. So Anatoly Kavalkin looking very serene, looking calm and confident up in the lead of the race now. Gerasim Skudunov is trying to stay with him. He's hunting down his every move. They're at the halfway point in the qualifying heat. but Kavalkin doesn't look like he's losing any ground anytime soon. So on a weekend when he is aware of the fact that on dropped scores he actually leads the title fight, this is a very tricky race weekend. Dino Storescu has a warning flag, not sure what that one's for, but certainly for Anatoly Kavalkin, this is one step closer to becoming European champion if he can hold it together. It's definitely going to be tough from here on out, but Gerasim Skudinov is trying to put him under as much pressure as possible. Edu Robinson, there in third place in the Forza Racing kart, is trying to make his own designs and machinations on this race. So he's trying his best to move forward. Gerasim Skudinov doing a fair job in second position, but Anatoly Kavalkin wants to hold on to this lead. But Robinson really is putting on a good showcase here as he closes up on the leading duo. So Kavalkin, Skudinov, Robinson, Buzar, Helias, and Helias is having to defend now from Salim Hana with Brad Majman coming through. There is the move on the inside line from Rene Lammers. He gets past Maria Gimonito, and he's not the only one because Alex O'Grady, the Irishman, also managed to get past the Portuguese driver there. So for Maria Gimonito, she's going to have to try and do her homework to keep Nicolas Schaufler behind her. But certainly for the race leader, Anatoly Kavalkin is being stretched here and pushed all the way by Gerasim Skudinov and Edu Robinson. But now this is all about Kavalkin just soaking up the pressure. Skudinov has a look. That was a little bit brave actually from Gerasim Skudinov. Could have waited a little bit longer and gone for it in the hairpin, I think. But Kavalkin certainly has a little bit of breathing space over Gerasim Skudinov. Down the back straight. And Skudinov wants to be as close to the top spot as humanly possible. If there's going to be a chance to get past Anatoly Kavalkin, he's got to take it. But from his point of view, there is not going to be many more opportunities. The last lap begins here at Franciacorta. So we continue to run in close proximity up at the front end of the field. A very tough race mission here. As now we wait for the braking zone. Skudinov trying his best. He runs out a little bit wide. I think that might be all it takes to cost him a shot at the victory there. So Skudinov had an opportunity, but I think he squandered it there with a little bit too much of a heavy braking into that hairpin. Kavalkin's going to be far enough ahead that Skudinov isn't even going to register on the radar at that point. So Anatoly Kavalkin, he hasn't exactly been gift-wrapped in victory because he's had to fight for all of them. But when the pressure's on, when the chips are down, who are you going to call? Kavalkin. Excellent run out of the final turn, and he is going to seal pole position once again. Anatoly Kavalkin gets the job done. So with that victory, he stays in position once more. And that's where he was after the brilliant performances in previous events, but now he comes through to take the pole for the superheat. So what a sensational run from Anatoly Kavalkin, and now we know that the two drivers that are going to be starting from pole position in the superheats are going to be Anatoly Kavalkin and Jan Piotrowski. So Parolin versus Tony Kart, as this man, Anatoly Kavalkin, quests to become only the second driver ever to take an OK title that wasn't in the Tony Kart or Kart Republic groups. And certainly he would be in fantastic company to do it, and he'd certainly be the only junior driver ever to do so for anybody other than the Tony Kart group or the Kart Republic teams. So that would be a very special result for Marco Parolin and the crew. So the competition has continued all the way, and it's Anatoly Kavalkin who remains on the top spot. Gerasim Skudinov second from Edu Robinson and Guillaume Buzar, with Jimmy Helias in front of Salim Hana, then Bradley Majman and Rene Lammers from Alex O'Grady and Nicolas Schaufler. Dino Storescu is 11th in front of the Dutchman Jens Truha, then Lucas Flusha in front of Maria Gimonito. Andres Cardenas is 15th in front of Luis Deveau, then Art de Dorisson for the Tony Kart Racing team is in front of the Kart Republic chassis of Isaac McNeil. Some great performances throughout the field. 19th for Sebastian Garzon, Tobias Clausen in 20th, and Timofey Mikhailov finished the race, albeit a lap down. And we had 4 retirements on that first quarter pile-up. Ivo Besterda, Dinan de Vos, Nico Lanalati, and Oliver Kinmark. Well, now we know the identity of the two drivers in pole position then for the FIA Karting European Championship finales of the Superheats tomorrow morning. It'll be Anatoly Kavalkin in front of Kirill Kutskov, Kirill Kutskov, and Lewis Werrell in the first 4 positions of the grid. unless something changes in the last heat, of course. And then it'll be Jan Petrovsky in front of his teammate Enzo Deligny, then Jimmy Helias and Guillaume Bouzard. Again, provided that nothing changes. But certainly on the front row of the grid, that is exactly how it plays out. Bit of a late one for the drivers to come to the grid. That's because it hasn't been quite so chaotic this time, as the clean-up job is very small and very minimal indeed, as the drivers are getting themselves ready for the outset. But the man in pole position is the man who has been absolutely flawless over the course of the weekend so far. The French talent for the Paralin Motorsport team, Enzo Deligny, who is certainly looking to give the team a victory in the season finale of the OK Seniors, even if he can't win the title. And it certainly sets the team up in good stead for the World Championships at Sarno on the 3rd weekend of September. Enzo Deligny coming into the weekend incredibly confident, knowing that there was a great chance of a solid run and a good charge forward. Let's see what he had to say coming into this historic occasion.
So far this season, it's been overall a good season for me. Zuera and Portimao were good. Kristianstad was a little hard, but it's okay. Now we're looking to bounce back for the championship finale here. I really enjoyed this track, and the speed looks good so far, so we'll try to challenge and hopefully win this one. This is one of my favorite circuits because it's very fast and flowing. I really like the nature of this track. One of the most challenging parts of this track is the Sector 2. It's very physically demanding too because of how much G's you put in the corner. But overall, I really like driving the circuit. These drivers are among the best in the world, so of course the level is incredibly high, and it's going to be hard to win and beat them all, but I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be fun. Yeah, of course here it's pretty hot now. We're in summer, so it makes it pretty hot and challenging, but we try to get through it as best as we can, and yeah. Yeah, well, obviously this is the last weekend until the World Championship, so this is the last time we get to prove ourselves until the World Championship in September. So everyone's looking to do a good result here so they can be confident going into the World Championship in Sarno.
That event is going to be one of the highlights of the World Motorsport calendar, and almost just as exciting, probably even more exciting maybe, than the World Championships coming up in Sarno, because it's not just karting that you'll get treated to over those 5 days, but you'll get a little bit of everything, a little bit of TCR, a little bit of GT, a little bit of single-seaters, a little bit of rallying, a little bit of rallycross, a little bit of esports. It is the ultimate motorsport event over 5 days in the beautiful city of Marseille as a location. And of course we're going to have the fantastic performers on the Le Castellet circuit at Paul Ricard. So it really is going to be fantastic to see all of the competitors taking part, and as you saw there, 17 different motorsport disciplines crammed into 5 days. Sign me up, I'm in for it. And obviously a few of these drivers will be hoping to be there as well in the hope to represent their nation on the world stage. Really is going to be absolutely spectacular to see how it all plays out. And we are in for a spectacular showcase now. The drivers wanting to put on an amazing stuff. Amazing battle ahead of us. So now the contenders are looking forward to a really strong showcase for the last 3 races of the weekend. Enzo Deligny and Tuukka Tarponen are going to be together on the front row of the starting grid. The 3-minute board goes up. Enzo Deligny unbeaten so far this weekend. but he's not had to go up against Tukka Tarpanen so far. And Tukka is definitely a top contender here this weekend. He's already had a race win and a lot of strong results that he has put together. So despite a difficult first race, which has kind of taken him a little bit down the order in terms of the rankings, where he ended up retiring with several other drivers, Tukka Tarpanen is never one to count out. He always has this chance to dig deep and find something special. Then we've got a all-Birolart affair on the second row of the starting grid. Christian Bratuka and Harley Keeble are going to be together on the second row of the starting grid. The Italian on the inside and the Brit on the outside. Then Zachary David, the Maltese driver, who's definitely going to finish off strong if the last 4 races is anything to go by, as he will run on the inside of the third row alongside Thomas Stolchemanis. This has pretty much become Stolchemanis territory, this circuit, but certainly thus far there have been a lot more frustrations than there have been success stories for Thomas Stolchemanis. Then Teresa Babichkova, 4th row of the starting grid on the inside of the 4th row. The racing driver from the Czech Republic, who is also dovetailing this campaign with her championship season in the W Series. She lines up on the 7th position of the starting grid alongside Gigi Evan Gilter for the VDK Racing Team in the Kart Republic chassis. A very consistent and solid weekend again for him. Probably not quite where he wanted to be, but certainly still pushing to get as high up the ranks as possible. And then the Peruvian Rafael Modenese running in 9th position, the Leclerc by Lennox chassis for the Birolart squad. And then he lines up alongside the championship protagonist and the points leader, Joe Turney. Can he get himself into a winning position for this championship title? It is not easy from where he is, and he has really struggled to get out of that 10th position across his heats. If anybody's going to just about make it across the finish line and keep us on tenterhooks to the checkered flag, it's going to be Joe Turney, isn't it? He is Mr. Showman, and he is an absolute grandstand box office race driver in his own right. Very reminiscent of what Nigel Mansell used to give us in the world of Formula One. Joe Turney kind of gives us exactly the same nail-biting experience in the world of FIA karting. 6th row of the grid, Nico Lemberg and Maxim Rem, the Finn and the German, with Keanu Al-Azadi, the ever-impressive young man from Dubai in the Tony Kart factory team, alongside Keanu Blum of Austria, fresh out of the DKM in Germany on the 7th row of the starting grid. The 8th row will see Oscar Wurtz, the Austrian for the Tony Kart factory team, lined up beside Gustav Wisniewski. And then there is going to be a big, big pressure cooker from the drivers further back, trying to make up some places. But for Enzo Deligny versus Tukka Tarpanen, this is one of the races of the weekend. And if Enzo Deligny wins this one, he'll definitely book himself a place on the top spot in the Super Pole for the Super Heat. So here comes the big show. Enzo Deligny and Tukka Tarpanen on the front row. Christian Bratuka and Harley Keeble from Zachary David and Thomas Stolchemanis. Then Teresa Babichkova and Evan Gilter from Rafael Modenese and Joe Turney. Then Nico Lemberg and Maxim Rem from Keanu Al-Azadi and Keanu Blum. Then Oscar Wurtz and Gustav Wisniewski from Simone Bianco and Dmytro Miravchik. Then Kevin Lantinga and Ricky Liu from Shimo Zhang and Marius Christiansen. And at the back of the field, it is Miroslav Mikesh. So as the contenders gear themselves up and ready for an exceptional challenge forward, we are in for an amazing showcase. I think we're going to see some fantastic and phenomenal battles right from the outset. Very keen and very excited to see how things progress. We are in for an amazing battle. So let's see how it all plays out for the competitors in fine sensation and fine style here. And of course, Enzo Deligny has a 0-point score at the moment. Nicolo Cuman has 2 points. Kia Nakamura has 7. Zachary David has 11. Max Orlov has 12. Caspian Hagman has 18. And Christian Bratuka and Karol Pazovic both have 21 apiece. So, fascinating stuff. As the drivers gearing themselves up, ready for another exciting showcase. Enzo Deligny and Tukka Tarpanen. What a duel this is going to be on the front row of the starting grid. Really excited to see who's going to get the victory out of these two. Tukka Tarpanen, the man who never does bad day when he is fighting for the victory. And Enzo Deligny, who has been flawless all weekend. He's led all 48 of his racing laps so far this weekend. Can he make it 60 with 5 wins from 5? If he does, he'll be in pole position for the first Super Heat. We're going to have to wait another lap to find that out because we have a false start. So at Franciacorta, the newest venue in the FIA Karting paddock once again, it's going to be another lap of discovery and finding out what happens next. This season has been about the established circuits up until this last round of the championship. Portimao in Portugal, in the beautiful Algarve countryside. The Speed Cathedral in Spain, Duera. And then, of course, the Titan Technical Kristianstad in Sweden, where we had an absolutely phenomenal race weekend. And now we are here at Franciacorta, ahead of the 2023 season, where we're going to see 4 completely new circuits for FIA Karting. The Cartodromo Lucas Carrero in Valencia, in the little town of Chiva. And then, of course, we will have the Steel Ring in Třinec in Czech Republic, the Rodby Kart Club in Denmark, and then the 4th and final weekend is at Siete Larghi in Castelletto. Let's go racing this time, though, at Franciacorta. For the last time for Enzo Deligny. Took a Tarpon and trying to go right round the outside and get himself into the top 3. Oh, and 2 cuts off in the wall. Well, it's the Koski Motorsport kart that goes straight on into the barriers. Robertuca is already trying to take on Enzo Deligny as the rest of the field works its way through. I couldn't see which of the Koski Motorsports that was. There's took a Tarpanen round the outside into 2nd place. Lovely move from Tarpanen. It's Nico Lemberg. It's got a, and it's Joe Turney. Joe Turney is off at turn 1. Oh my goodness. Joe Turney, championship leader, out of the race at turn 2. Oh my goodness. This could blow the European Championship wide open. Of all the people that could have been spat out into the barriers at turn 2 on the opening lap, why did it have to be Joe Turney? My goodness. This is going to be a tough European title fight now. Joe Turney looking almost completely unlikely to get any championship points from qualifying if he even makes the grid for the final at this rate. He looks like he could do that even with this retirement, as Nico Lemberg watches from the sidelines as well. But what an absolute disaster for Joe Turney on the eve of becoming European champion. What if it's all of a sudden snatched away at the last moment? Well, the battle continues on as Chiano Alizardi loses ground there to Harley Keeble. Keeble gets through and takes the place away. But Deligny leads Tarpanen, Bertuca, David, Gilter, and then Keeble and Alizardi in front of Teresa Babachkova and Thomas Stolchmanis from Modenese, Lantinga, Wurtz, Bianco, and Shimo Zhang. Move up the inside as past Teresa Babachkova goes the 141 of the Peruvian Rafael Modenese. But still for Enzo Deligny, he's got pressure from Tuka Tarpanen. What if Tuka Tarpanen could suddenly get under Enzo Deligny's skin here, because he's got so much time to put pressure on him? 10 laps, including this one. Up on the far side, and Enzo Deligny looks good. He doesn't even have to win this race. He really doesn't. He's in a perfectly serene position, Enzo Deligny. Let's say the worst case scenario were to befall him. He'd be guaranteed a pole position if he were to be in the top 7. So he doesn't even have to win this one, but that's not the Enzo Deligny way. He wants to win on his own. As through to 4th comes Evan Gilter. He gets through past Zachary David. Harley Keeble still P6 in front of Stolchmanis, Alizardi, Modenese and Babachkova. Then Lantinga, Wurtz, Bianco, Wisniewski, Zhang. Then Maxime Raymond Riccilu from Mikesh, Blum, Morashchik and Marius Christensen. But devastating that we lost Nico Lemberg and Joe Turney on the first lap in what was supposed to be Joe Turney's European Championship clincher. It could still be, but he's now going to have it very, very tough in the final. So Enzo Deligny and Tuka Tarpanen out in front. Can Tarpanen reel in Enzo Deligny? Further back, we've got Stolchmanis trying his best to shake off the attentions of Rafael Modenese and Chiano Alizardi. They're both going to squeeze through on the inside. Stolchmanis not with a lot of room to negotiate it. So through goes Modenese, through goes Alizardi. Great overtaking moves from both of them. As Stolchmanis has to now play defensive for Teresa Babachkova, trying to get through on the inside, and also trying to get through there. That's Kevin Lantinga, the Dutchman. So some great battles as Teresa Babachkova works her magic in the middle. Trying to get through past Thomas Stolchmanis. That would be a real feather in the cap for the wildcard driver, Teresa Babachkova, if she could close in on and pass the man who has dominated at Franciacorta in their last 2 appearances here. Up on the inside comes Lantinga. So Lantinga gets through. And so too gets Bianco past Oscar Wurtz, with a bit of a chase now from Gustav Wisniewski. Keanu Blum picks up a warning flag. Here comes Wisniewski on the inside of Wurtz. Nice overtake there. So Enzo Deligny still running strong in front of Tarpanen, but they're checking out in front of Pertuka and Gilter. This is Zach David versus Harley Keeble. So Zachary David trying to get away from the Birolart, but Harley Keeble loves to pile on the pressure. He is one of those drivers that will give an inch and then take a mile. Absolutely amazing from Harley Keeble last year at Sandro, of course, in the Junior OK European Championship, when he was battling with Freddie Slater to the line and managed to pip him to the victory by 0.02 of a second. Harley Keeble never quits, never says die, pushes like wildfire, and he's going to be going for it on Zachary David. Meanwhile, Pertuka has Evan Gilter breathing down his neck. So are we going to see another strong challenge from Evan Gilter to the inside line? Of course we are. Gilter makes the move into third place past Christian Pertuka. Great overtake. This is definitely Gilter's most promising race heat so far this weekend. A driver that we've become quite accustomed to seeing in the top 5. But this weekend has been a tough one for Gilter. Not that he's not going to end it in the best way he possibly can, to fight his way back into third position. Good run from Gilter so far. Watch out for Keeble on David. Then there is Modenese, Stogimanis, Alizari and Lantinga in front of Teresa Babachkova and Simone Bianco. So 5 laps to go for Enzo Deligny. And it looks like it's going to be pure domination for him. As on the inside, there goes Keeble. I knew he was going to line up a move on Zachary David at the first possible opportunity. And he made it stick. Very nicely handled there. So a really solid battle and a great racecraft from them as they continue in fine stead. So Deligny leads the way from Tarpanen, Gilter, Pertuka, Keeble, David, Modenese, Stogimanis, Alizari and Lantinga. So still the battles rage on as they continue in good opposition now. Drivers putting on a good display. Deligny, Tarpanen and Gilter. Pertuka in P4 from Keeble and David. So Tuka Tarpanen trying to stay with Enzo Deligny, but Deligny really is stretching out this lead over the rest of the field. Only Tuka Tarpanen can go with him at the moment. But there is a genuine chance here that Enzo Deligny is going to complete 60 laps of qualifying heats without even having lost the lead at any point. That is quite extraordinary. I mean, what if Enzo Deligny could convert that into the pole position for tomorrow's superheat without losing a lap of that, and then do the same thing in the final? It would just be absolutely extraordinary for Enzo Deligny, who really would finish the season off on the most extortionately brilliant mode. Absolutely fantastic if he can get it done. But of course, there's still 3 laps left of this qualifying heat. Gilter in third from Pertuka and Keeble, the 2 Birolart teammates. Are they going to have a bit of a battle? Running in 4th and 5th, but will Keeble want to sit behind his teammate Pertuka, or will he want to race him for position? We've also got to think about the environment back in HQ, in the awning in pit lane, if you get into a tangle with your teammate, because that can create quite a toxic environment if you're in the same awning as the guy you just drove into and you can't really escape them. So this is all going to be about how they deal with this. But Keeble has a good run on Christian Pertuka. Will he dive in on the inside of the hairpin? No, he thinks better of it. Zach David in 6th, Modenese 7th from Stogimanis, Lantinga and Keanu Alizari in the top 10. But Keeble is all over the back of Pertuka with 2 laps to go in this heat. Here he goes, going to dive in. No worries for Harley Keeble. And Christian Pertuka is sensible enough to let him go. He certainly doesn't want a ticking off from the boss. So Harley Keeble, having got the move done, is now going to try and stretch away to close back up on Evan Gilter, if he even gets the chance to do that. But a terrific performance from the man in the lead ahead of them all. Enzo Deligny of France. I mean, it's just astonishing. What a sensational run from Enzo Deligny. But an absolutely extraordinary challenge from him as he continues to make great moves. Here they go, last lap. And surely Enzo Deligny is about to seal pole position in the superheat tomorrow morning. What an extraordinary performance. It's one thing to lead it's one thing to win all 5 of your heats, but to never even lose the lead at any point, that is just unbelievable. And the Paralympic driver from France, born in China originally, raised for a part of his time in the United States, but Enzo Deligny in absolutely fantastic fashion, and the Paralympic driver doing an amazing job under the tutelage of the 2-time world champion and International Super Cup winner Lorenzo Travasanuto, who is watching his protege in very proud form. 60 laps without being overtaken from Enzo Deligny. 5 wins from 5 qualifying heats. Immaculate. That is domination that you don't see every day. Quite phenomenal from Enzo Deligny. 5 wins from 5 starts, never losing the lead at any point. 60 laps, boom. Thank you and good night. Enzo Deligny just dances to the victory on all 5 occasions. And as far as the Paralympic Motorsport team are concerned, this could be a fairy tale. Anatoly Kivalkin looking very good indeed for a victory in tomorrow's superheat from pole. And now Enzo Deligny emulates his stablemate in senior. The outright pole in both categories drives a Paralympic. This would be an absolute fairy tale for the team if they could finish it off. What an extraordinary situation. So the competitors come through after a very solid race battle in the penultimate OK senior race win of the day, and that is Enzo Deligny in front of Tuukka Tarpanen, with Evan Gilter third ahead of Harley Kiebel and Christian Bertucca. Thomas Stolchemanis is 6th in front of Rafael Modenese. Then Zachary David, Kevin Lentinga and Keanu Alazzari round out the top 10. In front of Teresa Babachkova and Simone Bianco. Gustav Wisniewski is ahead of Maxim Rem and Dmitro Moravchik. Oscar Wurtz ahead of Keanu Blum and Shimo Zhang. 19th place for Marius Christiansen with Ricky Liu and Miroslav Mikesh. But what drama on the opening lap. Nico Lemberg and championship leader Joe Turney retiring. It couldn't get more dramatic than that, as Joe Turney, fighting to become European champion, now has his back to the wall for the remainder of this title showdown. Just one more pole position to confirm in the OK category, and that's either going to go the way of Nicolo Cuman, Kia Nakamura Berta, or Max Orlov. So it all depends on who has come away from the last races of the day with the best accumulated points. So it all comes down to that last heat, which will come back in about 25 minutes time or so. But certainly for the time being, a really great situation and a really great race, because we are now coming to the very last race of the day. And what a sensational challenge it's going to be as the competitors gear up for one final hurrah. And for Nathan Tai, on pole position alongside Kirill Kutskov. This is such an important race, but he can't afford to overthink it. He just needs to do what he does best and run in close proximity to the drivers around him. Stay at the front, stay in the top 5, not overdrive. Give himself the best possible chance of still fighting for this title, with the Kart Factory team aiming to become only the 2nd team since 2016, when the OK categories came in, to take a European title other than the Tony Kart and Kart Republic groups. There is Joe Turney returning to the pits. Talk about drama and what must be going through his head right now. How can this be happening again? Why do I have to keep enduring all these hardships? Such a tough life being Joe Turney in the OK Senior Brigade. Just when you think it's all coming together, it falls apart at the last minute. But hopefully tomorrow is going to be a better day for him. Speaking of better days, Nathan Tai and Kirill Kutskov are going to be together on the front row of the starting grid with Andrea Dupé and the man who could spoil a bit of a surprise here to finish us off, from 4th on the grid, Dmitry Matveev.
For me, it's always really challenging, as it's international level competition and all best drivers from all the world coming here. So there are many talented drivers which can show really great result and performance. So it's been a challenging year for me, but I went good all the way, and hopefully
I can finish it even better. All circuits are kind of challenging, and it depends how can you find the settings, and because all the tracks, they are different from each other, and you just need to work and find perfect setting, and it's always challenging to do it, but sometimes when we get a good work, we can find perfect one and just win the race. It's exciting to race in it because it's really fast. The asphalt is grip and it's really popular circuit, so a lot of drivers drive here, and I like it because you can full sand in the overtakes, and sometimes it's just really enjoyable to race in the high speed here. I like Italy as a country, and it's comfortable for me to stay here, and I enjoy the nature, and also the climate here is really good, so it's hot, and we can do a proper racing in good conditions. In September on World Championship is going to be hot, and I feel like it's going to be a lot of grip, so it's good that we start from this track, which is also grippy and with a good climate, so we can adapt to find the settings with the grip and just try to do our best. So then when we are going to come on the World Championship, we can be more confident with that. I'm really determined and motivated to bring the team in the top, as I can feel that we are doing our best and we deserve it.
So Dmitry Matveev coming into this final race of the day in the junior category with every opportunity to push his way forward and give himself a good end to proceedings. But it is a really exciting end to the OK Junior battle and brigade. Nathan Tai and Kirill Kutskov on the front row of the grid. Andrea Dupé and Dmitry Matveev from Mattia Kolnagi and Kirill Kutskov. Lewis Werrell and Thibaut Ramakas from Rene Lammers, and Maciej Gladys of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team in P10. Speaking of that team, just been keeping an eye on social media today, and I'm delighted to tell you that after 70 days in hospital following his accident at Zuera, Alexander Bondarev has just returned home to his apartment in Spain, and the first thing he did when he got home, he went straight onto the simulator. He's coming back, folks. Oh man, that'll be so cool when he gets back into the world of FIA karting. We wish him all the best for his recovery. And I think he's going to be back a lot quicker than people think he's going to be. Oh, that's going to be quite the story when we get to the World Championships if that happens, isn't it? Could be the best racing comeback since Niki Lauda. Nathan Tai and Kirill Kutskov on the front row of the starting grid for this one then. Andrea Dupé and Dmitry Matveev with Mattia Kolnagi, one of the star wildcards, along with Andrea Dupé this weekend, and Kirill Kutskov from Lewis Werrell, Thibaut Ramakas, Rene Lammers and Maciej Gladys. Here we go. What can Enzo Deligny do from 11th on the grid? He's already taken a pair of victories this weekend, so there's a lot that could end up befalling here in the final qualifying heat of the weekend for OK Junior. After this come the super heats tomorrow morning. Nathan Tai and Kirill Kutskov on the front row from Andrea Dupé and Dmitry Matveev, Mattia Kolnagi and Kirill Kutskov, Lewis Werrell and Thibaut Ramakas from Rene Lammers and Maciej Gladys, Enzo Deligny and Andy Consani from Aaron Garcia and Kian Fardin, Maxon Verbruge and Newman Chi, Sebastian Kaupeng and Jacob Kamenik from Jules Caranta and Thomas Strauven, Lenage and Kimi Tani from Sandro Perez, Zoe Florescu, Ariman Bansal and Marcus Saita. So this will be the last race of the day for the OK Juniors, and the race that will determine who is going to be on the front row of the starting grid for the super heats tomorrow, because obviously it's going to be an interesting one for Kirill Kutskov in second on the grid and Enzo Deligny down in 11th on the grid. And don't forget that Kirill Kutskov, who is currently 5th in the rankings, is also there or thereabouts. There's a lot of interesting challenges coming into this one. Kowalkin has 2 points. Petrovsky has 4, so those two are already booked onto the pole positions for the 2 super heats tomorrow morning. Kirill Kutskov currently has 8 points. Enzo Deligny has 9. Kirill Kutskov has 10. Jimmy Helias has 20. Lewis Werrell has 24. So too does Guillaume Bouzard. So there's quite a few drivers that are about to find themselves in a really solid position come the end of this race. But there could be quite a few drivers in the top 6 that may be about to get a rude awakening here. Kirill Kutskov, Enzo Deligny and Kirill Kutskov are 3rd, 4th and 5th in the interim rankings, and they are all in this race. So it could be a very interesting start to proceedings. 8 laps of the circuit. One more time with feeling. Are we going to go? Yes, false start, I'm afraid. Just to keep the tension building a little bit longer. So obviously a very interesting scenario and a tough situation for the drivers in OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus C. But the big question is going to be, of course, where is Nathan Tye going to end up after the musical chairs have been taken away? As if he is in the top 10 of the starting grid for the Super Heats, he has got a great chance of fighting his way back into championship winning contention. It's not over yet. He's a fighter. He's an incredibly courageous competitor, Nathan Tye. And he is leading the charge for the Sony Kart team. This isn't just about him, as far as he's concerned. This isn't just his chance to win a title. This isn't just his moment of glory. It's Sony Kart's. They have never won a European title at junior level, ever. And this is their chance to make history. So they will come through out of the final turn. Nathan Tye, Kirill Kutskov, is this going to be the start? Yes, it is. That's race. Nathan Tye chops across, has no worries going through the first corner with Andrea Dupé going wheel to wheel with Kirill Kutskov. Mattia Kolnagi tries to get through there. Andrea Dupé wobbles and twitches sideways, and that's given a perfect gap for Nathan Tye in front of his teammate. Kutskov is there in third in front of Matviv. Kolnagi, and that's one of the Birolats going off the road there. It's the Leclerc by Lennox kart drifting off the road. It's Aaron Garcia. Aaron Garcia has gone off at turn 4. So Aaron Garcia trying to get back going again, but I'm afraid it's pretty much game over for him now. He tries to push start the kart. He might just be able to do it, but he's really going to struggle to restart that kart. Yep, I think it's game over, I'm afraid, for him. So Aaron Garcia out of the race on the first lap of the final heat of the day. So the drivers come through. Nathan Tye in front of his teammate Andrea Dupé, then Kutskov, Matviv, Tarvanichkul up in 5th again. Kolnagi, then Wurtz, Kutskov, Gladish and Rene Lammers. So a lot of good battles to come in this one. Mattia Kolnagi running in 6th in front of Wurtz and Kutskov. 9th place for Maciej Gladish in the Ricky Flynn kart. Still battling away with Rene Lammers. Looks like Lammers has actually got through on that last lap. Gladish is trying to come back at him. Been a very tough race for both of those drivers, Rene Lammers and Maciej Gladish, both drivers who could easily have been fighting for the top 3 this weekend, as Lewis Wurtz gets through on the inside of Mattia Kolnagi. But now we've got Nathan Tye and Andrea Dupé. Now, Andrea Dupé is very much racing for himself here this weekend as a wild card. On the inside comes Kirill Kutskov, trying to fight his way back into contention, and he needs to, because he's looking like he's only going to come up with 18 points. He could do with a few more. As Andrea Dupé continues on his way. Needs to do a better job than 18 points really to guarantee 5th position on the starting grid. In the interim rankings, there's still a few more great battles to come. But it's only just getting started. Tye in front of Dupé. Dupé is there in 2nd position, wanting to get a piece of this from his teammate Nathan Tye. 3rd position for Kirill Kutskov in front of Enzo Deligny, who has now got past Dmitry Matviv into 4th position. Enzo Deligny fighting back again. He has another great chance to storm his way through the field and go for victory once more. And Deligny now finds himself in 4th place behind Kirill Kutskov. Kirill Kutskov really wants a strong race here. 3rd position for the moment. Can he catch up to Andrea Dupé? Dupé is staying right with his teammate Nathan Tye, almost becoming a total buffer between the rest of the drivers behind them. I mean, this is going to be great for the Sony Kart fan base to have 2 karts, 1 and 2, and Nathan Tye leading it. Couldn't really be much better than that at the moment. Unless, of course, there is a monumental charge through the field from Andy Consani, who currently runs in 13th place. But that looks unlikely. Kutskov on the inside, dives through for the inside line and gets past Andrea Dupé. Dupé is going to try and come back at him, perhaps, in the hairpin. He's certainly having a look at it. Kirill Kutskov gestures to Andrea Dupé. Come on, stop fighting me now that I've overtaken you. Bit cheeky. Let's work together and go after Nathan Tye. So Nathan Tye leads the way. Kutskov in 2nd, Dupé in 3rd, but Andrea Dupé really wants to get his own great result out of this heat. Here comes Enzo Deligny, the young man from Thailand, pushing on big time in 4th place. He's got rapid speed here at Franciacorta. He really seems to suit this place, and the young man from Thailand is going to do everything he can to get back past, up into 3rd position past Andrea Dupé. Marcus Saita from the back of the grid has the fastest lap, and there goes Deligny and Dmitry Matviv on the inside of Andrea Dupé. Wurtz had a look on the inside and he's got it. Oh, and Kutskov tries to get through on the inside, but that's not going to happen as far as Andrea Dupé is concerned. No chance. You're going to have to try something else. So Wurtz goes wheel to wheel with Dupé. Dupé opens the door, and there goes Kutskov on the inside. Bitterly frustrating for the Italian as Dmitry Matveev gets through, and so too does Wurtz and Kutskov, all on the same lap. Now we've got Kirill Ditiev right in behind Nathan Ty. Nathan Ty, the race leader. Ditiev in second. Tarvanichkul in third. Who's going to make the overtaking move first? Will it be Ditiev on Ty, or will it be Tarvanichkul on Ditiev? Certainly looks like it could be the latter at the moment. Tarvanichkul reeling in Ditiev, but Ditiev looks quite confident in behind Nathan Ty as well. Ty holding the pace, but I think Tarvanichkul may go for this move first. Here he comes! Enzo Tarvanichkul, second position for the Tony Kart factory driver. Up into second place. And now we're going to see what Dmitry Matveev can do. He's going to come in on the inside of Kirill Ditiev as Kutskov gets through on Wurtz in the same breath. So up to fifth for Kutskov, up to third for Matveev, up to second for Tarvanichkul. 2 laps to go. Nathan Ty in front of Tarvanichkul, Matveev, Ditiev, Kutskov and Wurtz. There's still a bit of time for Enzo Tarvanichkul to go for this one on Nathan Ty. But Kutskov really wants to get on terms with Kirill Ditiev up front. So it's going to be tight between the Sony Kart and the Tony Kart. And with Enzo Tarvanichkul moving up into third position in the interim rankings, a win would make things even better for him. He's going to finish in front of Nathan Ty, whatever happens. But can Enzo Tarvanichkul split the difference and make one more overtaking move to get into third in the interim rankings? It would be the best performance he has ever had. He's going for it. He's not going to back down. Matveev's going to get in on the inside of Ty as well. There goes Tarvanichkul into the lead. Matveev to second, Ty to third, Ditiev for fourth. What a brilliant way to end it in OK Junior and Franciacorta today. 1 lap to go. And Tarvanichkul's hanging on from Matveev. Big sliding battle further back as Timon Ramakas goes wheel to wheel with Andrea Dupé, who drops back behind Gonzani now. But Tarvanichkul's hanging on for dear life here. Up in front of Matveev and Ty. Oh, and in the barriers, that is Aryaman Bansal. So on the final lap, Matveev still thinks like he's got a chance as Kutskov dives in on Kirill Ditiev. He gets through. Maciej Gladish is in the mix now in P6. Where did he come from? Brilliant. On the last lap, they're all trying to storm through and find an extra bit of pace. Matveev is going to dive for the inside to hold on from Ty. Gladish gets the move on Ditiev in the final couple of corners, and Gonzani takes on 2 of them in 1. It's victory for Tarvanichkul. Matveev second from Ty, Kutskov and Maciej Gladish. Brilliant racecraft in OK Junior. What a way to end it. And for Enzo Tarvanichkul, that's 3 wins out of 5. Brilliant. Magnificent. It's been a long, long time since we had a Thai driver at the sharp end of the field in this category. From such a long time ago. Back in 2010, of course, was the last time that a Thai driver took an FIA Karting title, and that was Alexander Albon, ahead of 2 drivers called Pierre Gasly and Harrison Scott in the KF3 days in 2010. I think we've just found another one. He won't win a European title this weekend, but he's setting the seeds in position for a run at the World Championship at Sarno 2 months from now. What a superstar Enzo Tarvanichkul is becoming. What a victory. Enzo Tarvanichkul in front of Dmitry Matveev and Nathan Ty, who's still very much in the hunt for the title. Kirill Kutskov and Maciej Gladish. What a comeback drive in 5th. Kirill Ditiev and Rene Lammers. Good work from him. Andy Gonzani. Stupendous. Tibor Ramakas in front of Lewis Wurtz. Jay Newman in front of Thomas Strauben. Then Andrea Dupé and Mattia Kolnagi from Kian Fardin. 15th place ahead of Kimi Tani, Marcus Saita and Jacob Kamenik. Then behind them it is Jules Caranta and Maxime Verbruge, the 2 Frenchmen. Len Nys in 21st in front of Sebastian Calpeng, Sandro Perez and Zoe Florescu. The one retirement from the race in the race, and that was Aryaman Bansal. On the first lap, we lost Aaron Garcia of Spain. What an amazing challenge. And that victory for Enzo Tarvanichkul puts him 3rd in the interim rankings, the highest he has ever been on a Saturday afternoon in the FIA Karting European Championship. Great work. Anything could happen from there. He will be on the front row of the starting grid with Anatoly Kivalkin in the first superheat tomorrow. Jan Petrovsky will be on the front row of his with Kirill Ditiev. And then it will be Kirill Kutskov on the second row of the first superheat with Guillaume Bouzard. In the second superheat, it'll be Jimmy Helias and Gerasim Skulanov. Anything could happen tomorrow, and the OK Juniors will be back to put on a show. 24 hours from now, we'll know which one of them is going to be European champion. Wow. Love it when they give us a great show right at the end, because it gives us a lovely taste as to what we can expect tomorrow. But how about this for a front row of the starting grid? Nicolo Cuman, the home sensation, in pole position, having already taken a pair of victories over the course of the weekend against the man who is quickly becoming the factor in the equation that could change the face of the European Championship title in the OK Senior in his first year in the category. Kian Nakamura Berta.
It's going to be a very tough race. We've got loads of great drivers here, fighting with Alex and Joseph for the championship, and maybe some other drivers. So everyone's quite close. Only Joe's a little bit further ahead, but everyone's still got a chance in this championship as long as they do really good this weekend. So it's going to be a really tough weekend, probably tougher than all the others mentally and physically with the really hot temperatures. So I'll just do the best I can and try to beat the opponents. Of course, towards the championship finale, you can't be full attack mode, but you can't also be so passive. My position, I need to be faultless throughout the whole weekend. I need to make sure that I can replicate Kristianstad, but also manage to win the final to have a chance at clinching the title. So not full attack, but definitely I need to be pushing to try and do it the best I can. This circuit is a very fast circuit. It's flowing a lot of mid-range corners, which means a lot of high G-force corners. You can overtake basically everywhere on this circuit. Probably the hardest corners are probably Sector 2 to Sector 3, most technical parts of that the track. And if you drive that wrong, you can easily lose quite a few tenths. And to be perfect around here, especially now there's not much grip on the track, and once you go onto the dirty side of the track, it's impossible. This weekend we'll be able to see who's our main rivals on a really hot circuit. So far we haven't had such scorching temperatures yet, and definitely Sana, the World Championship, will be really hot. So this weekend we can get a sort of view on who will be in the front and who will struggle, even though they've been doing really well this season. So this will definitely give us an overview of who we have to look out for in the World Championships, and it will definitely help towards that.
With the recent retirement in the previous heat of Joe Turney, which will drop him down the rankings, all of a sudden, this game has blown apart. Kian Nakamura Berta starting second on the grid and looking very comfortable indeed in what is going to be, we believe, second or third in the interim rankings. This could change everything. It really, really could. With Joe Turney having led the way since the first round of the championship at Portimao in Portugal, things could suddenly turn around in the most dramatic fashion you could ever script. But what a way for FIA Karting to yet again stand up and deliver. We've had these kind of battles in the past so many times before, and we've had some amazing champions in the European scene since the OK classes came in back in 2016. We're going to look back at the drivers that have been successful. Pedro Hiltbrand and Finn Keneally, who was senior and junior champions in 2016. A year later, it went the way of the Moroccan Sami Taoufik, and then Johnny Edgar, who of course is now a Red Bull junior in FIA Formula 3 in the junior category. Hannes Janker got the European title won in 2018, while Paul Aron got the job done in junior. Then Lorenzo Travasanuto and Marcus Amond. And for the last 2 years in the OK senior category, Andrea Kimi Antonelli has been the king, while Yuga Chukwu and Freddie Slater, respectfully, winners in the junior category. There's going to be two completely different European champions, whatever happens over the course of these next 24 hours. But it's very tough to know who's going to get the job done. And if you win a European title at this level, you join an amazing waft of Hall of Fame drivers. Jos Verstappen, Giorgio Pantano, Alvaro Parente, Lewis Hamilton, Michael Ammermuller, Sebastian Vettel, Sebastian Buemi, Stefano Colletti, Marco Ardigo, Jack Harvey, Ardo Vinio, Nick de Vries, Alexander Albon, George Russell, Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Inam Ahmed, Ben Hanley, Callum Ilott, Christian Lundgaard, Johnny Edgar, Sami Taufik, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, to name just a few of them. Well, what a sensational opportunity this is for the drivers in this battle. And for Kiya Nakamura-Berta, who is already a world champion, albeit in junior, this is his moment to shine, and he knows it. For Nicolo Cuman, the only thing he cares about right now is putting his home on his heart and going for victory on home soil. He lives just a few miles down the road from this circuit. This is very much his back garden as far as his karting journey is concerned. And a chance to win here and have the Italian national anthem on the top step of the podium is too irresistible to pass up. He really wants this. And the Forza Racing team, Jamie Croxford and the whole crew, are behind him tooth and nail all the way. No titles to win, no pressure, but that means that they can sneak up behind the title contenders and rip the winning trophy away from them. If Nicolo Cuman could do it on home soil, and he is currently second in the outright rankings, the place would erupt. Nicolo Cuman and the Forza Racing team ready to step forward and take a big, big scalp. And this race will determine whether he'll start the superheat tomorrow morning from pole position or whether he'll hand that honour over to Kiya Nakamura-Berta. And of course, the man sat in third position on the starting grid could also take it from them both. Max Orlov, if they both have bad races and Orlov comes through for the win, then all of a sudden there's a parallel in pole for each superheat in the OK Senior category. So there's plenty to do here at Franciacorta. It could all go anybody's way between Nicolo Cuman, Kiya Nakamura-Berta and Max Orlov for the front of the grid. But more importantly than that, Kiya Nakamura-Berta suddenly now has a window of opportunity to creep in the night and steal the European Championship title from Joe Turney's trophy case. And it would be a legitimate steal as well. What a battle. What a way to end the day. Nicolo Cuman and Kiya Nakamura-Berta on the front row of the starting grid from Maxim Orlov and Luigi Coluccio. So much drama still to come in these 12 laps, but it will decide the fate of so much here at Franciacorta. Tomorrow is going to be biblically good. So as the drivers gear themselves up and get ready for the showcase in qualifying heat B versus C for the OK Senior category, there are so many mysteries that are about to be solved. Who is going to be the pole position sitter in the second superheat? Is it Cuman, Nakamura-Berta, or Orlov? It's got to be one of those three. But we are in for an amazing spectacle to figure that answer out. Qualifying heat B versus C, the last race of the day. And three drivers on the grid, Cuman, Nakamura-Berta and Orlov, in that order, are going to settle who will get the second superheat pole. Nicolo Cuman and Kiya Nakamura-Berta on the front row from Maxim Orlov and Luigi Coluccio. Then Lucas Samalisto and Karol Pazovic, Matthias Ferreira and Ian Eichmans. Eliska Babachkova and Akshay Bora from Freddie Slater and Douwe de Decker. Then it is Arthur Rojon and Joel Bergstrom, Max Popov and Olin Galli, and Ea Frey and Bruno Mulders from Max Obst and Menahert Kroja. Danzi Vinci, Jokobus Bogdanovicius, Sofia Katala, and at the back of the grid, Max Abicht, who is not taking the start. 12 laps, and we will figure out who is going to join Enzo Deligny in pole position for a superheat. Enzo Deligny has already dominated all 60 of the racing laps that he has had over the course of yesterday and today. He hasn't even lost the lead of a race once. So it's absolutely clear who is going to be in superheat 1 pole. But who's going to be in superheat 2 pole? Is it going to be Nicolo Cuman, the man who lives just a few miles down the road from this fabulous new race circuit, about to celebrate its second birthday? Kiya Nakamura-Berta, the first ever Asian to become an FIA Karting champion of any kind, and certainly the first world champion from Japan. And in third, Maxim Orlov, hoping to give the Paralin team an absolute fairy tale weekend to add to the great talents of Anatoly Kavalkin in junior and Enzo Deligny in senior. Such a great battle to come in these 12 laps. Nobody's going to be giving an inch. Everybody's going to be taking a mile. And it's so hard to tell who's going to get this front row of the grid. In reality, Nicolo Cuman just has to stay at least 3 places within Kia Nakamura-Berta to finish the job. But we've seen how bad luck can creep in for both Cuman and Nakamura-Berta, and as well as Max Orlov, even in the last 2 weeks on this very circuit. This is the moment of truth. They've got to get it to the end in good stead. Here we go. Nicolo Cuman. Orlov into second. Nakamura-Berta trying to come around the outside to keep his hopes alive. He's going to be 4th. That's a good start from Nakamura-Berta from the outside line. He's only going to lose 2 places. Tucks in behind Lucas Samalisto. Then Coluccio in 5th place. Matthias Ferreira going wheel to wheel with Freddie Slater, who goes off the road, as well as Max Obst. So Max Obst goes right off the road. Slater loses a good half dozen to dozen places, and he's going to be recovering at the back. Looks like Enea Frey has gone off the road as well. So Cuman, Orlov, Samalisto, and Nakamura-Berta. That's the top 4 from Coluccio, Ferreira, and then behind them that is Eliska Babachkova. I do apologise. It is the younger of the 2 sisters, although the 3rd one is watching on the sidelines as well. Cuman, Orlov, Samalisto, Nakamura-Berta, Coluccio, Ferreira, Babachkova, Pazovic, Eichmanns, and Akshibora from Arthur Rojon and Max Popov. Then Duedideka, Olin Gali, Joel Bergström, and Freddie Slater, who slips to 16th place in front of Bruno Mulders. Nakamura-Berta trying to get back on terms with the man in front of him, Lucas Samalisto. And he's going to dive in. 3rd place. Very quickly taken there by Kia Nakamura-Berta, not waiting around. 3rd position. Now Lucas Samalisto is going to have to defend to cover from Luigi Coluccio and Matthias Ferreira. Max Orlov going a little bit slippy in the 2nd sector. So here comes Coluccio diving in on Samalisto. Ferreira through as well as Eichmanns gets through on the inside of Eliska Babachkova. So onto the main straight. Cuman, Orlov, Nakamura-Berta, the 3 men fighting for the Super Bowl. Then Coluccio, Ferreira, Samalisto, Pazovic, Eichmanns, and Eliska Babachkova. Nakamura-Berta had a look at Orlov, but he had to bail out. This could be an opportunity for Coluccio, and he knows it. Nakamura-Berta keeps the guard in the middle of the road. No way of getting through left or right. Matthias Ferreira now wants to get back through to help his teammate out. 4th position, up for grabs. But Coluccio hangs on from Ferreira and Samalisto. Big protection of the inside line. Max Orlov drifting wide there through the middle sector. And Kia Nakamura-Berta again has a chance to close up on him. This is going to be really tough. They battle away together, and Coluccio and Ferreira running wide as Samalisto goes wheel to wheel with Karol Pazovic trying to get in the mix there as well. Ferreira hits the front of the queue. Samalisto has got Coluccio running right round the outside, gets back on the throttle. Brilliant from Coluccio. Pazovic is going to get on the inside of Samalisto as well. He'll squeeze him to the apex. Samalisto trying to run around the outside, and off goes Ferreira. Ferreira goes off. Now, I didn't see how that started, but Ferreira was battling away with Luigi Coluccio, and Ferreira's got a warning flag. So they must have judged there that Ferreira was the instigator of his own demise. But Coluccio, he's able to continue 2.5 seconds back from Max Orlov, who is in 3rd as Kia Nakamura-Berta has got into 2nd place. We didn't see where that move was made, but Nakamura-Berta now P2. Here we go, big dive as Akshibora tries to get up alongside Lucas Samalisto. The best we've ever seen Akshibora run in senior in FIA Karting. Akshibora going well here behind as he tries to pick off a move or 2. So Akshibora battling away with Lucas Samalisto and Duedideka. Joel Bergström and Eliska Babachkova are in the mix. Bora protects the inside line as Bergström tries to get alongside Duedideka. Here comes Max Popov as he goes through past Eliska Babachkova, who rumbles over the curbs, in danger of being taken on by Olin Gali and Freddie Slater. Gali gets through, hops on the curbs. Slater gets through on the inside as well, I believe. Yes, indeed he does. In fact, he gets past both of them. Nakamura-Berta getting away with Orlov. Coluccio, Pazovic, Eichmanns. Eichmanns going to look for the move, is he? No, Pazovic drifts wide, gets a little bit of rubbing, and now he's going to go wheel to wheel with Eichmanns. Pazovic holds on. Joel Bergström gets the warning flag now. And now we've got 7 laps to go. Here comes Eichmanns through on the inside of Pazovic. Nicely done. Knits it on the inside. Perfectly reasonable overtake. But Nicolo Cuman having a great run in front of Nakamura-Berta and Max Orlov. Coluccio, Pazovic, and then it's Eichmanns in front of him now. Eichmanns into 5th from Pazovic, Samalisto, Dedeka, Bora, and Bergström in the top 10 from Popov, Slater, Galin, Mulders, and Arthur Rojon in front of Eliska Babachkova and Menahert Kroja. There is Menahert Kroja. And up the inside, that's Max Hobbs trying to squeeze through. Not a lot of room for two. That was well defended by Bruno Mulders, who just about hangs on in there as Nakamura Berta sets off in pursuit of Nicolo Cuman. But with 6 laps to go, this looks to me as though Cuman has got this on a silver plate. Nakamura Berta is going to drop to 9 points. Orlov's going to drop to 15, and that is Bogdanovicius. Bogdanovicius is out of the race there. So Jakubas Bogdanovicius, I'm afraid the Lithuanian, out of the race. As Nakamura Berta tries to get close to Nicolo Cuman. He's got a second to make up and 6 laps to do it. But it looks to me as though Nicolo Cuman is going to get pole position for his home superheat tomorrow morning. And that would be an absolute joyous occasion. Well, Nicolo Cuman just keeping it together. It's not done yet. And he has a whole catalogue of disasters to refer back to. Wow, this is a really interesting challenge. Let's see how it all plays out. They're going to come through together in fine style. Nicolo Cuman in front of Kier Nakamura Berta, then Orlov, Coluccio, Eichmanns and Pazovic from De Decker and Samalisto, Akshibora ahead of Joel Bergström, Popov, Slater, Gallin, Rojon and Mulders. But with 5 laps to go, you do start to wonder just how hard can Nicolo Cuman push this away from Kier Nakamura Berta. The answer seems to be a heck of a long way. As Coluccio and Eichmanns run for 4th position, dueling between each other. But all of the bad luck that has befallen Nicolo Cuman in 2022, you could write a book just on those separate incidents. But now it looks as though it's finally going to come good for him. Nakamura Berta second, Orlov in third, then Coluccio and Eichmanns. Pazovic trying to shake off Due De Decker, and then Lucas Samalisto from Akshay Bora and Joel Bergström. Max Popov, Freddie Slater, Arthur Rojon and Olin Gali from Bruno Mulders and Eliska Babachkova. So the battles continue. Due De Decker sets the fastest lap for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. And still the drivers continue to make really intense work of things. So Luigi Coluccio trying to stretch away from Ian Eichmanns, the Belgian, as they come onto the back straight and up towards the hairpin. And here comes Due De Decker, diving in on the inside of Pazovic, who gets him straight back again on the switcheroo. Oh, that was lovely from Karel Pazovic. And De Decker has lost momentum as a result of running on the grass. Watch out for Akshay Bora and Joel Bergström. Going to dive through on the inside. Lovely move. So Karel Pazovic has watched as Samalisto's got past De Decker, and so too have Bora and Bergström. Now Bergström going to try and get up alongside and past Akshay Bora. Great move there from Joel Bergström. So the Swedish ace, Joel Bergström, who's only doing a half season really, keeping his priorities firmly focused on FIA Karting rather than the championships that lead up to it. And Bergström showcasing great skill. Now here's Bruno Mulders on the inside of Olin Gali. So Mulders gets through up to 14th place. Now giving chase to Freddie Slater in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Carters. On the inside, that's Arthur Rojon. He gets through on Max Popov. Some great overtakes in the field here, as we now have 2 laps to go on Saturday, not just in the OK Senior category. 2 laps remaining today in racing, as Nicolo Cuman extends the gap with a 47.623. Another new fastest lap for the Forza Racing Italian. And Nicolo Cuman having a brilliant, brilliant run. Kier Nakamura Berta, 2nd place from Max Orlov in 3rd. It's going to leave it as stalemate. And Nicolo Cuman is only going to have 2 points accumulated from these qualifying heats. 4 wins and a second if he keeps it together for one final lap. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of emotional people down at Forza Racing and here in the Franciacorta region, because this man, Nicolo Cuman, is on the final lap, the Ultima Volta. And what a fantastic race this has been from Nicolo Cuman in a host of 5. They had very little pace in the opening couple of laps 2 weeks ago when he got pole position in qualifying, and then it all fell apart. They did their homework. They learnt where the deficiencies lay, and now Nicolo Cuman in FIA Karting is going to come through and take a very deserving super pole in the 2nd superheat in one of the satellite operations. A majestic performance from Nicolo Cuman, really raising his game here this weekend, and he will come through. Vincitore Nicolo Cuman for the 4th time out of 5, and he is in super pole. magic. Well done to Nicolo Cuman. Just extraordinary. What a sensational performance and a terrific drive all weekend from Nicolo Cuman, from Friday qualifying to every single race heat. He's only lost a single heat. 4 wins and a second put him undoubtedly and justifiably on the front row of the starting grid in pole position for Super Heat 2. And he's going to share that with Max Orlov. On the second row of that is going to be Zachary David and Christian Bertucca. But get this for a top 4 in Super Heat 1. Enzo Deligny and Kia Nakamura-Berta on the front row, with Caspian Hapman and Tuka Tarpanen on the second. I can't wait for tomorrow morning. Can we just hit the fast forward button now, please? Just wonderful. What a way to end it. Some exceptional performances. And there's wolf whistles on the straight for Nicolo Cuman, as the fans accept just how perfect he has been today. Nicolo Cuman takes the win in front of Kia Nakamura-Berta and Maxim Orlov, Luigi Coluccio and Ian Eichmans, Karol Pazovic and Joel Bergström, from Lucas Samalisto and Akshay Bora, Douay de Decker and Otto Rojon, from Max Popov, Olin Gali, Freddie Stater and Bruno Mulders, from Matthias Ferreira, Eliska Babachkova and Menahert Kroja, the Hungarian. Enea Frey finishing up in 19th place in front of Max Herbst, Dante Vinci and Sofia Kotala. The one retirement from the race was Jokubas Bogdanovicius, the non-starter Max Hebicht. The only person to beat Nicolo Cuman all day long, all weekend long, is Enzo Deligny. Well, absolutely sensational racing from the European Championship. We now know the 4 drivers who are going to be starting from Superpole across their categories. Jan Pestrovsky and Anatoly Kavalkin in the junior category, and in senior it's Nicolo Cuman and Enzo Deligny. Parolin are having an absolute fairy tale, and if they come back another same sort of pace as they were today, tomorrow there could be some amazing fireworks. I'm Jake Sanson. What an amazing day it's been. The showdown in OK Junior between Anatoly Kavalkin and Nathan Tai, and in the OK Senior between Joe Turney, Kia Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell is not to be missed. It is required viewing. It'll be on the edge of your seat stuff when we return tomorrow, bright and early, at Franciacorta.